2013 World Chess Team Championship. We are now live from Antalya Kemer. Let me introduce myself. I am International Master Can Arduman and also 6 times Turkish chess champion. I also commented in the Olympiad the games, but in Turkish. With me, I have a grandmaster from Ukraine, Mr. Mihailo Oleksienko. Welcome, Mr. Oleksienko.
Thank you.
Also, we have a special guest with us, Mr. Ali Nihat Yazıcı. All of you know him very well. He is ex-Turkish Chess Federation president, but now vice president of FIDE. Welcome, Mr. Yazıcı.
Thank you. And the good news that I will be only today with you.
Let us first, Mihail, if you want to introduce the teams of the World Chess Team Championship. We have 10 teams.
Okay.
Let's see how they are elected first, if you want to.
Yes, so we have 10 teams, and
Armenia
is the winner of 2011 World Team Championship.
Yes.
And Russia, Ukraine, and Netherlands qualified from the Olympiad last year. Mm-hmm. And we have representative of every continent. From Europe, it's Germany qualifier, USA from America, Egypt from Africa, and China from Asia. Also, we have a Turkish national team as a host country, and FIDE president's nomination is Azerbaijan.
Yes, also, as we all know, Azerbaijan, in the last European Chess Team Championship, became the champion of Europe. So we congratulate them here on behalf of Turkish Chess Federation and the organizing committee. Also, we see that it was a very good nomination because this was nominated, as you know, probably beforehand.
It was during Tallinn Congress when the president of Turkish Chess Federation, we consulted with her together, and we requested the president, and he accepted this.
Yes, so it was a very good choice.
Yeah.
And so they became.
Of course, Azerbaijan team was not the same team on the event, but they are always very strong team.
Yes, here they don't have the first two boards, Shahriyar Mamedyorov and Timur Rajabov, but they still have very strong team, of course.
Yes,
and
they do.
Today they do play against Turkey.
Against Turkey, yes. So host country.
Who are the players of Azerbaijan?
Azerbaijan, Mamedov Rauf, first board, Safarli Iltash.
Against whom they are
so
playing?
we have pairs Ipatov versus Mamedov.
Yes.
Safarli versus Solak. Mamedov Nijat versus Yilmaz Mustafa. Mamedov is black. And Durarbeli Vasif against Esen Baris.
Yes.
Okay, honestly, I believe.
Of course, all of them are grandmasters.
I believe there is also change in the Turkish team. They were playing first board Solak in the European Team Championship, which they made this historical result against Russia. Here, Ipatov is playing. I guess also this is in advance prepared because they want to change, because now Ipatov is the best rated Turkish player. In the rating list.
We also changed the first board. Yes. As you say. Also, the last board of Turkey changed. He's not here for the moment. Grandmaster Emre Can. Yes. He was replaced by International Master Burak Fırat. Here, Emre Can will be playing for Turkey.
So we can say that Turkey is also a very good team here.
Yes.
I'm expecting
good results and surprising results.
Starting from today.
As they did in the European Championship. As we do know that in the European Championship, Turkey had two fantastic results.
Yeah, they beat Russia. Yes. And second result,
they have beaten Germany.
Oh yes,
3.5 against half.
Wow.
Also here, probably they will be wanting to take the revenge.
Okay, I'm sure Germany and Russia are very sharp against the Turkey, but okay, this is sport, what to do. But Turkish team, they are very motivated. They are ready. I know them. I saw them how they are preparing to this morning. We'll see interesting games today.
Yes, also there are very interesting matches today.
Yeah.
Russia is playing.
Yeah, I think the most interesting match today is Russia versus Armenia. So Armenia, winner of last World Championship, they always ready to surprise us, even though they are, I think, never the highest rated team with average elo, but they are very good friends. I know people told me that Aronian shares novelties with them and everything, so they are
also they
like
have
a family.
Good team spirit. They also became Olympic champions in Istanbul.
Yes.
So they are a very strong team.
If you want, I can give a very short information.
Oh yes, historic information.
First of all, I did some research on this, and of course, I mean, I'm following all those teams in the World Team Championship, European Team Championship, Olympiads. All we follow, all the world chess we follow, and for me, always Armenia is the best team spirit, showing the best team spirit in the last years, especially with Aronian start to play in Armenia. They shown clearly the result, and now if you look at all World Team Championships after Soviet Union finished. Since 1990, we know that first World Team Championship started with Switzerland.
Yes.
Swiss Chess Federation started in Luzern, 4 times they organized, and then it started to move around the world. Till Bursa, it was every 4 years it was organized, and after Bursa, every 2 years now, it's a very popular, very strong event. And Armenia and Russia is the highest participated teams. I mean, they always have been. Once Ukraine missed, once United States missed. United States was replaced with Cuba, and Ukraine couldn't play once. But Armenia and Russia is have always played in even then. Very interesting. In the World Team Championship, Armenia has a clear position against Russia 3 times. Armenia has beaten Russia. Once Russia has beaten Armenia, and 1 draw. So this is, I mean, of course, Russia is the clearly #1 country in the world.
They are the favorites, but they don't win.
Yes.
Unfortunately, for them, they are losing most of the
and today
matches.
it will be interesting. Also, in the Olympiad and European Team Championship, Russia has a clear position against Armenia, but World Team Championship somehow Armenia is always favorite against Russia.
Yes,
so
it's interesting result.
It's very interesting to start the event with this match. Probably this can be early final.
Yes, also I think, as you say, because of the bad results in the past, also in the European Chess Team Championship, they couldn't become champion, so they will want to win. This,
they both would want to win badly.
Championship. Yes, probably they will be eager to win this championship here. And also they have a very strong team, as Mihail said, as Kramnik, Karyakin, Grischuk, and Nepomniachtchi.
And
we should say
Vitugov
also
in the
that
back.
Kramnik didn't play in Warsaw. He is here, but maybe he likes Antalya.
Yeah, they.
Warsaw, I don't know.
Actually, only Grischuk is playing both tournaments, so they renewed.
All the others are.
Yeah.
But okay, Russia is the only country
who can
all players and still can be #1 in the rating.
So high rated.
Actually, Russia's average elo is 50 and above than other teams in this tournament.
At least 50 points.
At least 50 points higher than each other team playing.
Great country, of course, and here it's great pleasure for us to see, of course, Kramnik playing here. And today there is one more interesting, #2 and #3 in the world is playing to each other.
Yes.
You know? So this is also very interesting game of the year, maybe. I mean,
yes, maybe game of the
except Carlsen and
game of the, yes. We cannot say game of the year because the game of the year is World
one
Championship.
of the game of the years.
Yes, as we know, the dear followers, we just finished the World Chess Team Championship, and Magnus Carlsen has beaten Anand World Chess Championship, not Team Championship, of course. Anand has been beaten by Carlsen. We congratulate Carlsen for his victory, and also he became the new world champion. What do you say about this, Mihail?
Well, actually, I'm a little excited about it. I really hope that he would be able to, well, he has like lots of sponsors. He's a quite famous guy. He always gets invitations into even movies and stuff. So maybe he would change the way sponsors look at chess nowadays.
Yes, he's very young, also nice looking, also very, very good player, #1 in the elo list. he became he break the record of Kasparov of all time record, highest elo ever in the
But
chess
I will tell you,
history.
very soon probably he will break a record of humanity by passing 2900.
Yes,
So
yeah, it's also a probability, as you say.
he's playing on the other planet, you know.
So it's of course for chess world, it's really something amazing. It will be much more interesting now, the chess, as we see that we have a new champion.
John, I have to add something on this because I was there at the beginning of
Really?
our championship match in Chennai. It was very impressive, first of all, how the quality of level of organization, Indian Chess Federation, All Indian Chess Federation with the this Chennai state, they made fantastic, Tamil Nadu state, they made a fantastic organization. Both players, they were very high-level sportmen, and I have never seen in my life, this is very important from our side, FIDE point of view, never seen in my life such as crowded journalists. It's like an army of journalists. I mean, assume that there was like a football match of journalists somewhere and they were coming out with cameras, and they were playing with cameras. 200 at least, 300, incredible, I mean. So, we know that we have broken also probably. The statistics will come soon. Nobody knows yet it, but we know more than 600 million unique visitors, unique viewers.
In total, you mean?
600 million.
In total.
Incredible, yeah. There are such as numbers going on the internet, but nobody knows. Probably everybody will take it and calculate. But it took great attention after Fischer-Spassky match, I think, for a very long time. And Kasparov-Karpov match. This is the third time chess jumped again. So, and it was historically also very interesting because the first time a Russian was not playing for a long time. Topalov also not Russian, but first time there was not a Russian-speaking guy on the both side. Yeah. So it was also interesting.
Yes.
It was very interesting media coverage and good. It was very good for chess.
Yeah.
Yes, I think
for
so too.
Thank also Anand, of course, that for his great leadership many years as sportman also.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your information, Mr. Yazıcı. If you want, let's check the games now. They started. Mihail, you want to start from the game of the day, Kramnik-Aronyan. Of course, let's see how the game is going on the board. Kramnik, he played.
Kramnik is white, Aronyan is black.
He plays white pieces, and this is Botvinnik variation, yes?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. D takes
for
very sharp variation. Actually,
very sharp variation.
I'm a little surprised that Kramnik chosen this
variation.
Sorry, B5, of course. Chosen because everyone knows that this is Aronyan style of position to attack with complications and stuff. But recently, Kramnik has changed his style a little bit, I think. He used to be a very positional player, very just small advantage, like Carsten is now.
Yes.
Small advantage and then push and push and push and push till he wins. But maybe he's, is starving for new combinations, new active play. So this is the position in the game.
So they played so fast?
Well, yeah, they played so fast. It's now move number 13.
Wow.
Aronyan is thinking. Actually, I think bishop e7 is not the main variation in this line, though I'm in no way expert of this line. So I can just tell you what I think about this position. First of all, let's calculate the pawns. Strangely enough, equal number of pawns on the board, but the position is so complicated. White's pawn structure is a little bit worse, but black's king is in the center.
Yes.
I wonder about what does the theory say in this variation? Well, obviously white is intending bishop g2, and then I don't know, is he going to castle long short? It's just I think there are no positional factors to just calculate. Well, unless you don't know what's going on. But yeah, Aronyan responded quite quickly. Bishop b7.
Well, they just play very quick, so probably
Yeah,
it's a
so
preparation.
far it's preparation of both,
Mihai,
I
what
guess.
is the idea on this queen side of pawn structure on the queen side for black? As
On
a-
the queen side,
as
oh,
a
it's great.
low-rated player,
Mm.
just one, I can ask you, can you give me information?
Well, I would tell you for sure that if black
Bishop b7, you know.
bishop on b7 looks very passive, the pawn on c6 looks very weak. But I can tell you that if black manages to exchange queens, I think white would be in trouble because these pawns on the queen side are of great potential. For now, they cannot really move because it would just weaken the position probably of the king. My guess is black is going to castle long here, put pressure on isolated pawn. But when the queens come off, white could be in trouble because these pawns can start moving. This pawn on c4 is quite dangerous. So for now, white has much more active pieces. Knight a6, and yeah, I guess knight takes b, knight takes b5. There is a possibility of knight takes b5. I guess black is ready to meet it with long castle. I guess, I don't know, we have to check the theory. I really don't know this position that well. I guess long castling could be considered.
Black will not make a short castle.
I don't think so. I don't think short castle is. No pawns covering the king. Well, on the queen side, it's also not so well safe. But in this case, the rook comes to d8 right away. Now the knight is hanging. Knight a7. Well, doesn't look good. I think just king c7, and that knight would be trapped.
Interesting match. Yeah.
Yeah, so knight a7.
It may be a novelty. We have to check it.
So I guess
until we check, if you want, let's pass to this other game of the Russian-Armenia match.
For now, we have this position on the board after knight a6.
So how can we assess this position, Mihail? What do you say about this position?
Highly unclear.
Highly unclear, yes.
Black is ready to pass
agree.
along, attack d4, white can take the pawn on b5, white can have open the position on the queen side.
So exciting. Knight b5.
Wow.
But now he played knight e4 and queen e7. The game he didn't take on b5.
Yeah,
probably he didn't like some things as you analyzed.
I think he didn't like. He just knows
because yes,
it
doesn't seem very good after this d4 pawn lost. Black has a good activity. What do you think? That's why probably.
And then d3 square becomes weak. The knight would come. But now there's nothing stopping black from castling long. Okay, they are playing very quickly, so I guess they know what they are doing. We'll wait for them to stop
so if we see
knowing
the
and
time,
start playing.
They played 15 moves in how many minutes? It's
Kramnik just spent few minutes. Aronian didn't spend a single minute.
Aronian even didn't spend any time because he is 1 minute 34, 1 hour 34 minutes. So he probably played without thinking.
Yeah.
All of this is a preparation.
Yeah.
Yes, of course they get prepared.
So exciting.
Really good.
So let us take a look what's going on in the game Movsesan Karyakin on board number 2. We have knight f3. Movsesan is white, Karyakin is black. Knight f6, g3, d5. Bishop g2, e6. Interesting. Usually black tries something different, or g6 or c6, not to close its c8 bishop right away, but who am I to judge, right? Bishop e7, d3. Okay, so Movsesan is just his style, you know, he really likes, well, not very known famous variations, he likes to just to play chess, you know. So he chooses like these not very common positions just to play, in Carlsen style, I would say. Knight bd2, knight c6, e4, castle, rook e1.
This kind of position is like transposed to French defense. What do you think about it? After e5?
Yeah, actually, I think the common plan here is e5, knight d7, let's say queen e2, queen c7, attacking the pawn again, rook e1, and then black starts pushing the pawns on the queen side, and white is doing, let's say, just approximately what could be happening here. b5, knight f1, let's say a5, and white is going h4. Then knight goes to h2, like let's say b4, knight h2, bishop a6, h5, stuff like that. So white is attacking on the king side, and black is trying to create counterplay on the queen side. But Movsesyan does not want to play it. He played rook e1. He played rook e1 here. Karakin played b5, obviously hoping for e5. And white just took on d5, e takes d5, and played a4. This is a position in the game.
So he didn't want to attack on the king side?
I guess he doesn't want to give any counter chances to Karakin. He wants to be safe and
also Movsesyan, he plays positional, because this is normally he should have attacked on the king side, as you showed us, you know, the e5 variation, very double-edged. But as we know, in the team matches, 1/2 point matters too much.
Armenia with in such a match, they are choosing one game with winning advantage, and they are playing on this, and they are fantastic. They have each other. Clearly.
So they have a strategy before the game.
I'm wondering which one is this.
I guess Sargsyan Gabriel, he's always
Sargsyan is playing white pieces against Nepomniachtchi. Let's see first Grichuk's game if you want to now. What do you say about, before we go to Grichuk game, what do you think about this position?
Well, I think black should, I don't know why black is thinking for so long. b4 seems like a necessary move here.
B takes a4 he is
b4,
thinking.
no, b takes a4 ruins the pawn structure. I don't like it. Maybe it's an option.
I said, Movsesyan was playing very safely. I believe that his first target is to protect the draw, on these boards. To be defensive.
Just maybe he wants to keep it safe, and then to play a little. We'll see. He would play something like knight f1.
Yes, you're right. Actually, what is he thinking of to play b4 so long?
Maybe he's just surprised with opening with e takes d5 and a4. I would also be actually surprised, because I don't think that white can get advantage playing like that.
If we check the times, we see that Movsesyan played very fast.
Very quickly, and Karakin is a little bit surprised.
Erred a bit, but still he is back on time. So we can judge that the position is a little bit surprising for
black.
For black, yes.
But the kids just can't be advantage for white.
Cannot be?
No, black has good center, maybe slightly worsely developed with the bishop and the knight, but no weaknesses.
After b4, you say this. You judge the position as an equal position.
Yeah, equal position.
Okay. So let's go to the other game.
Grichuk Akopyan.
Okay, this is also interesting match.
Grichuk plays e4. That's already a surprise.
Plays e4, yes.
e5, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6. Berlin defense.
Probably he didn't want to play d4 because we know that Akopyan is a very good Slav defense player.
Yeah.
Yes. So
maybe he has some novelty prepared over here. h3, h5. One check. So I don't know. There are so many options for both sides in this
h5 variation.
In all these sort of positions, white can put one rook on d1, another rook on d1. White can move the bishop to b2 to g5. Black can move the bishop to e6 or keep it there. Black can choose the king to go to the queen side or to the king side. So many options. That's why it's very hard to come up with anything with white here, because one move. You have a novelty, he plays another one, that's it.
You're right.
So it's just nothing interesting going on here. What about the time? I guess they are both a little bit surprised.
Yeah, this is just the opening probably we have with
so we're gonna go to Sargsyan.
As you said, now this game.
Akopyan is the most experienced player in the World Team Championship.
Really?
Played all last 7 versions of it. This is the 7th, yes. 7th.
He is playing on the 7th?
Yes, I mean, consequently.
So at least 20 years.
Exactly.
If we consider that it's been organized every 2 years.
Okay, he's a great player, of course. I mean, and Armenia is.
Or maybe not, at least 14 years, sorry.
He's the flagship of Armenian army, so in this chess, so.
Yes, so let's see this Sarkisyan game.
Sarkisyan, Nepomniachtchi. I guess Sarkisyan is supposed to win here, or at least
As we predicted now, maybe Sarkisyan is trying to win this game.
Yes, G3, C6. C6, very solid line. And you can tell that Nepomniachtchi is supposed to make a draw now. Because this is a very solid Grunfeld line where very common these C pawns get
very
exchanged.
solid, but it can be very, very complicated. Some positions, yes.
If both agree.
Yeah.
So, well, if white agrees, white can always be safe with C takes D5.
Yes, with C takes D5.
But I guess that is not Sarkisyan's.
How he played?
He played Queen A4.
Ah, this is also
interesting.
Interesting, yes.
Queen
I
A4.
saw one of his games. He played like this in the European Championship. He played like this.
In
also.
this position?
Yes, Queen A4.
Queen
Against,
A4.
I think, Armenian team.
Okay, so
maybe it may be. I don't remember what was the player there. Mamedov, maybe, I don't remember exactly.
So my guess is why, well, usually, when you are younger, they teach you not to develop your queen so quickly in the opening, right? But in this case, the pawn on C4 is hanging. And if black takes it, white would have big problems trying to win it back.
Actually, this is like provoking you to take on C4. There is this kind of positions.
Yeah, so usually white has to deal with these pawns.
But in this
white
case,
has to play
of course,
B3 or Queen B3. I guess Queen A4 in this precise move order is white is already threatening C takes D5.
Yes.
Positional threatening, of course. So black cannot recapture with this. So black doesn't have time for bishop G7 because C takes D5, and very bad Grunfeld for black, I think.
Yeah.
Just
he leaves the center. So
well, maybe not a very bad Grunfeld, but usually when black plays C6, he wants to avoid this sort of
yes, of course, he doesn't want to leave the center. Otherwise, he could have taken on C4 immediately.
Yeah, so why
to play C6 instead of developing the knight on C6?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the chance now to develop the knight.
That's the tricky move order, forcing black to, if black takes, then that is what white wants to achieve.
Yes, but I don't think he will take on C4 because...
No, he played knight FD7.
But this is also a theoretical line.
I guess, but looks very awkward. And now, but actually now forcing white to do something. Knight B6 is threatening,
Yeah.
And white retreats Queen C2.
But why he plays knight FD7?
We are not supposed to show this game to children,
It's really unorthodox position, yes. It's really unorthodox position. Knight FD7, you just play the developed knight from F6 to D7. Why not the BD7? What do you think about this?
Why not?
What is wrong with knight BD7? Is it misplaced there? He doesn't want to the knight on D7. If he takes on D5 now,
white captures now on D5.
Yes. If
takes and something like knight C6.
Now the knight on misplaced.
Knight D7 really belongs on C6.
Yes.
But with knight FD7 is very common in this position to protect the E5 square. Maybe that's the trick. And
also, he can go to B6 and then develop the knight on C6.
Yeah.
If he takes on D5.
Yeah. So knight.
So this is the idea.
Yeah, that is the idea definitely. Knight FD7, and now knight B6 is threatening, and obviously white was not ready to take. Okay, but what's going on if C takes D5?
Knight B6,
knight B6,
and then knight takes C takes D5, and then he can develop on C6 the knight.
Yeah. So that's why white moves the queen away, Queen C2.
So he's losing a tempo, but he black also lost tempo. He also threatens.
Black wins another tempo with D takes C4.
Okay.
Now I don't know.
Is this a tempo because on the knight on D7? Are you sure this is a winning
Well, I don't
tempo?
know, for a human being to make third move in a row with the queen psychologically.
But now maybe knight A3, is it possible?
Yeah, but he played knight F3. He just leaves the pawn hanging, and black does not protect it. White castled, and now black decided that it's time to protect it. Actually, I don't understand what's going on.
Knight B6, but it's just temporary protection, or you can just attack with another knight.
Yeah, but there's also
knight A3. What do you say?
Yeah, knight A3. White played rook D1.
Rook D1.
Why not knight A3? And now bishop F5 could be. E4 and then bishop G4 maybe.
Knight F3. Why not?
But what's the difference? My guess is it's still a theoretical position. But I'm quite sure it's quite a rare one, with all of these maneuvers, with the queen and with the knight. Rook d1. Maybe white was also worried about black pushing something. c5? I honestly don't know. Why rook d1? Why not
Knight a3. Yes, that's what I'm trying to find out, but I cannot find something concrete for
black. I would
black.
consider a move like this.
And then bishop g4.
e4, and now bishop g4, this pin.
Maybe this is the reason why he didn't play knight a3. What do you think?
Yeah, but now it looks even stronger with the rook on d1.
But for example, knight a3, bishop e6, and then what do you play? Let's go back. Let's go back until knight a3, for example.
Instead of rook d1.
Yes, knight a3, bishop e6. Now, what do you play? Because now if knight g5, then d4 is hanging. I can play somewhere maybe bishop f5 or maybe bishop g.
Or maybe leave it hanging.
Or maybe, yes, this is also possible. Yeah, this is possible maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe rook d1 really needs to protect the
maybe
pawn
that's
to
the
freeze the
reason.
knight
Yes.
from f3 to go to g5.
Yes, so probably he analyzed that this is not a good idea to give.
Yeah, so rook d1 and now Nepomniachtchi thinking. Yeah, there was food for thought here.
Yes.
For black. Black can always leave that, gives it back that pawn on c4.
Yes.
But if he doesn't push c5 or e5 in that position, he would be just positionally in trouble.
So it looks like white is playing with the Catalan ideas.
Yeah,
in a way, you know, it's sacrificing the c4 pawn, queen c2, rook d1.
Yeah, but my guess is white's gonna want to win it back, not like
yes,
play.
But after he wins it back, then he may have the advantage.
Yes, yes. If
with
black
the
doesn't open up the center somehow, white would have small but steady.
So maybe black has to be very active in this case. I don't know how, but still.
Yeah, well, at least one pair of knights would get exchanged.
Yes, on
c4,
yeah.
Because black doesn't have that much space. Maybe he would just keep it solid, but it's not in his style. Jan likes complicated stuff,
so he likes complications.
I think Sargsyan is on his territory in this position.
So you think that Sargsyan has the edge?
A little edge, yeah, if he wins back that pawn, but I guess that's gonna happen inevitably. So
okay.
Yeah.
So let's move on. If you want to Turkey, Azerbaijan.
Okay.
Okay, let's see Turkey, Azerbaijan. How are the games are developing? Let's see.
Ipatov is playing with Mamedov.
Ipatov playing Mamedov.
It's interesting position for white.
c4, g6, knight c3, g7, 4, regular King's Indian, bishop e2, e5, castle, knight c6, d5, knight e7. I haven't played Mamedov myself, but I'm pretty sure he has quite a narrow opening repertoire.
Narrow.
Only few lines, but
he always plays the same lines. Yes,
for example,
I remember in Sicilian he always plays with the g6,
g6, bishop g7, knight c6 very quickly.
Accelerated dragon.
Accelerated dragon that you can bet on that.
Yeah.
So,
but still he knows it very well.
Yeah,
he knows all these.
He's a strong player.
Very strong player indeed. Yes.
So I guess this is a home preparation. Just Alexander is trying to prove a point. G3, F5, knight g5, knight f6, bishop f3. F takes e4, knight takes, knight f5. Okay, knight is clearly going to d4, and white really wants to use the e6 square. Bishop g2, a Karpov style move, you know, like he's about to go knight d4, he's gonna move back.
Yes.
Just he foresees it coming. Knight, bishop g2, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, a5. They are playing so. Actually, Alexander is playing quickly, and Mamedov is not. Mamedov already spent 15 minutes in this position, and Ipatov has not spent a second here. So that is his home preparation, my guess is.
Maybe he played, Black played as you predicted, yeah?
Yeah, it's that's what you get when you have very
as you
narrow.
say, he always plays the same lines.
Yeah, and it's quite
so
easy to surprise
it
him.
must be the board that he analyzed, you know, this position on the board. Home preparation, as we say, you know.
Yeah.
So B5 is interesting.
B6. Well,
B6.
usually blocking the queen side is in black's favor in King's Indian, isn't it?
Yes, that's what we are thinking.
That's
usually.
a little bit strange.
It's an odd position, yeah. B5, B6, bishop B2.
Usually white is playing on the queen side,
yeah.
and black is playing in the center on the king side. But in this case, we have only king side left. My guess is computer really likes this position for white.
For white?
Computer always likes to play white against King's Indian. Always advantage. He says always advantage. And
but here you think white has a clear advantage? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but
yes.
I do believe that computer's evaluation.
Maybe small.
By the way, we're not using any engines.
Yes,
so
we don't use it.
Yes.
Maybe it can be a small edge for white, Ipatov.
It is.
Our first board here, Ipatov. Let's, if you want to move on to the second board.
Yeah. But I'm
Dragan
pretty sure
Solak.
that it's not as clear as the computer would suggest. He always prefers white and King's Indian, and sometimes for human being, it's I see that black is better, but computer still likes white. Maybe that's the space. Maybe.
So maybe it's not a humanistic, how do you call evaluation?
Yeah. But humanistic, I would say black should be fine.
Yes,
actually.
that's what I'm thinking. The more I look at the position, the more I don't see anything for white.
Yeah. Maybe the time, rook goes to e1 and f4.
I think the maximum maybe they may have with the different colored bishops, you know, reverse colored bishops after knight e4, knight g5, knight e6, maybe reverse colored bishops.
Yeah, but I don't think black's gonna let that happen knight coming. For example, a6, h6 right now.
h6.
Just preventing.
Also now knight g5 is not maybe a threat because black has bishop h6.
Bishop white will have h4 and then
h6, h4, then it's not a good position, you mean, on taking on g5?
Actually, I wouldn't let that knight go. I would strongly
you will play h6.
Because I think white's only decent plan then would be just f4. I don't see what else white can do in this position.
Exactly.
So I just don't, I need that bishop on g7 because white is about to go
so
f4.
if he goes f4, then we have this
all these exchanges.
Still
with maybe slight edge for white.
Yes, because of the e line and the e6 square. Huh? What do you think about this e6 square? Still will be weak all the time.
Get there, but if this knight could be transferred to at c5 from f5,
yes.
I wouldn't worry for black.
Yeah.
He would cover the e6 square, nice outpost, but knight cannot come there in the nearest. That's actually quite hard to find it.
For black, yes, I don't see any how to go there. I don't know.
So white is slightly better, I think.
Yeah, maybe. But nothing quite obvious.
Not big.
Let's see the second board.
Second, which one? Solak?
Yeah, Solak is playing against
Safarli.
Safarli.
So e4.
Safarli is white.
Khan, Safarli is white. Knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop d4. h3 takes, e6, d4, d takes. Solak is playing very solid. That's a very solid line. Actually, another position which computer does not understand at all.
Really?
He really likes white in this sort of positions. He says, wow, white is so much better. But, black would put the knight on d5, put the pawn on b5, and would just wait. And the computer really likes two bishops. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be... How come nobody's taking that long?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at. Queen d4, is it really bad?
Given the time, Safarli has 10 extra minutes.
So probably it is not a good idea to take it on.
Yeah, it's probably home preparation. So I wouldn't, maybe black is okay here, but I wouldn't go for it if I were black. It seems that black is
So how
surprised.
did the game go on?
The game go on with just solid knight d7, c3, and knight f6. No, black is fine here. Computer would argue he would give like 0.3, 0.4 in white's favor, but I would say clear equality for black actually.
Equal, you judge.
because if we would give one pair of knights extra here, I would prefer white. But with knights off, I don't see what white can do. Black's gonna play, well, I guess white's gonna go bishop c2 now.
Yes.
And black can go now g6.
G6?
Yeah, the bishop belongs on big day, because I think the only way for white to do something is to push c4, d5 at some point.
Yes.
That seems like the only reasonable plan in the far future, of course. But and then bishop on g7 would just be where he belongs. For example, just a g6, castle, bishop g7, rook e1, castle, and then black's gonna go knight d5, b5. No problem at all. I don't see what that is maybe the problem. I analyze this sort of positions with the computer. Always favors white.
You like to play Caro-Kann with black?
No, maybe I will in the future.
Yeah, that's why
I analyzed it for white and I didn't see any advantages.
Because you give a very good plan for black. It's very interesting for me. I'm just watching it. I wouldn't think to play g6 in this position because you're just losing a tempo to develop your bishop, you know.
Yeah, but
instead of bishop e7 castling, and then you. But it's as you say. The more I look, the more it looks really good.
And
for
it also close the diagonal for the c2
bishop,
just in case.
Yes.
So I think this is, if this position be on the board, it's completely equal. Actually, maybe I would slightly prefer black.
You prefer black?
Maybe
Interesting.
that's too. Maybe I just don't like white's position so much.
Really?
But if black plays knight d5 and b5, well, what?
No problem.
No problem at all, and black can push on the queen side even a little bit. Because the computer plays in this position just bishop d2, rook d1, goes back bishop c1 and does nothing and says I'm better. How can you be better if you don't do anything?
You just see the position.
G3, h4, you know, and that's it.
Yeah, you can just say that maybe he has some space advantage.
Space
that's
two
all.
bishops.
Yes, space advantage.
But what to do?
But there is nothing concrete, of course.
I think black is well. We have for now this position. Oh yeah, bishop c2 was played. Black should be fine here. Even
but I'm not sure, as you say, g6. It's now that you said, you told me, maybe Dragan would not play this.
Even actually,
he may play bishop e7.
He may play bishop e7 and then transfer it.
Yes.
Diagonal with knight
d5, bishop
f6. But the bishop belongs.
Yes.
Or maybe just exchange it with bishop g5.
Yeah.
Also a good idea. Also queen d5, interesting.
Because now, if you play immediately g6, now that I see it, maybe he may have bishop g5. Then this pin with this h6 g5, you may be forced to play h6 g5. Otherwise, bishop h4. How to?
No, but I want to go queen d5.
Queen d5, and then you can have this. Yes, queen d5. Yes.
And actually funny, for example, if I also check these sort of positions on the computer. What do you think about this position?
This sort of position, you remember in the World Championship, Magnus played
some kind
of, you remember yes. I think you have the minority attack, you know, b5, a5, black looks better.
At least okay.
Yes.
Just minority attack, and white has nothing.
It should be black has the initiative, we may say, you know.
And computer says white is better. That's why you cannot trust computer in this sort of
positions. These positions, they don't understand.
Just says white is better and just plays just g3 or stuff like that.
You are right. You know, I agree with you. This is not
here human eye is needed to understand what's going on. So.
Okay, Mihail, let's move on the third board.
Third board.
Yilmaz.
We have
Yilmaz or Barış is playing on the third board?
I think Yilmaz.
Yilmaz. Okay, Yilmaz is on the third board.
Barış plays fourth board.
Okay. You're right. Yilmaz playing Nijat Mamedov.
C4, yes, Yilmaz Mamedov, Nijat. Knight f3, g6, another King's Indian. 3, castle, bishop g2. d6, castle, e5.
These two, they are playing very slow.
Yeah.
They just made 8 moves. So this is a very typical King's Indian position. What do you think about that?
Actually, now it looks like more like close Sicilian.
Close Sicilian reversed.
Yeah. I don't think
he didn't play e4. Maybe that's why you're thinking. After e4, it's with the g3 King's Indian.
Yeah, that would be king, but he didn't play e4.
Maybe he will now.
Yeah, I just if
This
white
is,
plays d3, that would be close.
with
Sicilian
black,
reverse.
with white and black, I used to play this variation, and when I check this variation, it's not so much harmless, you know, for black. Actually, it's difficult to play for with black against this kind of variation.
Yeah, actually,
If
I would prefer
white delays to playing e4, in this case, black doesn't have any pressure on e4 pawn. So black has to be careful.
Yeah.
What to play in this position. Not so harmless.
I agree.
He has to know the plan to play in this variation. Most of the time, he needs to take on d4 and play knight c5.
Yeah, but
because
I
he will
think
force bishop a5 to, he will force him to play again e4.
Black really
And then
needs
bishop
white to play
d7
e4,
again,
yeah.
yes. Maybe in this case, they just transpose to another line, you know.
Yeah.
Late c6.
Okay, so d4 and d3 would
C6.
transpose to close Sicilian
He
reverse,
plays
but
c6.
d4 was placed.
Maybe white
C6.
can continue now with rook d1 with this idea.
c6 is played here.
c6 played, yes. You don't have probably this on the board. c6 has been played now.
c6.
Yes. Now he may continue with this
Yeah,
plan with rook d1
rook
because
d1
now he
makes
is
sense.
also he may plan to play d takes e5, c5, knight e4, knight d6. This kind of ideas.
Actually, if I were black, I would think about stuff like rook e8 and a little bit threatening e4 at
Yes.
some point.
After
so
c6, you threaten, of
e4
course,
and
because
d5,
you d4, d5. Yes.
So forcing white either to exchange or play e4 himself.
Yes.
So
Now rook e8 you are
well, it's not, for
recommending.
example, on rook d1, I would, if there are no tricks on d file, which I don't think exists.
Rook e8.
Rook d8 or queen e7. I'm not really a King's Indian player. Or let's say rook e8.
Maybe d takes e5. What do you think about?
Takes
Then
e5.
knight g5 and knight e4. I see, or maybe knight g5. Yes, because this is a typical plan in these positions, you know. Or maybe bishop e3 first. I'm not sure. No, but bishop e3 you can play knight g4.
Well, now I prefer queen e7 a little.
Yes, you see, this is the rook
trick.
e8 maybe not so good.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't feel this stuff.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
So and if now.
But now I can play e4 because now you have the queen not on the queen side. You need the queen on the queen side. Now you have on e7. After e4, the queen is misplaced.
Yeah,
see?
and actually it can get in trouble on
Yes,
diagonal.
yes.
A3, F8 diagonal.
You see now the queen on e7.
Yeah,
So it's not so easy to play.
Yeah,
It's a tricky position.
very tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
well,
what I.
one seems like a very natural response.
Yes.
But so far that should be a theory. So I think.
Theory, but not so easy
But
to play.
I guess they
still.
both don't know the theory.
They're both thinking. Yes, they are both thinking about the moves.
Yeah. So actually, according to the positions, Turkish team seems to be very fine. I think.
Yeah,
Like
let's
it's like
see
that.
the last board. If you
Yes,
want to, Barış is playing against Durar Beyli, Vasıf
Oh.
Durar Beyli, young GM of
Yeah.
Azerbaijan. Vasıf Durar Bey, he is also a very tactical player. I
He's new
played,
hope
I
of
remember, against him.
Azerbaijan. New hope of Azerbaijan.
New hope of Azerbaijan. He's a very strong player, also very tactical player.
He's a tech
Good
now.
opening preparation they make, usually.
Very sharp guy. Yeah.
Very sharp.
That's 10 strange. that
Very
he played
sharp.
Knight c3 here.
He
He
played.
played knight c3.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
Knight c3.
But they are
But,
tricking each other into some I don't know who tricked who, but you
Well,
know,
it transposed.
not very
So
not,
it transposed.
not orthodox move order. I would say. Bishop e2, e5.
He
and
plays very
safe
solid
position.
variation. Yes.
Castle, castle, rook e1. Oh, actually, Zakhary Yefimenko has
He
quite
likes
a
this
good,
variation,
very
huh?
good results in this variation. Just rook goes to e1 and bishop to f3, just taking full control over d5 square. And then the common maneuver would be this knight from b3 goes to d2 to f1 and then to e3. That is
Wow.
the idea, or g3, depends on what's going on. And the bishop usually stays on c1, maybe goes to g5, but the common maneuver knight goes to d2 f1 and then, well, at least
E3.
that's what I saw in Yefimenko's games. Knight bd7, a4, queen b8.
This is interesting.
Wow,
Queen
that is
b8.
tricky. What is the idea? Why not queen c7? What's the difference? Maybe he wants the rook on c8 to be. He just wants to play b5 at some point. Maybe.
b5. Also maybe also bishop d8 and bishop.
Yeah, bishop d8.
Yes,
bishop
he
d6.
protects the d6. Then maybe I'm not so sure. It may be a new idea because I've never seen it before.
Yeah, but they both haven't spent a single minute. How is that possible?
Is it true? Maybe true.
Queen d3, rook c8, maybe the.
As you say, if the time is right, then you are right. They didn't spend any minute. They are just playing very fast.
d5.
But
Now bishop d8.
I don't believe this time is true because they should have
bishop d8.
spent some
Okay,
time.
black waits with the capture on d5. White went a5. It's a very complicated position. It can go wrong for white very quickly, actually.
For white, you mean?
For white, yeah.
I was thinking for black, actually.
For black too, of course.
Yeah.
But let's see what happened. b5,
b5.
a takes, bishop takes, e takes, and bishop b6. Oh, I think black is fine here.
Black is fine.
This bishop on f3.
He sacrificed. Can he take on a6?
He takes a6. That's a good question.
No, c2 is hanging.
Oh, yes.
The
I saw
c2
the
pawn.
F4,
Yes, the
but
c2 is hanging. So maybe he has to play something like.
So he played bishop g5.
Bishop.
Yeah, I think black is fine. I don't know.
He has some
Only
pressure
one
on the.
weakness on a6, but good pressure on bottom 5.
Yeah.
The bishop really belongs on b6. The knight can jump to c5.
And the bishop f3 is
Bishop on
really
f3
misplaced. Looks
really
very
misplaced.
yeah.
Did you see the last move? Rook a4.
Bishop g5, a5, and now rook a4, preventing a4.
Yes, preventing
A4 was
a4. This
coming,
is
let's
probably obligatory.
Yeah, but
Now, but he can double
now
on
we
the
can see that
a5.
white spent a lot of time and black didn't. Yeah.
On this position, yes.
So that only
Just
proves that
preparation.
black is fine because it
Yes.
would appear this is home preparation.
But after rook a4, maybe, but he can always play knight c5, yes?
Yeah.
But not so
Well,
easy.
no,
But
the
it's
bishop
still not
f6
so easy.
is
What do you
fine.
think?
The
b2 is hanging, so he doesn't have any problem with the a5 pawn.
No, the problem is bishop takes f6 after knight c5.
So yes, and also this with rook a1, we don't attack any pawn. We just have to protect. The b2 pawn is hanging, so
yeah, white would have to play rook
so-
a1, bishop d2, stuff
so
like
he
that.
has to make many moves to attack this pawn.
No, I
maybe.
think black is fine here.
Black looks fine, yes.
Only one weakness on a5, and it's fully compensated with the b2
Yes.
and c2.
Also, the
pawns.
b3 knight doesn't look very
Doesn't look
promising, because whenever he plays the b3 knight, he can go on with knight c5 with the
Yeah.
tempo.
Yeah.
So he has to make many preparing
yeah, but,
moves.
now we have to do something about this knight on f6. It's not doing much right now. Maybe some.
Yes,
maneuver.
this is also annoying, huh?
But if I were black, maybe I would go h6 just to ask.
That's
that
what I
bishop
was
what's
thinking
going
of.
on.
Yes, let's see where he will.
Choose the diagonal.
Yes, if he goes to h4, then how can he,
He will not retreat to d2
to
anymore.
d2, this diagonal, also the b6 bishop will be very strong.
Yeah. But h6, what about takes on
Maybe
f6?
he will take on f6.
But that's only a draw. White can
Yes,
dream
maybe he
about
doesn't
that.
like this position, he takes on f6, but maybe black can have the advantage in this case. What do you think? Still small
Yes,
advantage.
yes, still black for sure is not worse.
Yes.
I think. I don't know what the computer says here, but I strongly believe that black should be fine. I would consider h6.
So Turkish team is doing
Seems-
fine.
yeah,
Seems like doing fine
So far.
so far.
Yeah.
Let's go to another
Maybe
match.
Ukraine versus Russia.
Yes.
Versus,
United States.
Yes,
USA.
this is also interesting match.
This is
Ivanchuk is
also-
playing against
Yes, a derby match.
Nakamura. A very
All right.
strong.
E4,
players.
E5.
Mhm.
Knight f3, knight c6. Okay. Vasily avoids Berlin Wall. That's good decision. But the position is not fun, at least for now. d3, bishop takes, and d6.
This became like four knights variation.
Yeah,
Yes,
four
it's
knights
transposed to four knights variation. It
Nice.
started like a Berlin, avoided the Berlin, but it became the 4 knights. Huh?
Yeah, but isn't
Exactly
it a
for
theoretical position?
Knight
Then
F6,
next
bishop,
move is
this is
C5.
4 knights, yes.
So, and they both spend a lot of time. Okay.
They spend a lot of
spent
time?
much more time. Ivanchuk spent half an hour already. That's not a good sign.
Half an hour.
Nakamura spent only 10 minutes.
Well, actually, interesting position.
I guess they both surprised each other. But strange, Nakamura is playing Berlin. Why did not
Well,
Vasily
as far as I
expect-
know now, this bishop, if it goes to h4, then you have this idea to play knight f4, knight g6.
Wow.
You know, to
Or
attack the
even-
bishop.
Oh, maybe.
Then the bishop, what will it do with your bishop?
Yeah, I think what.
So you will not have the two bishops advantage.
So you're
Maybe
saying
he has to play bishop c1,
you say knight
knight f4. This is an idea. I used to play this with black pieces,
Mhm.
and
John,
Yeah.
will you look after bishop if he goes to g3 with knight h5?
yes, of course,
Yeah.
knight
You
h4. This
follow.
is the idea. Yes, this is the idea.
Yeah, black seems fine.
Yes, but now he can go back to
Can go back to
c1 or
but then-
d2. I'm not sure.
now e5 is hanging. Pawn is hanging.
Yes,
Usually the common thing is to play c5 in this
yes,
position.
c5.
But what to do with this pawn on e5? Oh,
Yes.
maybe it's not hanging actually. If takes, knight c7, double attack.
This is also possible. Yes.
And
So
it
maybe
seems
it's
to be
not
winning.
hanging. Yes.
1 second, just to be sure. Yeah, it seems to be winning.
Yes.
So maybe bishop c1, c5 could be
c5 is a
could be played.
C1
possibility.
is played.
bishop c1. Oh yes, bishop c1 is played.
So it's
And now
normal.
we're expecting, but c5 is not actually necessary. c5, just like an option.
Also, maybe you can try bishop d7
Bishop
just to
d7.
develop a bishop. But then how
then
to?
I go back.
Then
I'm
you
not
go back how to
exchanging.
protect the e5 pawn, huh?
Yeah, I'm going back. Let's say.
Then how to
e3.
protect this e5 pawn, huh?
Yeah, no good way to protect.
No good way to protect. And then what to play?
Bishop c1.
Rook d8 also is possible, because if now rook d8, the idea is to play knight f8 and knight g6
Yeah, knight belongs to G6.
without playing on f4, because it can take on f4.
Yeah.
But
Rook
then-
d8 also is a possibility.
Yeah, you are great players, but why not c6? Maybe then I can play knight c6.
With c6, you just losing
the
this,
dark
weaken the
squares a
dark
little bit.
squares. Yes, after a4, bishop a3, you will have always this problem on d6 pawn.
And the knight on c7, I don't think it's a solution to a knight. No, it still needs to go somewhere else.
Yes,
And I do believe it belongs on g6 indeed.
yeah.
Just protect the center, maybe jump to f4, but really how to do this idea. For
You have to solve the problem of developing the bishop, and you know this knight
Mhm.
on e6 doesn't look very promising.
Yeah, it's
So
a
you
good
have to
place
find a good place for your knight and bishop,
Knight c7 and then
and also how to attack the center of white. This is also another difficulty.
Yeah, so I would say it's a very complicated position with
Mhm.
chances for
Yes.
both sides. But I should be
Shiro, as I remember, used to play like this with white pieces,
Mm.
this variation. But of course, this position, I don't know exactly is theoretical or not, maybe not, or maybe it's transposed to, as we said, to
Yeah, but it looks
four
like
knights.
bishop comes to g5 and then goes back.
goes back.
Maybe
Yes,
it's-
this is maybe strange, yeah?
Yeah. That,
Also, he thought a long time, Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
Now he has less than 1 hour. As for Nakamura,
it's very good that there was
1
an
hour, 17
increment.
minutes. Yes.
By the way, 90 minutes for 40 moves and 30 minutes till the end of the game.
Yes,
With
the
increment
time
from-
control now.
Yeah, the time
Yes,
control.
as we know, Ivanchuk has problems with the without increment system,
Yeah.
the time control. He always has problems. But here we have this increment after each move,
After
30
each game,
seconds.
yeah.
So he may have control his flag not to fall, you know, at
Yeah.
the right time.
So I think we can leave Nakamura thinking. at
Yeah,
that position.
okay. Let's move on.
And we go to Kamsky-Korobov game.
Yes,
Actually,
Kamsky-Korobov.
I was a little bit surprised they never played each other.
Kamsky-Korobov until
Never
now
played.
never played.
Never played. Maybe that's because Korobov like never invited him to
Korobov was
club.
not active for a long time, I guess. I mean, he's young, but he was not active, so active in
He was going back and forth, choosing chess and...
yeah, exactly. Because I have spoken with him in Taizhou when he was seconding to Anna Ushenina. He told me that he went out, came back. Very nice guy, a very strong player indeed.
Yeah.
Anton Korobov, yes. It's also different style.
Yes.
Very creative style.
Yes.
I really like games when Korobov and Jubava are playing. You know, they are both so... I really like Jubava's games. He's always creative, always some strange things going on in the game.
Yeah.
And Korobov also some...
Also, people like to see such kind of entertaining games, you know.
Also, Korobov, what he has done in World Cup in Tromsø, you remember? He went to, I think, quarterfinals. Yeah, he made a great job there.
I think Kramnik beat him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think only Kramnik could stop him. Yeah. Yeah, and he was the champion of Ukraine last year, I think.
He's a rising star now in the Ukrainian chess.
This game, typical Kamsky opening, yeah? What do you think, Mihail? Bishop F4, D4,
Maybe that's the whole idea, you know. Korobov is a very creative guy and he wants to keep it dull.
Yes, but it's interesting, this Bishop F4 variation. I think he's the best player in the world who plays this variation, you know. He plays it very well.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else can play it like him, you know, with this Bishop F4.
Yeah, he is also very
He has good results usually.
Same with Chebanenko variation.
Yeah.
Nobody can play as well.
Yeah, usually he has good results. As I see when I plays with this Bishop F4 line. Also, he avoids the theory. You know, this is the part actually. He avoids the theory. Grunfeld, for example, Grunfeld so popular lately. You know, so much theory on Grunfeld. You know, he avoids it. Bishop F4, and then you just
actually there is a trick. I used to play this for white when I was a child, and there is a tricky variation. This knight d2 is I think is a correct move order for white, because if knight f3, there is queen b6 here attacking the pawn right away. Well, queen b3 is a normal response here, and suddenly black goes c4. And the problem is, usually if white can take on b6 and prevent black from playing b5, b4, white is okay. But in this case,
he cannot prevent.
He cannot prevent b5, b4. a3 is not on time, right?
b5, and then still b4, very strong,
Because rook, of course, rook is hanging.
He gets rid of this double pawn, and then white is in trouble.
White is in trouble. There is a move knight a3 with the idea knight b5 or knight c2.
Then maybe
then
e5.
e5 right away. Yeah, very tricky variation.
Very tricky and very strong.
D takes, bishop takes, knight e4, and white is in trouble actually.
Exactly.
His pawn's hanging, white is in trouble.
Bloody.
But that's not over. There is still queen c2 move.
And then bishop f5, queen c1.
There is no queen f5 because of queen b2, and there is no, with the knight on b8.
There is no c8 check.
So and now queen, still this is actually not as bad as it may seem for white, because queen on b6 really where it does not belong. The pawn needs to be on b5 here.
Yes.
So this is like queen's gambit with bishop f4 reversed. First is going to play bishop e2, castle, bishop d1, bishop c2. White would be fine, but black was not worse for sure.
So equal position.
Equal position, but black is not worse. Black is playing for it. So now knight f3, I would say a slight inaccuracy. But with this knight d2 move, it's tricky. Now queen b6, just queen b3, and the following c4 is not working. White goes a3 and now moves the rook away, let's say to d1.
And then he has always e4 attacking check.
Always e4, white is better here.
White is slightly better.
Just, white has a plan, e4 or g4, and black has potential weaknesses always there. So knight d2, a tricky move order to prevent all this stuff.
So as you explain now to our spectators and the chess fans, it's the move order is really important in chess. In theory, nowadays the young people, they know the theory and they start to move automatically knight f3. But it changes a lot as you explain now.
Actually for a long time I didn't pay attention to move orders. But then suddenly, you know, people started tricking me. You know, I wanted this variation, and suddenly I cannot reach it because he just move order changed, and that's it.
How can it be? You just wondering, and then you realize that you just played. He just played knight d2 first.
Yeah.
One small detail, and we can
avoiding
call it
all of that problems.
Yes.
Just like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the last position? Let's
okay, so
continue.
what happens next? Knight d2, e6, e6, knight gf3, bishop d6. Okay, Corbo wants to keep it solid. Bishop g3. Yeah, okay. Castle, bishop d3. Actually, there is a famous trick around here.
Really?
Yeah.
With what? With black?
One second,
I guess now it will be famous because we don't know it.
Oh yes, there is a very famous trick here. So black really wants to push e5. If black pushes e5 here, he would be fine. So for example, okay, Corbo played b6. Maybe he knows this trick. For example, queen e7, right? Threatening e5. Knight goes to e5. And black continues with knight d7. Seems logical, right?
Logical, sure.
Just fighting. Believe it or not, black is in huge trouble here already, if not lost. Knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, bishop takes, seems fine.
Yes.
D takes c5, queen takes c5, bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king g8, knight e4. Knight comes to g, so queen has to go back, let's say, I don't know, b6, knight g5, and the only decent defense is to move the rook away. White takes here. For a while, computer says it's a draw, but then it turns out that after a move like h4, white is winning. The rook is entering the attack through h3, and black is lost. That pawn on b2 is not important, actually. If I recall the move order correctly. But this is, white is winning here.
Really?
In this position, yeah. Black cannot get rid of this queen and the knight thing.
It's, I didn't know at all. This variation is not so harmless, as you showed us.
Yeah, and also just instead of h4, what also could happen? Check, 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 king runs here. Crazy position. And white can even win back that material.
And
like that.
many pawns.
Many pawns. Yeah, so maybe not queen b6, but maybe some other move with the queen just to prevent that 4. So, but this is the trick: bishop h7, queen h5, and knight e4. Very, very easy to miss move like that, right? So you would never.
Of course,
you would never consider.
Never consider. Usually, this kind of moves on the on the how do you call this, horizontally threads is you don't see it, you don't foresee
for some reason,
for some reason the
and
human eye.
also backwards moves very hard to notice. If you go back and diagonally with the queen, it's very hard to spot.
Unless of course, if you know, you
this
see
is very tricky thing. So it's not as hard
very
as
very good variation you showed us actually. People who are watching us must wonder why he didn't play queen e7 and tried to play e5. As you showed us, it's not a good idea. So b6 he played.
He played just finishes the development. b6, knight e5, bishop b7, castle, rook c8, and f4. Actually, black played very normally, but there is quite a thin line between being okay and be strategically lost in this position. Really, yeah. Because what to do for black? What is
he
black's
played?
plan?
I think knight e7.
He played knight e7. Yeah.
This looks logical.
But usually, normally, what black does in this position? Let's say c takes d4, e takes d4, and minority attack.
Yes.
Seems like.
Or maybe without.
Or maybe without exchanging.
Without exchanging, maybe he's now threatening knight e4.
Yeah. So.
Because otherwise, it will be it's a.
Yeah, now he opened up the
knight e4 may be the threat.
But it's very easy, for example, if c takes d4, e takes d4, I think black's in big trouble already.
I think so too.
White has very clear attack on the queen, on the king side.
Exactly.
No minority attack is coming.
And this bishop d6 looks very misplaced. Indeed. I have bishop h4 all the time.
Indeed.
Yes.
Queen e2, bishop h4, rook f3, maybe f5.
Yes.
Black's in big trouble here.
Exactly. So no counterplay for black.
So knight e7, I like this move. Let's take. Oh, the timing is excellent for Anton Korobov.
Yes, this knight e7 actually looks like a good move.
Yeah, black fighting for f5, for e4 squares.
f5, e4, knight
e4. In
e4.
the center.
Maybe he can play queen f3, but I don't know why he doesn't like it.
Queen f3.
To just control the e4
I
square.
think knight f5.
But now knight f5.
And well, if we go
where
back
to go to with the bishop? It looks very ugly, but I threaten but g4 now.
Yeah, bishop f2.
Is it good? But now
And now
bishop
maybe
e7. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Knight d6 and then knight
and
e4
g5,
is not. Yes.
Yeah,
now
if he
it's
blocks that
now
bishop
also
on
f6 is coming.
yeah,
looks good
that's
for
too optimistic for
Yes,
white. G4,
yes.
g5. So maybe that's his idea.
That's why he's thinking.
So maybe white
But
needs to.
if not
maybe
queen
white needs
f3,
to
what's the
think.
plan?
Oh, now knight e4 is coming.
Knight e4 is coming. What's
Knight
the plan?
e4.
Queen b1, is it possible?
White
queen
likes one.
b1. Now just see the queen b1. But maybe g6. What do you think? g6 and knight f5 again?
G6, knight, but then maybe.
Is it good?
G6,
Bishop
I wouldn't
h4. You don't
weaken that,
play,
that
yes.
much. But after queen b1, what do white wants? Bishop h4, yeah?
Bishop h4.
Bishop h4, I would go knight g6.
Ah, knight g6.
If you go bishop h4.
Ah, yes, yes. You attack on this.
So, but what do you
But
do?
afterwards, okay.
Yeah, actually this move looks very good, queen b1, preventing both.
Yes.
Preventing both.
Actually looks a little bit forced, you know. Otherwise, I don't see any good plan for white. But he's still thinking.
But the queen moves
47
away
minutes
from.
for Kamsky, 47 minutes, and 1 hour 17 minutes for Anton Korobov. So
Yeah.
it means that with this queen b1, Kamsky is not very much satisfied.
Yeah. Or maybe he doesn't spot this move. It's also possible.
I don't believe
Oh.
such a good player. He just spots it on the, right away.
But usually you want to keep the queen somewhere near the king, f3,
Yes,
h3.
maybe
yeah.
we don't see. Maybe black has any other option. Do you see any other option in this position?
Rook c7, queen a8, a common idea.
Ah,
also,
yes,
and knight
maybe
goes-
rook
but
c7.
that may be too long. That might
But
take
still
too long.
bishop h4 and then knight g6, you say, huh?
Or maybe queen to c8, bishop to a6, exchange that. If black exchanges white squared bishop, black's fine. No checkmate, no nothing. So if we, so maybe rook c7 could be considered.
Yeah, this looks
With two ideas, queen a8, knight e4, or queen c8, bishop a6.
But queen c8, now you can play maybe bishop h4. Is it a,
But what do you do now?
no, yes, it's a good question.
Maybe bishop h4,
Yes.
forcing knight g6, and now.
Yes. Also, is it possible to play f5? Is it strange?
F5.
Yes, is it strange? Or maybe not a good idea to give up this bishop, as you said, to exchange everything on f5 and then
No, you give away the bishop. Without that
give
bishop.
away the bishop, but do I have some attacking
And then my
chances?
bishop from c8 is coming.
Yes,
to-
but do I have some attacking chances on the after
Let's
bishop
say,
h4?
Let's say knight takes.
Let's take all everything on
Bishop takes,
Queen
I guess
takes,
queen.
bishop
Bishop
c8.
queen f3. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not bishop c8, 1 second. Maybe I need this e4 square.
Yeah. No, you are protecting f7.
Yeah, if you would
actually.
have taken on
Yeah,
f5
yeah.
with the knight, I would believe. But
Yeah,
with
but
the
now with the
bishop,
queen doesn't look very
I don't
much,
know.
yeah.
What maybe this
happening.
is possible.
knight e4.
Knight e4.
Yeah, now because
have to
f7
take.
is protected, it's possible.
F7 is
Yes,
very well protected. Yeah.
Yes, this is possible.
And then f6
still,
try to-
also f6 is coming.
Maybe not right away, or maybe
Mhm.
right away.
Yeah, I don't think there's much for white. Huh?
Yeah, black should be fine.
Black should be fine. So this is not a good idea to play f5.
No, not.
As
no.
you said, bishop f2, maybe what? Bishop h4, knight g6, bishop f2. Huh?
Bishop h4, knight g6,
Or
bishop.
f-
But now I have time maybe for queen a8,
Queen
or queen
A8.
c8. Okay, maybe let's try queen c8. And bishop coming to it. You cannot prevent. Usually
Probably
you can
that's
prevent.
the reason why he doesn't like to play
Maybe.
queen b1. Now he has to lose another tempi with the queen.
Yeah,
Because
but
the
maybe
queen
there is a
A4.
stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Very complicated.
But Mikhail,
position.
why you don't like the queen a8 and knight e4
You
plan?
mean here?
Yes, let's continue with our knight
Mhm.
e4 plan, because you cannot prevent now knight e4.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you think? So where is the attack for white? After knight
Yeah,
E2.
white loses control over
White
the
loses the
e4
control.
square.
We have an ugly bishop on f2.
Yeah.
And
Actually, black can wait for white to go g4. White's next move is g4 anyway, isn't it?
Yes.
And then queen a8.
Yes.
Yeah, black should
So
be
this
fine.
attack.
That is the problem with that queen.
Yes.
If it was somewhere on the king side, there might have been some change. So I
So
think
black
time-wise
managed-
and positionally-wise, black should be okay. But as I say, very thin line between between being okay and getting in positional big trouble.
Yeah.
Like after c takes d, e takes d, that's it. Black's in trouble.
It looks like Anton Korobov.
He's doing good.
He's doing good in this position.
Okay, Moisejenko Oniszczuk.
Moisejenko Oniszczuk, yes.
d4, knight f6, c4, a6. Bishop b4, knight f3, b6, bishop g5, bishop b7. Okay, so far we see knight b4, queen c2, and f5. 5 is kind of a risky variation.
Yeah, this is an Imzo India.
Yeah, this is the reason, d5.
This is actually very known theory, yes?
Yeah, but usually black is not playing f5 so quickly here, and the reason is that d5 move. Usually black goes something like maybe queen e7, d6, stuff like that. And only when white plays bishop d3, he plays f5, because then bishop on d3.
You mean now it's a different kind of order, huh? He played black. You don't like what black played? Difficult to say, huh?
I don't know.
Well, let's finish this game. Then
Okay.
maybe we will have a break after
Okay.
this game.
Okay, f5,
yes.
d5, knight a6, very complicated position.
Very complicated.
Bishop e5 and castle. Wow. Long castle. Take a look what's going on. Bishop takes and bishop takes. What does the time says? For some reason I cannot see the time.
Moisejenko is playing very aggressively. It looks like he is.
Oh yeah, he's quite an aggressive player, I think.
He castled long, and now
Black's king side is compromised.
yes.
Black's
After
chances
H4
are
and maybe knight d4, f3 is coming.
well, just the pawns
Yes.
had moved, so that's
Also,
quite
this
dangerous.
bishop is quite dangerous. Maybe black will have to take on c3. What do you think?
Well,
Or
I would say
after queen f6.
Black's king is in trouble because of those pawns, but Black has quite kind of initiative. You know, all his pieces are well placed. Knight on e4, knight on a6 is well placed. Bishop on b7 attacking
Yes.
the center. After exchange on c3, queen comes to f6. So Black's pieces are active, but the long-term factors are in White's favor.
Yeah.
You know,
How
the
is
king
the
will always
time
be.
control? Do you
I don't know. I cannot.
we
see
cannot
that
see
for
the
some
time
reason.
control on this game.
Maybe we make some 10 minutes break.
Yes, maybe now we just give break for
Okay.
10 minutes.
Highly
Then
unclear
we will be
position.
back with our very exciting games. So don't turn off
Make some coffee,
don't
tea,
turn
yeah.
off your how do you call this, computers, and then we continue our live transmission together with Mihail and Aliniyat.
I am not.
You are leaving
Yes.
us, so thank you very much
Yes,
for your
welcome.
coming and sharing.
So it's
your
great to see
ideas.
this. Let's say this. I'm very excited to see again Turkey is playing in World Team Championship because we are host, and I wish you a very good job. And we'll see. It will be
You are
very
expecting
exciting.
some also surprising results from
Of
Turkish
course,
team
this
also.
is the
After the
excitement.
European Yes.
We are fun for it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are giving a break. See you soon. From the 2013 World Chess Team Championship, together with Oleksienko, we were analyzing Moisejenko's game.
Moisejenko's games.
Mihail, what do you say now? The other game, how is it going?
The fourth game, you mean? In
the
Ukraine?
fourth game, the fourth board on Ukraine.
Well, they
America.
have Nimzo defense for black. Yuri played.
This one also
And,
Nimzo Indian, huh?
Yeah. with queen c2 variation, and it seemed to be very solid for black. But now white has better pawn structure. Black has isolated pawn. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So queen c2, castle, a3, takes d5. Very solid variation nowadays. Knight
By
f3.
the way, white is Akobian. For
yes,
United
Varazhan,
States,
yeah.
and Ukrainian player is the young
Yuri
player.
Krivoruchko. He's actually a current Ukrainian champion.
Current Ukrainian
Current
champion.
Ukrainian, and
Is he young player?
he's my age, 27. We actually studied in the same group in university,
Really?
mathematics. Yeah, and then he went on playing chess professionally, and then
As you did now.
yeah, yeah. So and he's a 2700 player now. So he's black on board number 4. Knight f3, d takes c, queen takes, b6, bishop g5, bishop a6. Very solid variation. The idea is black, is slightly better developed, and white is facing problem castling, right? E3 would be met with bishop takes f1, and there is no more castle. G3, bishop g2 takes too long, and the pawn on e2 is still hanging. So, but white is hoping to finish the development at some point and exploit the difference in power of bishop versus knight. Black would have to play c5 quickly here,
Yes, sure.
to open the position to get to the king, but then can ruin his pawn structure with d takes c5, b takes c5. So this is like a positional background of what's going on. Queen d7, queen c2, c5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, d takes c5, rook c8, and now rook d1. Rook takes c5. I'm not sure where the theory stopped.
Looks like the theory is, but we can check this position.
Yeah, but we would check
Actually,
it. Unfortunately,
see.
I don't see time on the live broadcast, but this is the position on the board. This is the position. My first thought is black's in trouble.
Really?
Black has isolated pawn, doubled pawns on the way near the king and everything.
Yes.
But white still hasn't castled. White's king is still in the center.
I found some games between Mamedyarov and Kramnik.
Yeah, but I think we would
queen
have to
d7,
scroll to
c5,
c5.
d takes c5, rook c8, rook d1.
Okay, bishop f6 was not played. Let's search the games after bishop takes f6.
Bishop takes f6.
F6,
Okay,
yes.
bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6.
So what can I say?
On
Black
the
needs
12th
to be
move.
very quick here to get counterplay.
This looks like a new move.
Because if white plays,
Oh no, bishop takes f6. They played on the 13th move.
just transposing.
The transpose, queen e4, queen b5.
But
Yes.
instead of queen e4, rook d1's been played. So
So this is a little bit
we
different
should
than
search maybe
yes.
after rook
Bishop.
d1.
Rook d1. Let's see, rook
14.
e1. This position.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We have only one game. This between
versus
versus
Brkic.
Brkic.
This year.
This year played. It's queen e7 played black.
So on rook d1, only one game was played.
Queen
and black
e7.
played queen e7.
And then e3.
Was played queen e7,
Rook
e3,
takes
rook
c5.
takes c5,
And then queen d2.
queen d2, bishop
Rook d5.
rook d5. That's just
Queen
a draw.
c2, rook c5, and it was repetition. And it was draw.
Okay.
So, but it's
So either rook c5 is an improvement by Yuri,
looks
or
like
maybe there was an improvement after queen e7 that Akoban had prepared.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, that might be the case. We will not wonder
But
what
this
was
position, what do you think about this position? This is
This
very strange
very-
position, very strange.
I find it very dangerous for black
For black, yes,
because of all the bad pawns.
yes.
But white still hasn't castled, and I don't see how white can do so in the future.
Yes,
Maybe
the
white would do e3, Then bishop takes f1, rook takes f1. So
But now it's black's turn.
black's turn. So it's
So
black has few moves at his disposal.
Also, black can play, for example, now is if he plays queen c6, for example.
Queen c6, just
It
protecting
threatens,
the pawn.
threatens if you play e3, queen c1 check is the threat. So how do you develop? If you play g3, maybe
now
I can play.
Knight d4.
Ah, knight d4. Knight d4, yes.
Maybe queen c4.
Queen c4, but
Queen c4, and I go back queen d2.
and then
Preparing
you threaten e3. Queen c4 doesn't seem.
Okay, let me think for a moment in this position. Okay,
Yes.
now I can see the time. My guess is none of them knew the theory because
Yes.
they both spent more than half hour each.
Yes.
So it's not uncommon, you know, so many lines to
Yes.
To learn to know.
So
I
very
guess
strange,
they are
very
on
strange
their
position.
own.
They are on their own.
They are
As
on
we
the-
checked, there is only one game, and it was repetition move
Yeah.
with a different move order.
Actually, queen e7 seems like such a.
It looks like a normal move,
Looks
queen
very
e7.
normal, then followed by knight. rook
So
I wonder
Kriborishko,
what Yuri didn't like about it. There
yes,
must
I
have been
don't
a reason
understand
for
why
that.
he didn't want to play this queen e7. Looks like a very normal move.
Yes, it did. Yes, it is. Maybe some queen d2, and if so, rook c5 is no longer good, but queen takes c5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Strange.
Yes.
Queen
Okay.
e7, very natural move.
Okay, let's move
So
on.
maybe he went deeper into the position. Maybe he evaluated this position in a different way. Maybe he realized that he has decent counter. Because actually, let us ask us, what white is going to do next? If white goes e3, bishop takes f1, and how to castle after that? King
True.
takes f1, g3, king g2. That's too long. g3, bishop g2, castle. That
But
might
we
be a
are
reason.
also still undeveloped. You see the knight on
Yeah,
b8.
and the pawn is hanging
and
still
her
on f.
pawn
So
is hanging.
the position is
So
very.
after he takes on f6, he always has draw, you know,
Yeah.
with the g5.
No, I think
and
black
the-
has to protect that
yes.
pawn somehow and try to be very active.
But
here.
if you protect, you
because
lose the
if black
tempo.
will not be active here, he would just be in big trouble because of all the bad pawns.
How
in
you
his
protect now? I don't see a good way. Maybe
okay,
queen
let's
e7.
just queen e7. Let's try
And
queen
then-
e7.
And then
So g3 is no longer an option, right? Because it makes no
e3,
sense.
again e3. Looks
e3
like a normal.
takes.
Maybe rook takes.
Rook and then you're gonna go king e2. Let's
Yes,
say
I will
knight.
go king e2,
Let's say knight.
c6.
And then okay, c6 and now king e2.
Rook c8 maybe, but queen g4 is check is coming. Rook c8 not possible. Maybe knight d7.
Maybe knight d7 and use the c file. Yeah.
Yes. She,
Yeah, but then
right
knight d4.
no, but no, right knight
That is
d4
what I'm afraid of. You know.
Yeah, very strong.
is-
Very strong.
Oh,
move.
but still not over. I'm gonna move the knight to e6 now very quickly. Oh,
Are you
sorry,
sure?
that's a blunder. Queen g4.
Queen g4. This is always the threat is.
Oh yeah, actually with this knight on d4, that's it.
Yeah.
So something went wrong here for black.
I
That's why
think
Yuri is. Oh, he played queen
thinking.
c8.
He
already played queen
played,
c8.
my idea.
Yeah.
Queen c6 maybe.
But
queen
queen
c6.
c6 under
Queen
tempo,
c8
queen
looks
c8.
better.
Yeah.
But still,
I think white is playing with a draw in his pocket. Actually, it seems to be so. And
but still, what to do now? Queen c8 looks like a good move. Because the queen c2, is it a threat? Queen c2?
it's queen c2 as threat. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, queen d2.
This is the
queen
threat
d1.
now. What to do with black with white? King d2? Is it possible? King d2. Maybe king d2 is the threat.
King
To
d2,
take
I
on
don't-
f6. But now knight d7 and then
Knight d7 is three.
and then the position is
takes.
takes. Queen, where to go with the queen?
Knight should go to c4 somehow or e4.
Uh-huh.
Maybe like
Knight c4.
maybe like this.
Knight c5 looks good.
But then rook.
Maybe
Oh, and then queen c2. Knight
Yes,
e4, queen c2.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has some chances.
No, this king is...
Yes, the king position doesn't look very promising.
Queen c8. What else? For example, if queen d2, such little bit passive move, but still.
Looks like an obligatory, but then he doesn't attack. Why he played queen f4?
Knight should go to e4 now, I think.
Yes,
again.
but then why you should question, yes, why do I play queen f4? Yes, queen f4.
Yeah. Oh, but the queen was on e4.
But he could have played queen c2.
Queen c2. But then with queen f4 he has some threats, you know.
Yeah, but now queen c8, then you have to go back.
But queen on c8 still doesn't belong. It's in the way of the rook.
Yes.
At least for a moment.
You're right. Maybe.
Yeah, queen c2 would be under attack on c file.
Yes, maybe so. Queen f4.
Queen c8. So queen d2 and king d2
queen
seems like options.
Queen d2.
Also knight d4, but it's not preparing anything. So I don't like knight. Actually, maybe white another possibility could be h4 rook h3 at some point.
Oh yes, yes, this is true.
And then the rook can get through g file or build the third
Still
rank.
not very obvious, but this is.
But now queen c2 is a real threat.
Yeah.
So maybe queen d2, safe move, and then maybe h4, or maybe g3, bishop g2, or maybe e3. Depends. But maybe with active play, black should be fine.
Maybe this is double-edged position.
Double-edged, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Egypt playing against Germany. Yes.
We would start with board number 4 right away. What do you say?
We have it. Yes, we just have a very interesting position indeed. We don't know. Let's check this position. If it's
so board number 4, Amin Bassam against David Baramidze. Board number 4.
Yes.
Actually, interesting strategic move of Egypt. Amin Bassam, 2650, strongest player, playing on board number 4.
Yes.
I guess his task is to score as many as possible. Yeah. At least against weaker teams, just to have a safe point.
Yes.
So he is playing for a win in every game with every color.
Yes.
That's my guess. e5, queen e7, queen e2, knight d5, c4, knight b6, knight c3, quite a popular variation now. Queen e4, g6, bishop d3, bishop g7.
I just checked this position after f4, bishop a6.
Okay.
b3, d5.
Okay.
Well, c takes d5.
C takes d5.
We have with this position 4 games played, but the last one on the 2009.
Of the newest one.
The newest one.
So it's nothing new going on. So where is the improvement? Let's take a look. C takes. Knight takes d5.
C takes d5. This knight takes d5.
Oh, but it was played in the recent game. It was more recent. It was played bishop takes a6 here with a draw. Bishop takes a6. Queen takes queen. Who was playing Abergel versus Pat, 2,500 players. And black's initiative is enough.
Yes.
With this king in the center.
But
in the much less recent games, it was played queen a4 check, as in this game too. c6. In one of the games was played c6.
c6, yes, here between Kumerov and Pinter. Pinter, we know.
Pinter, yeah, he won with black.
Right. He won with black.
Bishop
in 2001.
Takes a6.
So it was played.
But he castled. He castled here.
Bishop takes a6 and
Pinter castled with black and won after
castle
and
g5.
Oh wow! It seems
and
like he won. Seems a bit risky, isn't it?
Yes.
White has 2 bishops. White is 1 pawn up.
Yes.
King is
doesn't look very. Yes. How come he wins?
How can black win this? Maybe the trick is that there's a problem on big diagonal. The rook is hanging and everything.
But if we consider also the elo difference, maybe
the elo, for example,
not the position, but the.
What if I take?
But the middle game.
What happened after g5 in their game?
What happened in the g5 after the game?
Bishop a3 was played.
Yes, rook.
Okay, it seems that he won just because he's stronger, not because his position was good.
Yes.
Just f takes g. I don't know what's going on here. Just any queen takes. I don't know. Bishop takes c5. b1. Oh, knight
Well,
c3, 4.
the guy has
Sorry.
been mated with the last time.
Sorry, over there. Okay, maybe still not very so clear, but I don't believe it could be good for
Yeah.
black.
Yes.
I don't know.
So this is very.
White's king is safe. White
this
is
is
one
very
pawn,
dangerous
very
position
dangerous.
for-
So castle, maybe that was Bassem's preparation,
Yes.
his idea
Yes.
to prove Pinter to be wrong.
So how the game
And Baraminze
continued?
played bishop takes e5. It seems to be a novelty, right? Yeah. Bishop takes e5. Novelty. F takes, queen takes, king f2.
This is interesting.
So the c6 pawn is hanging. Black doesn't have time to take the rook on a1. But black is ready to make a draw with queen f6 check.
Yes.
So in order for white to play for a win, and as we know, Bassem is supposed to win,
Yeah.
especially...
He goes to h4.
Yeah. King g3, queen c3 check, and king goes to h4.
Very interesting position. It reminds me, you remember the game between Anand and Topalov, the last game. He had the h4.
When Anand won the last game.
The last game.
Yeah, but that was...
He had the king on h4, no? Topalov.
Well,
As
he
far
was
as
in
at
trouble.
one
He
moment,
was in big trouble.
But that time he goes without any trouble. He didn't. He avoids the draw, so repetition. He goes to h4.
Yeah.
He thinks that the
castle,
white
sorry.
doesn't have enough. Black
Castle.
doesn't have enough. Huh?
But
Castle.
it's so strange. They both already spent half an hour each, so it would be nice to ask them, well, what did you know, right? Where did you play on your own? What was the preparation? So now bishop
now-
h6.
and
I
now
guess
king
they both didn't know what's going on, starting from move maybe 16 or 17. That's my...
Is it going to
Yes,
be again a repetition? Bishop takes f8. Let's see.
Knight e7. If bishop takes f8.
Is
I
it,
guess
is
knight
it mate?
f5.
Is it mate? King g4, h5, h5.
Maybe quiet move.
A quiet
Queen
move.
e3.
Queen e3. What is the?
Threatening h5 checkmate. 1 second. There should be at least a checkmate for black.
Yes.
No, this is just not
Bishop
good.
takes.
h5, king here, queen d2. There's no queen f4 because of f6.
Yes.
So king f6 is necessary. And now I don't know. This is a checkmate.
Yeah.
This is a checkmate for sure. I don't know. Rook takes. Queen d6 is right now. Rook d1 now. Okay.
Or maybe what you played is better. You know.
Oh, at least a draw. At least a draw.
Yes.
Queen c3.
But you
At least a draw, but
Also,
this-
what you played? How can you white play g4?
Here
No,
Rook- I
without
didn't
h5 you can play. With the king e3.
Maybe king g4 was not good.
King
Or-
g4 was not good. Yes.
But king g5, what's the difference?
What's the difference?
What's the difference? I still go queen. I go queen e3 check.
Yes. It
No,
can
this
even,
is losing.
It can even get worse.
This is losing. No, bishop
Yes.
f8 to
Bishop
bring
f not possible. Maybe g4.
Maybe g4, maybe rook f1.
Yes.
These are two reasonable options, I would say.
Rook f1.
Knight f5, very
yes.
big
Rook
threat.
f1 or g4.
Let's say rook f1, maybe
Mhm.
maybe this rook. I don't know,
Yeah,
because
because
it might
the
be
other one is hanging. Yeah.
Maybe this rook, but looks a little bit ugly. Now rook d8.
Yes. Logical.
Rook. Which rook?
F d8 maybe, or
But the
maybe not.
F7
Maybe f7 is hanging.
Let's
but-
say rook a8.
Rook a8.
a8. Rook d4 is threatening. It seems g4 is necessary. But not now. Maybe we should have played g4 beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe here g4.
Yeah.
What do
You're
black
right.
do?
f6 g5 also is a threat. f6 is it possible? f6.
No, queen c4 check.
Okay. It's
Queen
not
c4
possible.
exchanging
C4.
queens. So g4.
It's really difficult to find the move here.
For humans.
Yeah.
For computer, it's a piece of cake.
Yes, of course.
I guess
with
queen
computer.
f6 check.
We don't use it, so we don't see.
Queen f6.
Queen f6. You like
Mhm.
queen f6?
I want a draw.
You want to draw.
You go g3, I go back to c3.
White doesn't want draw.
Yes, white.
That's
white
the
needs
problem.
to
White
win,
doesn't
yeah.
want draw.
That's why he's thinking. It would appear g4, queen
Yeah.
f6, what to do. If king goes here, I just give you check again. You have no place to hide from the checks.
No place to hide.
1 second. What if you go here and then bishop?
Again, queen b2.
Bishop e2.
Ah.
Why didn't he do it in the first place? What was the problem? Why didn't he play king f2 here?
King f2.
King f2, queen f6 was... And in that position, what is the difference? I'm trying to figure out. Why can't I... Queen c3. Queen f6 check again. Oh no, queen f4 is possible. The knight went from d5. That's the difference.
Yes,
queen
yes.
f... Okay, so maybe g4, and maybe that's what he's calculating. Maybe the king can run away. Oh, g5.
g5. Ah.
Oh,
Is
the
it
rook
mate?
is hanging, sorry.
The rook is hanging, but
Sorry,
maybe
I
mate.
forgot about
Maybe
the
but
rook.
no mate. Queen f4 is not possible.
Queen c3 seems logical, and now king f2. And now king f2. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe queen f6 is not good, but what else?
g4. What about g5 here? Knight g6 is coming. g5, check.
Mm-hmm.
With what you take?
Oh. Seems to be winning for black. What if I take with the king?
Yeah, with the king. Maybe f6 check now.
6, knight.
Knight g6 is coming.
Okay, I have to run. Oh, this is no good.
This
At
is
least
always knight g6 is coming.
Okay, g5.
g5
G5
is
is 2 threats.
so it's not possible.
So
g4 is not possible.
G4, just g5.
But whatever you play, g5 is the threat.
Yeah.
Rook f1, g5. Is it possible? Rook f1?
But then there's no queen h3 check if the pawn is on g2. I can take and
Ah,
go back.
yes. So rook f1 is better.
So maybe rook f1 is better.
Rook
indeed.
f1, g5 is not possible. Now what to play?
I tried rook d8.
Rook d8. Bishop c4. Let's see. Is it possible?
No, but without the queen there.
Is it mate?
I believe so. Rook d4. What do you do? G4?
Yes. No.
And now again
Now
g5.
g5 again.
But there is no f6 anymore.
Yeah.
But maybe I can go for this.
Can I sacrifice? Sacrifice. Now.
And now h3.
Now what to play? h3
maybe
or
h3. No,
such
1
a
second.
complicated position.
You cannot figure out without a computer.
It's an unbelievable position, you know.
I think black should have at least a draw. I don't know.
Looks
That's my
like
feeling.
this way, yes.
That's why. Take a look. I mean, Bassem has
Yes,
only
1
half an hour
hour. David
left.
Baramitsa 1 hour has 1 hour, and Amin Bassen has only 34 minutes. And he went to h4 willingly.
He tried to win.
He avoided
Yeah,
the repetition.
yeah, that's what he's supposed to do.
Probably he missed g5 move. What do you think about this? G5
King
move,
H4
maybe he
castle.
missed g5.
Well, I think that he sees that he cannot make a draw in 16 moves, right? When with white against a weaker player, right? So he
But
has to play for a
David
win.
Baramitsa is not so weak. He has 26.
26? Oh, really? Oh, then okay. But
26,
still, that's
14.
his point, you know. He's supposed to win with white, at least to try to win. So the team wouldn't understand.
Also, maybe it's a new move, you know, because there is no games played before like this.
And he knows that he's not in
he
the
knows that
preparation
this is not
of his,
maybe
so we
something has to have some
and that's definitely a way to play for a win.
reputation, but
And he cannot see a
Black
direct win, so he just went for it.
black seems to be doing
Yes.
fine. So
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
go, if you want to go back to other games.
Let's go back to Kramnik-Aronian. What do you say?
Yes, we have to check the Kramnik-Aronian game.
Okay.
Moved on probably many moves where we just analyzed what was
So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Botvinnik variation, actually quite a rare. This
Position.
Yeah, usually they play Moscow variation.
Yeah.
Botvinnik is considered to be quite dangerous. So the last time we left this position, Queen E7 was played. After that, White castled, Black castled long, and White played H4. What is the idea?
Let me check this variation. I
Yeah,
am
check
checking
this position.
this
yeah.
variation. Queen takes F6. There are some games.
H4. What is the idea?
Kramnik-Morozevich. There is a game between Kramnik-Morozevich, but this one is different a little bit.
No, you should still search for
From
further
this,
because it's quite common.
let's see
At least this position.
This position. Okay, let's search from this position.
H4.
Okay.
What is the idea of this move? Or maybe if Black plays something like F5 to have the G5 square
A4,
for
rook
the knight.
H4.
I
This
think
was
so.
played. A4, rook H4.
All right, H4.
G3. Okay, G3 has been played in Edward.
Yeah, G3 been played many
Istratescu,
times. So
yes.
let's go.
But it's an old variation. Seems like in the last games there are 3 games with A4, Schulman against Lu, and Queen D2, Edward against warrior pawns, and Kramnik-Morozevich A4. But here, Kramnik played G3, which is a little bit older than this. Edward against Istratescu with G3, Knight A6, Bishop G2, Bishop B7, Knight takes B5.
Yeah,
but in
so
this game, Kramnik avoided playing Knight takes E4.
Yeah, so let's
Knight
see.
E4, this is also has been played.
So you should scroll further.
Prohaska played with this. Okay, Knight E4, Queen E7 has been played. Knight C5. Knight C5 is not been played. Yes. How it continued the game? In the game,
White played castle short, so
so
maybe
here
search that position
Black,
after.
White played Knight C5. It's interesting why he gave up the pawn. So this is Prohaska playing White. So
Prohaska was black. He won,
Black.
yeah.
Sorry. So he played this variation. There is another game between Chauvis Marcin. Do you know this guy? 2400 against Seturaman. So this Knight E4, Queen E7, Castle, and Long Castle is our game.
And Kramnik played H4. I
H4,
think that
and that game A4 has been played.
Please search if H4
A4,
seems to be a
A5.
novelty.
Okay, let's see H4, if it's a novelty or not. And then this game H4 has been played. There is only one game between Kurilin, 2200, 2300 almost, and Simantsev, 2541 in 2010.
All right, so
King
H4,
B8.
almost a new move.
King B8 has been played, but
Yeah.
the result is 0-1.
Yeah, black.
But
is
Black
strong.
has a favorite.
So I guess so far, somewhere at this point, they were on their own. Or
H4,
maybe.
and that game E5 played against H4. But
No, it was
here- here it was C5.
So C5 is a novelty.
C5 is a
novelty.
C5. We can say a novelty.
Makes a lot of sense, this move,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
C5, A4, rook takes D4, and Queen E2. All right, this is sort of position you should be expecting when you play Botvinnik variation.
Yes, it's such a position.
Very
Can you imagine?
complicated for chances for both sides. So let's take a closer look. B4 seems like necessary move because B takes A just opens a file, ruins the pawn structure. B4 is the only move. At first glance, Black should be fine. Black has one pawn up.
Yes.
Strong, scary pawns over there. But as I said, let us imagine there are no queens on the board. White has lost. That's it.
Yeah.
Game over. Just
You're
one
right.
pawn down, pawns moving. That's it. But with queens on the board, Black's king is much more exposed. So rook FD1. Kramnik is just playing Catalan style. Just sacrifice the pawn, and as if
He wants to
nothing's going
take
on.
it back with after exchanging on
He
D4.
wants to take on D4 and win back the pawn on C4.
Yeah.
That's why Bishop D5 was
You should be
played.
protecting this pawn.
Okay, and now Rook AC1. White finishes the development.
So he wants to
But
give
it's-
up the exchange after taking on d4, rook takes c4. Probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's a very strong
Yes.
attack. So that's why Aronian takes.
Takes.
What do White want now? Not much.
Not much, yes.
Knight d2 maybe? Maybe knight d2.
Or maybe he will go back to c1
maybe
again,
go
sacrifice on
Yeah.
c4. Let's see.
That is what happened actually. Rook
Yeah,
d8.
d8.
At first glance, black should be more than fine. One
Yeah.
pawn up, solid center. What's the
Yes.
problem? But the king is always weak. Rook c1, queen b7,
But this is the point.
queen b7. So white is sacrificing the rook on c4 to open
Did he
up.
sacrifice?
Yeah, and Aronian did
Queen
not take it.
d7, rook takes
Queen
c4.
b7, yeah. So I'm just. Oh yeah, there is problem with this knight on a6. It would really belong on d4,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Yes, you're right. And also with the long diagonal on g2 bishop.
Yeah, very cool. That's at first glance black is fine, but it's quite hard to coordinate
but
pieces.
still, let's see the position. The
So
last
queen
position.
b7, rook takes c4. Okay, bishop takes c4, just knight d6. My guess.
Yes,
is
looks
almost right.
looks
Maybe
very
not even.
very bad. Yes.
Looks very bad.
Queen somewhere.
Queen to c6,
Now he wants to take on c4.
and Kramnik just plays h5.
Why he doesn't go back with the rook? It's interesting.
He wants to. That bishop is worth a rook on g2. h5.
But now f5 is coming. f5.
f5 and knight takes c5. So
This is
that
also
is
a
the
very,
position.
very strange position. Very strange indeed. Bishop takes c4. What do you play against bishop takes c4? I'm wondering.
Queen
Bishop.
takes c4.
Queen takes c4.
Queen takes c5, the only move. Queen a6.
Then mate.
So let's
Is
take
it
a look.
mate?
Bishop takes c4.
Queen takes c4.
Second. Okay, let's say queen takes c4. Queen takes check. King d7. Okay, let's. I don't know. King d7.
Yeah, it looks like no logical.
No, black is fine here.
Black is
Dark
fine.
squares. They control their. I think Kramnik is up to something else. 1 second.
I don't believe it. There is no other move. But look at the times, Mihail. 23 minutes, Kramnik.
And Aronian more than an
1
hour.
hour, 4 minutes. So it
Well,
doesn't seem
that does not
there
surprise
is
me
something
because
wrong with
because
this.
Botvinnik is highly unexpected variation for black to
Yes,
play. So that was
also-
definitely Aronian's
Also,
preparation.
this is also a very complicated position.
Yeah, and Aronian analyzed it at home a little bit, so he knows
Mm.
and Kramnik has to come up with it during the
Also,
game.
Kramnik, he decided to sacrifice the exchange. So after this exchange sacrifice, he has to have some compensation, you know?
Yeah.
If he doesn't have enough compensation, he may lose the game.
Okay, Queens, this all seems. I was just considering bishop takes c6, then bishop b7, but it's just even just king b8. This
Doesn't
is
look-
just not
yes,
enough. I just
looks
can
like
I
losing.
take whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. So just does it. So bishop takes c4, queen takes c4 seems
Looks like the only move.
the only move. Yeah, queen takes c5.
It's also the only
Also-
move.
Well, queen d, rook d1 was a check.
Ah,
also
rook
to
d1.
consider,
Rook d1.
But
yeah.
I think rook belongs on h8 too.
Yeah.
This is the key position.
This is the key position.
I think white is not the only one who is risking here. If the king comes to, let's say, h6,
I don't see any good plan for white.
yeah,
So black is better.
black is better here. Maybe that is what I was talking about. I think Kramnik went into Aronian's field, you know.
Yes,
so
but
this
still,
complicated.
I don't understand why he doesn't go back on. Because of
F5,
F5.
because of
Yes,
F5.
yes, because of F5. You're right.
But,
But
hang
after
on, what
knight-
if knight takes c5 here?
This is the position.
Yeah, this could be the position if Aronian takes on c5. Ah, but now queen c2.
Yes,
Queen c2.
Queen C2.
And suddenly white is winning.
Yes.
Yeah. So knight takes c5 is not an option. Bishop g2. Knight takes a6. Also not an option.
Nothing, yes.
Oh, still, wait. Rook d1.
Check.
Queen takes. Well, this is winning for white.
Yeah,
This
with
is
the
winning.
h pawn, yes.
So why? So okay, why is he thinking? What? Maybe he has some other options instead of bishop takes c4. What are we
I
missing?
think Aronian just played.
Do you see that on the video?
Yes, I see it now. They just played king takes c. He played. Yes, he took on c5.
On c5?
Yeah, well, they,
No, c4.
they just played what we saw. You know, bishop takes c4,
Bishop
queen takes c4,
Okay.
and rook queen takes c5.
Oh, sorry, queen takes c6 intermediate move. How could we have lost it? Missed.
Ah,
That's the point.
here intermediate with queen
Okay.
takes e6. Now it's changed, yeah. Oh, of course, this is not much different. Position is.
This is completely different position.
But no, yes, he took on e6. Yes,
Of course, yeah.
yes, yes. We missed the simple
Yeah, intermediate. move.
intermediate move, yeah. So it was his idea. Otherwise, but still, you know, it doesn't look.
Yeah, but
Rook d2 is the threat.
d2. Oh, yeah, that is good.
So what to play against this huge threat? Maybe some repetition. Queen b7
Queen
check.
b7, king d6,
Queen
queen b8,
and then maybe
king e7,
maybe
king runs there.
maybe f4 now. Maybe now
Queen
queen f4.
Yeah, but now that one is hanging.
Yeah, but still, some h6 is dangerous, no?
Yeah, but the king is so close.
Yeah, but
At least a draw
is it
for black.
at
I
least
still.
draw? Yeah,
I think
yeah.
at least a draw. Bishop is shooting nowhere.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but we already were to.
Yeah, but
to
still now the white has some chances. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
you
So
know.
this is the position now
Yeah,
on
so
the board.
before the black much better, but now no.
So maybe we were wrong about Sargsyan to be the winner. Maybe Aronian is
Aronian is the how do you call this?
score maker.
Yeah. Surprised. I mean,
Just to play so
Yeah.
forwardly. That was definitely to play for a win.
Hidden
Right?
favorite.
Was opening for a black.
Yeah.
He wants a full fight,
Yes.
and he gets it.
Actually, Aronian is.
So queen is 6. Oh, and now Kramnik
Kramnik
is
is-
deeply thinking. He is trying to figure out maybe there is a difference in that tempo. Maybe that tempo changes
Oh.
something, but it would appear that black is better.
I don't believe so. Yes, maybe.
Also, maybe is it possible to just to hope for that pawn? That too optimistic? What do you think? Just leave that knight hanging. Just try to promote the h.
h6.
At least to distract pieces.
This is also interesting. But
Maybe
still,
rook d2.
but again, rook d2 is the
Rook d2.
this is the annoying move, you know.
And now you're hiding on a5 from my checks.
Yes,
You're
you're
just
right.
hiding on a5.
With the checks, you can hide on a5. So it's not. I don't
Okay,
think
so
it-
yeah, white. So maybe let's give it another shot to queen takes a6. Okay, now actually king d7 maybe is not necessary. King.
c7. No, you didn't take on e6. You didn't.
No,
take
I
on
didn't take. So
Why you didn't take?
I want that tempo because
you want
after
that
rook
tempo,
d2 I don't have time for h6.
Yes.
So maybe I try this, and after king d7 at least rook d2 is not threatening. So let's say check. What do you do? King d6, right?
Yes.
King
Looks
d6,
logical.
and now h6. Queen c1. Queen c1, bishop f1. I'm fine with that. Maybe that's the chance.
Why you are fine? Queen c1 and take on h6.
Queen c1, I go bishop f1.
So I cannot take on h6.
You can, but then I eat the a7 pawn or the b4 pawn. No. I'm
So
fine
you
here.
can say.
And then I win that pawn
And
too.
also the king. There is no good place for the
Yeah,
king.
the queen is misplaced, so
Yes.
maybe you can win the b2 pawn.
Yeah.
But then maybe I have some chances for a draw. I don't know, h7. Just try to
you're
combine
right. You're
attacking
right.
the king, the bishop to c4.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Yes, you're
Maybe
right.
that's the chance.
This
But
is
still,
actually-
black is not risking here.
You're
I
right.
think.
I agree with you.
Because Kramnik took queen e6. We cannot guess their moves. Queen takes e6 was played.
Well, after the other variation was really dangerous. You know, you just.
Maybe he got deeper into the position. Queen takes a6 should be played, and now rook d2. What is his idea? What is Kramnik's idea? Oh, maybe he just ignores that pawn on f2. Queen f2, king h2. The pawn, the bishop is protected. And just h6 maybe. What do you say?
This is also an idea.
Let's say queen f2, king h2. Okay, 2. And just push the h pawn.
Yeah. f4, is it possible? But queen b8.
No, queen b8 the g2 pawn.
Yes, the g2.
But maybe we can just start checking the king. No
maybe
place
this
to
is
hide
draw.
anymore. It seems like a draw. So maybe that's his idea. Queen e6. So we have, this is the position on board now. Can black try to win this one? If so, how? Maybe it's just a draw.
You're right.
Maybe
Let's
it's
go
just
to
a
the
draw.
other games.
Yeah, I think Kramnik could
it's
hold
really
the draw here.
yes, I think so too. He can hold the draw in this position with this king on the center, you know. So Moisaenko Onichuk.
Movsesyan Karyakin.
Movsesyan Karyakin.
Movsesyan Karyakin.
Movsesyan Karyakin.
So this is where we left off. The
After
a4 move was
A4.
played, and Karyakin played rook b8.
Let's see. If
I
it
wonder-
it was played before many times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, b4 is the normal move.
Before is it, that's
No,
why I'm a
yeah.
little bit surprised. Is
But
rook
the-
b8 a
but
novelty?
it was played on 2008 by Harzvi against Petrosyan. The last game played in 2008. No,
No,
2009 also there is
No,
one.
there is 11. You can
there's
sort by the
okay,
year,
okay.
maybe.
Maybe we have to sort by year. Yes. Okay. Let's see. 2011.
But most of the games were played with b4.
Yes, most of the b takes a4.
Yeah, but I guess Karyakin
one
is not
game.
most of the game of most of the players.
Yeah,
He has
most of the game b4, but he
another
played
idea.
rook b8. Rook b8, strange move, huh? What do you think?
Well, has
Looks
an
like
idea.
a novelty.
Has an idea.
It looks like a novelty. There is no game played.
Okay. Okay, rook b8.
Rook b8, 8 takes
A little bit strange, right? Weakening the pawn.
looks really strange.
But he wants to make well, either force that pawn to go to b3, weakening some squares,
Yeah.
or keeps the bishop passive forever on
Yes.
c1. So maybe that's his idea, but highly unorthodox, right?
Yes, highly. It's
A takes b, rook takes b5, b3 was played. Bishop e6, bishop b2.
actually it gives white.
I think white is slightly, but better for a long
Yes,
time.
it gives white really a very
That's a
very
dream
comfortable
position for-
game. Yes.
That's what Movsesyan was aiming for, right?
What
Position
is
without
this
risk.
Without risk. White is much
That's quite
clearly with the pawn
Knight
formation.
e5 takes, bishop
A7
takes.
pawn is weak. C5, D5.
Knight
He
g4,
has the E
bishop
file,
c3.
and the rooks are misplaced, you know, on the B6.
This is the
C7.
position on the board. Take a look. All
Yes,
white's pieces
yes,
are
I don't
very
like
good.
this position for
Rook
black
a6,
at all.
rook c8, queen a1, very easy play for white. Very easy. Rook c7, another
Exactly.
knight comes to rook b6, and now rook a5.
Very comfortable position. I can only see
Yeah.
maybe he can play C4, but this C4,
d4 square weakens
D4
very
square
much.
weakens also, and maybe take D4
No, c4.
doesn't look very promising.
I think black should just stand and wait for white to come.
I don't understand why he
Yeah,
played
that's-
rook B8. You know, this rook B8.
Maybe my guess is he underestimated this b3 move. Because
Yes,
it's also highly unorthodox move to weaken the c3 square, the big diagonal.
exactly.
Usually white plays c3 in this
Yes.
sort of, and that is what he was counting for. Maybe
Yes.
after c3 he was expecting to go d4, and then to use the b4 square, maybe stuff like that. And but it turns out that after simple moves, b3
Yes. with
and
simple
bishop b2,
white is better. Yes.
just
yes.
no,
Yeah,
black
yeah,
has a
yeah,
weakness,
yeah.
white doesn't. All white's pieces are active, and highly unpleasant position for Karakin.
And I don't see other move but c4. I don't see other move.
Well, he definitely needs to play h6 first.
h6 first, then
Of
c4.
course, you cannot
Maybe,
open
yeah,
the
yeah,
position
yeah.
when
You're
there's a
right.
back
Maybe
rank.
first h6.
If there's no hurry, at least at this point. Okay, queen a3, white is next move, and then rook a1. That is
Yes.
what white is up to, and then maybe d4 himself.
But still, h6, queen a3, c4. What are you doing?
h6,
Queen a3,
queen
c4.
a3, c4.
Is it possible?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Mm-mm.
Neither do I.
I don't like it. That's the chance, I guess, because if just two awaiting moves and white just
And
do
rook
that
a1
this,
is coming. He doesn't
that's
have
it.
any counter.
Rook
Only
b7, you know.
c4 chance.
and
I don't
this
see
is
other
just
move,
just
yes.
d4
Yes.
coming
Yes.
or I don't know, very unpleasant. Oh, c5 is hanging. Sorry, I completely
Yes.
forgot.
You are just attacking.
So
c5.
just two weaknesses. The
Yes,
rule
so
of two weaknesses.
maybe he has to play c4
He has
anyway.
to play c4. Maybe not even right now.
Only chance.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. c4 right now, but we should check maybe if it's not losing anything on the spot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we already have a draw.
Is it
Giri,
possible?
Dinkliren.
Giri,
Giri,
Dinkliren,
Dinkliren
they just
is a
made
draw.
draw.
They made a
Maybe we
draw.
can invite them. Giri and Dinkliren. Is it possible to invite them?
Too bad we did not see their
Well,
game,
yes,
but it looks actually kind of boring. if you
Boring
think.
game.
It's just normal Grandmaster draw, but
Yeah.
it was
Nothing special.
okay. Let me quickly show you through the game.
Mm-hmm.
E4, C6, knight C3, D5, D4, takes, knight D7, knight G5, knight GF6, bishop D3, E6, knight F3, bishop D6, queen E2, H6, knight E4, knight takes, queen C7,
Where is the novelty here?
queen C7, castle, B6, queen G4, king F8, king F8, B3. This is a well-known theoretical position, and I think black is fine, and this game just proved it to be true. Even though black's king is in the center, but white cannot get to him, and black has no weaknesses whatsoever. Knight F6, knight F6, queen H3, knight D5. Very easy play for black. G3,
looks
C5.
like this rook d8. There is only one game played
Mm-hmm.
between Negi and Sundararayan.
And Negi won.
Negi won with white pieces.
Yeah,
rook
but
d8.
Oh,
bishop
actually,
b2,
that is
knight f6.
that
queen
is what
h3,
exactly what
yes,
happened in this game.
Knight d5.
G3.
Here G3
oh, that
also
is
played.
improvement. I
Yes.
wonder who improved on whom.
Let's see the game. Let's see this game.
C5 was played,
G3, C4,
Five,
knight
and
D5.
Negi played C4. No,
C4.
Negi played C4 in
But
this
Giri
position.
didn't play C4.
Giri didn't
What
play
did he play?
He played D takes C5 and got
Ah.
a draw. And Negi played C4. What happened next?
C4, knight F6.
Knight F6 and D5.
Yeah. E
That
takes D5, bishop takes F6. Maybe this knight F6. Why knight F6?
Maybe it was not that bad. Maybe Negi just won because he's a stronger player.
Yeah, let's see the position.
Yeah, actually, white has a lasting compensation here.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe
this-
there was an improvement. What about knight to b4 in this position instead of knight f6? Knight b4.
Well, it's interesting. Well, actually, variation.
Maybe they. I don't know. So Negi's variation was c4 and he won.
Yeah.
And Giri
Negi
played.
variation looks actually more promising. Than
Actually,
what
I'm not sure if Giri knew this line because a little bit unexpected line after knight g5,
Mhm.
knight gf6, I don't think Dink played this for black, so
maybe he just
maybe he was on
got
his own.
confused with this. Yes.
So this is what happened.
could be,
Bishop
yeah.
takes c5, bishop e4, knight f6, bishop takes, queen h4, and king g7. Yeah. Oh no, not king g7, bishop e7 was played. Yeah, normally black is fine in this sort of position. Just even though doubled pawns and everything, white cannot do anything about it. Bishop b7, queen b7. And they just ended with a perpetual for white.
Yeah.
So not much interesting here. These sort of positions, they arise from French defense, from Caro-Kann. Usually they are okay for black, unless white is able to push pawns on the queen side and create a passed pawn. But you cannot do that with all those black squares weakened. And the problem is there is no outpost for this knight on f3. It does not belong anywhere. You cannot put it and keep it safe. And bishop is much stronger.
Maybe
here.
you can say d3 in
D3,
outpost, but still c2 pawn is weak. You know.
Yes, and what he's doing.
So he can come with
maybe
it.
f4 is an outpost.
f4 maybe. Yeah.
He can attack him with the bishop just.
Yes.
So the bishop is much stronger than a knight, and it completely
But
compensates
still
the double
looks like
pawn.
a slight edge for white. No, you don't think so?
Queen b7. But what do you do? The
I
knight
don't
is
know.
hanging.
Maybe queen, rook, e3. Is it possible?
e3.
I'm not sure. Maybe not. f5
King
maybe.
G7.
King g7. It was the game.
No, in the game white played queen f4 and queen g4 just gave perpetual. Just g4, h5.
So they repeated the moves.
But what do you do next? All right, rook e3. What's next?
So what's
rook
my
e1.
next?
What's next?
What's my next?
What's
yeah.
next? No, nothing,
Yeah.
nothing going on next.
You're right.
Maybe white is safe here, but not more than that.
You're right.
And they both.
Maybe c3, then knight d4. Is it possible? But then bishop c5.
Oh, I guess I would double rooks on d file.
Yeah. Also, this is dangerous.
Actually, if black exchanges queens, white would be in trouble. So
Yeah. Yeah. There is
always have f5 as
I
an
agree.
option. F5, bishop
I
f6.
agree. You're right.
So not much.
There's not much happening here.
So
So this game, okay, finished.
all right,
What
and
else
we were
do
considering.
we have one more game. Do we have another game? No, we don't.
No,
have.
only one result.
Only
so far.
one result so
So
far.
Movsisyan Karakin. Movsisyan is better with a clear edge for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's see Grishchuk Akopyan. Right?
Grishchuk Akopyan, right?
All right. Oh, it was. I don't want to see it. Usually it's boring Berlin endgame.
But this one is not so boring.
Yeah, I do hope so.
You have to see the last position. Really interesting. He sacrificed.
So we left off on move number
Grishchuk sacrificed the pawn.
11. On move number 11, black played bishop e7, knight e2, bishop e6. Yeah, it's a very well-known position. Knight f4, bishop c8. Very well-known draw. Go
Yes,
back and forth,
but
yeah.
now e6 is coming.
e6.
This
Wow,
is-
is this a
Yeah.
novelty?
Yeah, I think it was. Let's see the position e6.
It can't be that
no
nobody
games,
thought of it.
No games.
Oh, really?
No played.
Nobody
E6,
played
Nobody
e6.
played e6.
Wow,
Yes, this is a novelty.
that is extraordinary.
Grishchuk made a novelty with e6.
That is extraordinary. Move number 14 in Berlin defense.
But it's extraordinary, but he sacrifices a pawn.
Yeah, but it's definitely his home preparation.
Yeah. But is it
E6.
enough? Let's see.
Bishop
Nobody played.
takes.
Can you imagine? Nobody played. So many games, they ended up on.
Maybe it's not that
with
good.
draw.
Maybe it's a one-game novelty.
Grishchuk played this position against Karyakin. He made draw on 2012.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, I don't know what 2000 Dominguez played again draw with this, knight e2, knight f4.
Maybe it's a
Almost
one-game thing. You know, like Topalov, Kramnik.
Yeah.
Knight takes f7.
There is one game, Kramnik Caruana. In that game, this was played. No, wait a minute. Kramnik Caruana.
Oh yeah. Oh, it searches
This
only.
was later on, after
Oh no,
rook
later
d8.
on. No, it doesn't work. That.
It's
So
different.
this is a novelty. This was a novelty. e6. Wow. Takes. Rook e1. All right. Bishop f6. Okay, black wants initiative instead of that pawn.
He gives back the pawn.
And bishop f4, giving back and giving another pawn.
They are making lots of
offers
to each other.
This should be a home preparation, you know.
Yes.
Rook here, bishop f6.
Bishop f4. This is also interesting.
This is definitely home
the
preparation.
second pawn sacrifice.
So and black.
But of course, this time is the
goes
rook
for it.
b1.
Bishop takes, rook b1, bishop c3. I take my words back. It's not boring. It's
yes. Now
extremely
it's really interesting now. After this,
rook takes e6.
pawn sacrifice.
King d7 and rook e2.
Now he attacks the b7 pawn.
And if b6, then that is what was played. b6 was played.
Yes.
And I thought rook d1 should be coming. This should be home preparation. It's all black's moves are so natural. Yeah. And actually Grishchuk's timing is quite well. You can tell.
Actually, Grishchuk should think a lot of time, spend a lot of time for this position.
Yeah.
We know that Grishchuk likes to
but I
spend
guess
time.
It can be a groundbreaking novelty. I think black should.
But do you think this position is winning for white?
Bishop f6 and now g4. White needs to be very aggressive because you know black needs only one move. Rook a to e8, and that would be a win for black. So g4.
Yes.
Takes, knight d6, g5, bishop d8, and finally Grishchuk wins back. That
A very active position for white, but is it winning?
Rook f8.
Because if I play king b7 later on, but can I take on d6? Bishop takes d6, c takes d6. Is this rook ending after knight e7, bishop e6, rook takes e7, and then the king c3 is coming, rook c3,
No,
and
king
then
takes
doubling.
d8.
Ah, no, bishop takes d6.
C3.
You don't have to take on e7. You're right.
You mean knight
king
e7?
e7. You don't. King
No,
d7.
I
you
don't
can't
take,
play.
yeah.
Yes, you don't take.
So what to do? Actually, black's pawn structure is a little bit better. And if he finishes his development, white would be in trouble with that pawn on g5, square on f5 and everything. White still needs to be very active. But what is the target? What can white attack here? You know, if you have initiative and you can't attack anything, your initiative would go away.
Yes.
So you need to find a pawn, a square, a king to attack. Okay, so of course white can make a draw with double capture, bishop d6, knight takes d8.
Yes.
That's a rook endgame, they all are drawn. But I don't think that is Grishchuk's intention. But I don't think he has more.
And also it will be better for black maybe because of the a2 and c2 pawns.
Yeah, but with the correct plays it should
Yeah,
be
it should be, you're right. But still, black will be more comfortable with this ending, yes. I don't think he will like to play this ending after playing fast and with such kind of novelties. I don't believe this is the move,
But what else?
I don't see a move. Is it possible to play bishop e5? I
thought I just take on g5.
Bishop takes g7.
Rook g8.
Rook, knight e7 check.
Bishop takes e7.
Knight takes e7. And then knight f5 is coming, yes. You're right. And then what to play now? It's difficult to decide what to play.
If he gives away the g5 pawn, I don't see a target, The c7 pawn could be a target, knight d4, knight e6 somehow.
You know what, I want to take on d6.
Yeah, it seems natural.
Because otherwise, you have you lose the tempo, and this knight, you just also break the position.
But what's now? Now the king comes to
the formation
d7.
of the king will come, yes. Sooner or later. We have no other, we cannot change this.
But if he moves back his bishop somewhere...
Where to play?
I don't know, c1.
Again, you can play king b7, no?
King b7.
He is always threatening king b7.
King b7, knight f5, black's better.
Yes. So that's why I'm thinking that it looks like
Maybe it's time for white to make a draw.
Yeah, king takes rook, bishop takes d6.
Maybe that's why he's struggling so bad, because it seems that Kramnik can also only make a draw with white, and he's
Yeah.
another white, and you know white color in team matches is highly well. You should be fighting till the end.
Yeah.
For your teammates to see that you.
Sure.
But it seems that Kramnik and Krischuk are
not so good.
Not so good, yeah. Not so good. Maybe that's maybe that's why they are. He's thinking he's seeking for some chances, but what can he do?
Well, I don't think there is a. Much
Indeed, white is active, but what can you can't attack anything. Black needs 2 more moves, and that's it. I think black is slightly better here.
Okay,
it's time to make a draw.
Yeah. So let's move on.
Yeah. So and Movsisan Karakin, Movsisan also has a lasting advantage. So let's take a look on what board number 4, Sargisan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe Nepomniachtchi is the last chance for Russia's team to get.
Also, this is interesting with this position.
So let's see, d4, knight f6.
We were.
Where we left off queen a4.
Rook d1 he played.
d7, queen c2.
Rook
we
d1.
left off after rook d1.
He played bishop f5?
No, he played knight a6.
Knight a6. Okay.
Knight a6,
a3.
a3, castle, and h3. h3.
This position also is
it's
a novelty. a3
and
h3. There is no game like this. Even rook d1. No games.
Yeah, it's very.
There's no games.
Very true.
No games. Yeah, it's difficult to find a game.
Maybe knight.
Yes, there is one game, Akopyan Mamedov, as I told you.
So queen a4.
As I told you, again he played against Mamedov.
Which was the rare
queen
move?
Queen a4 or a4?
What was the rare move? Knight fd7
no,
or queen a4?
Mamedov played d takes c4.
No, I mean before that. How come on move number 6 only one game? In Grunfeld. Can you imagine
this
that?
Is interesting. They just made a
So what was the rare move? Queen a4 or knight fd7?
Knight fd7 was not played.
Can you search this position after
There
knight?
There is no position like this.
Knight fd7, a rare move.
Oh, no, knight fd7. There is one games. Yes, there are some games. Akopyan Mamedov. Akopyan Mamedov. It was played. Yes, this was knight fd7.
So queen a4.
Grachev played. There are 5 games played. Only one game won by white in Bocharov Struva in 2009.
I see. So queen a4, quite a rare move.
Quite
to get
a rare
rid of
move,
the theory and play normal chess. So yeah, all right.
So this.
So h3, bishop d7. Bishop d7 looks strange.
Strange. Yes, you're right. Very strange.
Oh, his idea is queen c8 and c5 for bishop h3. All right. Knight c3, queen c8, king h2, and c5. Makes sense. But now d5. Knight c7, e4. e6. d6. Wow. That is chess.
You're right.
No, they are both fighting in a mood. They both are playing for a win. White is 1 pawn down with compensation. Very good, and novelty on move number 7. That's.
You're right.
That's excellent. Oh, or even
But now if you
A4,
go further,
C6,
it seems like white has the big advantage.
Now it seems white has a huge advantage.
He took back the pawn.
Let's take a look what happened next.
He got back the pawn, then
very strong pawn on
d6, yes.
Space advantage, pawn on a5, pawn on d6. Black's in big trouble. Queen a2, a6. But you know, Nepomniachtchi is a very creative guy. He can come up with some complications on just nothing's going on and suddenly bomb. Right, so e5, queen b7, bishop f4, rook a e8. Oh my god. This looks so ugly for black. The last chance is f6, knight e1, takes, f6. The last chance, otherwise black would just have no air to breathe. f6, e takes f, bishop takes f6, rook a c1, Queen A8. Queen A8.
Why he plays Queen A8? It's interesting.
He wants to go Bishop D4.
Uh-huh.
But it fails
because
to
there is Rook
takes,
C7.
takes Rook
Yes.
C7.
Yeah.
Just,
Queen A8,
for the
B3,
readers.
Bishop D4.
Black wants to play Bishop D4,
And
follow
then
up
E5.
with E5, and
Yeah.
then maybe even win. But now Rook takes D4 and Rook C7, and White is winning. That is why Queen A8. With
But
the idea.
still, maybe Rook takes D4.
And White played B3. Strange.
B3.
Bishop. Yeah, B3, quite a strange move.
E5, and then what will Bishop E3?
Few moves back, we thought Black's in huge trouble.
No.
Now Black could even win if he plays E5,
Yes,
right?
what is this? And then takes the D6 pawn with the queen somewhere. on
And then
C-
A5 pawn would
queen
be
D5.
vulnerable.
I don't understand this B3 move. Do you understand this B3 move?
Why did he play B3?
B3.
Maybe he was afraid of C4 coming.
But if you are afraid of this in this position, I don't see. Maybe he has to attack on the king side, no? H4, H5.
Yeah.
What do you think?
B3, very strange move actually.
Bishop H6 also is possible in this position. Then knight F4, Bishop H6, King F7, Knight F4. What is this?
You mean H4 instead of B3?
No, I'm not. I like Bishop H6. Why
Bishop
he
H6.
didn't Bishop H6?
Why didn't he play Bishop H6?
Why didn't he play Bishop H6?
Rook F7,
Knight F4.
Knight F4.
What to play? I'm threatened to take on the E6.
I don't think so. Bishop D4.
Now Bishop D4.
Yeah, F2 pawn.
I don't threaten to take on the E6.
But the F2 pawn is hanging.
Uh-huh.
And
E6.
E5 is threatening.
Check.
That's
But
actually
now I can play maybe B4.
after
But
bishop-
now E5.
I have E5 always here.
Uh-huh.
So let me go back. Now I'm starting to not like E5 move.
You
It
don't
gave
like
black
it?
counterplay. Was it necessary to play E5 on move number 22?
Hmm.
Maybe black was threatening to play E5 himself, but he had a chance.
You don't like E5 move.
I don't know. Black gets his. At least he knows what he's doing now. But no, Queen B7 was a threat, and there's no good way to deal with the pawn. Maybe it's not as bad as it may seem.
Maybe because of this G2 knight, black can find some counterplay. Because the,
So,
knight,
but
the
let's-
knight is too passive on. We
Let's
just
maybe
play.
focus on this position. Maybe it's not as bad as we as
Yeah,
we, as
after
we
these
think.
moves.
Maybe with this B3 move, he says you have nothing to do, and maybe he prepared something on Bishop D4. Maybe a sacrifice, you know, takes and Rook C7, and then Knight E1, Knight D3, maybe stuff like that.
Yes, it's possible.
Black wants to go E5. Oh, Bishop D4 was played. Maybe B4 now.
Then E5.
E5, Bishop E3. Maybe takes and C4.
Takes.
Or maybe C4 right away.
Knight E5 is coming. Why you cannot take on? No, he's attacking
The queen is
the. Yes,
attacked.
you're right.
Maybe
So this
I don't
E4 is nothing.
P4 is not good, but what's...
Yeah, it's difficult actually to find a good plan for white.
Maybe Nepomniachtchi is winning.
Yes, maybe.
He has more time, by the way. White has 20
But I don't
minutes.
think this position is winning. But still,
And well, at least
but
it
he
suits,
equalized.
It
It looks like equalized. Yeah. I don't think
it's very
winning.
hard to give a quality.
Assessment. Yes.
It's just computer can give 0.00.
Yes.
For
Yeah.
us, it's extremely
Difficult to
difficult
play. But
and
looks like
unclear.
black's game is easier.
Actually, B4
Yeah.
was played.
Before in the game.
B4 is played now, yeah. Oh, E5, B takes C5.
It was also played.
No, just the idea. If e5,
But
b
now
takes,
there is the f3.
if takes queen a2, check,
Uh-huh.
and then rook d4, and white is
Oh,
winning.
this is the move.
This is the idea. This is the idea.
b4,
b4,
Uh-huh.
and it was played c4 quickly.
b4, c4.
c4 very, because e5 doesn't work. 5 doesn't work. That's why. Oh, so
What is this? Now, if
this
you
is
take,
played.
if
This
I
is
take,
actually played.
what is this? If I take on d4,
e5.
e5, now rook e4, e takes.
Takes.
What this is? Takes.
Rook is protected on e8.
But now rook e7 doesn't look very promising. What is this? I don't
Rook
understand.
takes. Let's take a look. First variation.
Yes,
e5,
e5.
rook e4, and yeah, e takes f, and rook e7.
I don't like this position.
Why not?
What is this?
Queen d5 maybe, or knight f4. Okay.
You have to take on g3 probably first.
Oh, that is the position on the board right now. They are playing very quick.
Uh-huh.
Nepomniachtchi is trying to use his opponent's time trouble,
Hmm.
but it's he plays very quickly.
But we cannot say time trouble because 21 minutes to
Oh,
9
yeah.
moves, yes? 20,
Yeah, but it was
31.
like 5 moves ago the same. So
Uh-huh.
Now they played quickly. So I guess rook
Now
e7
he's
will
analyzing
follow.
rook e7 to
Yeah.
play or not to play. He can also take on.
Maybe it
Maybe he
takes,
can
takes.
take on.
Maybe takes.
Take. What to play now?
And now maybe.
What
queen
is my
d5.
threat now?
White queen e6. White's threat is
Queen e6.
Then queen d7. So that's why I'm thinking about queen d5, or maybe, capturing is
Queen
losing.
d5 not possible.
Queen. Oh, sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you're right.
Knight f6, is it possible? Knight f6.
Knight f6, queen e6, and then rook goes to e1.
Yeah, it
That-
doesn't. F1 also, rook f1 also is
So,
possible.
rook e7 was played.
Yes.
This is the position in the game. So what was Nepomniachtchi's idea?
I don't
here?
like this position for. I think he made a mistake, Nepomniachtchi. With c4. This is really.
Maybe his position was bad in the first place.
Yeah. Well, it didn't look very promising.
Yeah, but because actually after
This
b3,
b4 move, yes, it was
because
actually.
after b3, if black doesn't play bishop d4, white has tons of ways to improve his
Yes,
position.
actually
Bishop
it was-
h6,
maybe
knight
he,
e3,
he
h4.
thought it was good, but after b4, maybe the position collapses.
there's
huh?
nothing black can do.
You're right.
Unless bishop d4 and e5,
You're
that's
right.
the only way.
This queen a2 check, maybe he missed queen a2 check.
That's possible.
He missed queen a2 check. Maybe he thought b4 is not possible because of e5.
Yeah.
But b takes c5
takes
and then
c5.
queen a2 check.
Yeah.
And then he takes back to bishop and then very good position.
So I think Russia's team's in trouble.
Yes. As Alinyat told us, the statistics in the
Statistics
past
are-
World Championship, Russia
Armenia.
against Armenia, 3-1 down. The
Yeah.
history repeats itself. Looks like the history will repeat itself.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe not, but still, this
I don't know. Seems
Looks
very,
like.
Yeah, looks very.
looks like it. Yes. So let's move on if
Yeah.
you want to, Mihail. What do you? Let's go to Turkish team if you
Okay.
want to. What are we doing against Azerbaijan? Barış Esen is doing. Alinyat
Okay.
is telling us
Okay.
Barış Esen position. Is it good?
Let's
see.
take a look.
We have a request. Barış Esen. How is the position of Barış? Okay, Barış Esen is playing Vasıf Durarbeyli. What was the position? This was the very comfortable position.
Very
of
comfortable
Yes,
position.
yes.
We left off after rook
Yeah.
a4, and we considered h6 to be the move.
But they
Barış
didn't.
chose queen c7, also makes
Uh-huh.
sense, attacking
Yes.
the pawn. Rook e2, wow, what?
But this G6, I don't understand. G6.
G6, king g7, and then h6.
This is the plan. H5.
The point is, white has nothing to do whatsoever. Take a look at white's position. All rooks
You are right. Actually,
rook on
very
a4
good.
cannot move, rook on d2 cannot move. Very bad position.
But this
That,
bishop takes.
remember,
what is
I
this?
told you when white played knight d5 a5 that it's very easy to
But
get
did
in
you see this
strategical
position?
trouble.
Bishop takes f6 after
No,
h5.
1 second. Rook e2, rook a b8,
Yes.
h3, g6,
What is this? I don't understand this.
c4,
c4, yes.
king g7. White
Bishop
wants to
g4.
complicate
Now
stuff.
h5 played.
h5.
Why
alright.
cannot take on f6? What doesn't?
Why
he
not
doesn't?
take on f6?
Yes, king takes f6.
King takes f6.
Bishop takes d7. Wait, yes. But now attacking the rook.
Attacking
Where
the
to
rook.
go with the rook?
But even if the rook wasn't attacked, white's in big trouble. The bishop is much
Yes, you're
stronger.
right.
King moves back, f5, e4.
Yeah, you're right. No, but I thought maybe knight d2 and knight e4 is coming.
Yeah, but king g7.
But we don't
f5.
have time, yeah.
We don't have time, yeah. So, all right, h5 and c5. That's actually white's only chance to complicate stuff. And
c5.
c5, a takes g.
a takes g, yes. Looks like maybe normal move.
Why not bishop takes c5?
Bishop takes c5.
Knight takes, because after knight takes, there is no queen takes.
Yeah.
No taking because the pawn
Yes.
doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Okay.
H takes
C5,
e4
H
looks
takes
looks
G,
natural.
C takes b6, queen takes b6, and rook e3.
Oh. What is this?
Seems like winning for black.
Really?
Well, I don't know. One pawn up. Weak pawn on b2, knight on b3, completely misplaced.
Maybe queen b5.
Just exchange queens and
But
win.
then a5 is hanging, but d5 also is hanging.
Queen b5.
Maybe
Forcing the
I don't know.
exchange.
Maybe I just
Yeah.
saw this
Is
attacking.
it forcing? Yes, it forces the exchange of the queens and white's in big trouble.
Rook takes a5 is not possible. Rook takes a5.
Rook what about back rank? Anything going on here? 1 second. I'll see one square is taken. All right.
But rook takes. Let's continue. Rook takes a5. Takes e4.
e4.
What to play now? But rook e3. Is it possible? Rook e3.
Rook e3 or rook g3. I don't know. Let's
Or
say
maybe
e3.
g3.
Still, black is playing for a win.
Yes.
Black's pawn structure
Yeah,
is much
yeah,
better.
yeah.
All pieces active, but maybe not winning yet.
Not winning. Maybe.
Okay. So what else?
Queen b5. Maybe not.
Maybe
enough.
just take that pawn. G takes
Take,
h.
but now you have some. Queen take. Rook takes h3.
If rook takes, then something on f2 might be going on. The rook on a4 is in the way. Yeah, but now we can go queen b5, and if the same, if rook takes, we jump knight e4, and then
c5.
and then to c5 and maybe winning the b2, but now bishop e3. Maybe white is still holding,
White
but
still holding.
but on
with
the
the
edge.
little
Yeah.
on the edge, yes.
But that's the only chance to complicate stuff.
Yeah, right.
Dark
But
squares near the
looks
king.
much better for black.
Yeah, black
Still
definitely
better,
has advantage.
yes.
Definitely.
Okay, let's see the other games.
All right. Ipatov Mamedov. Let's take a look at that King's Indian that I evaluated that black should be fine. Let's see who was right.
Ipatov Mamedov.
Yes. We left off on Queen D2, move number 18. Black played Queen E7, Rook A E1, Rook A E8. Both are ready to fight. F4, King H8. Knight G5, H6, Knight H3. Knight H3, King H7, Knight F2. Now black is fine here. Queen D8, F takes, D takes. Interesting. I would be trying to exchange that bishop. D takes E5, Knight D3, Knight D6. Finally, knight cut an outpost. Rook F8, Rook takes F8.
Knight takes e4.
And white doesn't have time to take on E5 because
Yeah.
opponent c4 is hanging. Maybe that would lead to a draw, I guess. Let's say something
Yeah.
like knight takes e5, bishop takes, knight c4. Ah, but then the pawn on b5 is also hanging. Well, let's say queen c3, knight takes. Oh, no, white could be in trouble actually.
Which position you
I
are?
consider taking on e5 after rook
okay.
takes f8, but then the pawn on b5 would be also hanging.
Mhm.
So queen c1, e4, bishop takes, king takes, knight f2, queen f6, and knight e4. That is the position on the board right now.
Yeah, but this position,
No, king h1,
Queen d4, king h1 was played, yeah?
knight e4, knight
Queen
e4,
king h1.
queen d4, king h1. It was played. So we can take on c4, huh? It's not possible to take on c4 because
With-
rook
with the
d1.
queen, you mean?
Rook d1. If you take on c4, rook d1.
You mean with the knight, yeah?
Yes, with the
No,
knight.
but I don't need. I think black should be fine. even
Maybe
with
knight
some-
f5.
Because the problem
bishop
is,
f5.
if we exchange all the heavy pieces, that's just a fortress. So white cannot break through. And even just exchanging the knight and the rook and putting the queen on d6 is a dead draw.
Really?
Well, what can you do about it? Queen on
Maybe
d6.
at
queen-
some point I can play c5.
B takes c5.
I don't know. Are you sure?
Yes, I am. So I think black should be able to hold it. The question is, if black wants a draw, he might well get away with some kind of fortress with the queens on board. If we leave the queens and, for example, I don't know, just exchanging the knight and the rook, that would be a draw for sure. Just the queen just stays on d4, controlling everything. Black is not worse. So, but the question is, if black can be better. I think white cannot win this.
But I don't think white is worse. Should be equal. Because black has activity and white is material, you know.
Yeah, probably.
So it should be equal. This activity compensates the material.
for example,
this
I play
pawn.
rook e8. What do you do?
Rook e8. I think I will exchange on
Takes,
d6,
takes.
takes, and then again takes, and then something like h4 maybe, I don't know, with the idea knight, queen f4.
Well, that's a
For
draw.
draw, yes.
It's a draw. With this queen on d4, I don't
Yeah.
think I can lose.
You're right.
Maybe still some technical. No, but this should be a draw.
Should be a draw.
I don't know. Queen a3 is actually a little bit threatening.
Is it? But rook a5, queen e5.
Queen e5 and then attack that pawn again.
How do you attack? E controls everything. You cannot come to e3.
Okay, maybe.
You cannot play. Maybe you can play c5.
Well,
but
still
then
some moves
C5
required for
maybe,
black because
C5.
this h6 pawn is also vulnerable. But this should be a draw.
Well, I guess this will be draw. Let's move on,
Yeah.
Mikhail. If you
Okay.
we have to speed.
Oh, I mean, Bassem
speed.
lost with white.
Oh, this is the game we were analyzing.
Yes.
Baramitse.
Where he pushed. He was supposed to push very hard for a win.
David Baramitse has beaten Amin Bassem. We were analyzing which position.
With that king on h4.
Yes.
We left off after
He played
knight
queen,
e7.
queen f4. This looks very ugly, actually. This move. What is this?
He played queen f4 instead of
He
g4.
played the worst move.
He played queen f4, knight f5 check,
Bishop d. But
king
here's
g4,
it's interesting, actually.
rook fe8, threatening at least knight takes h6, right?
Mm-hmm.
g3, trying to save the king, and now queen a5, bishop d3. Why Why bishop d3? Why not bishop c4? Why not bishop c4? What am I missing? Oh, knight h6, queen f5, and rook e4. Queen f5 and rook e4, game over. Just white is completely discoordinated.
Now queen rook d4 is
bishop d3 and now rook a d8, complete domination.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's the result speaking, but it seems so natural.
Actually, this king h4 variation was probably very bad for
e1. Queen takes f5 here. That's it.
Yeah.
White pushed too hard for a win.
Yes.
Because that's what he's supposed to do on board number 4 with white, isn't it?
It's
being the
not,
strongest.
It doesn't seem like a good idea to put your first board on the fourth board.
And it puts also too much pressure
in
on
the
him.
end,
you know,
he
lost just because he was supposed to win.
You're right.
On the first board, he would just make a draw and
exactly.
relax.
Let's see the Dragan's game.
Okay.
How is it going, Dragan's game? You said you liked the Dragan's position.
Yes, I did.
It was a Karakan. And how is it going, this position? Let's see.
We left off after bishop c2. Left off after bishop c2. And black played queen d5. All right. I also consider this option. Queen g3 and now g6. Makes sense to avoid.
He played it.
To avoid
he played it.
Exchange, yeah.
What you said.
Castle, bishop g7.
Well, actually, it's a good move. And first he played queen d5.
Just to prevent that pin that you were talking about.
Actually, this is a better move order.
Maybe. So black's, just in my opinion, is fine.
Fine.
Rook e1, castle, all right.
Fine, yes.
Bishop
g4,
g5,
interesting.
and a5, very good move. a3, b5, this is what I was talking about. Knight is coming to d5, queen f3, knight d5, rook a d1. Yeah, that is what computers do. On rook d1, I'm better. But what to do next,
we don't know. But now he actually attacks.
g4, yeah, that's what white's supposed to. If he wants to win, he needs to do this.
He attacks on the h file.
Bishop f8, h4, bishop e7. All right. Forcing the exchange.
Now he played f6.
Queen d8, rook e5. Rook a7. Bishop takes. Queen takes. h5. And f6. Ooh. It's very easy to pass that edge when you think you should be playing for a win, but you are already worse. For example, just if black plays now g5, knight f4.
What to do now? Exactly.
It's very thin line. White can push too hard.
Maybe after g5 he should take on d5.
d5, c takes d5,
and then double the rooks and make the draw. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Because I don't see any other idea.
Let's be a little bit more optimistic. If rook e4 was played. Rook e4. That's French. He is not afraid of knight coming to f4.
They are turning off the lights.
Go home.
They say, give a break. Please. Okay. Let's give a break if you want, Mihail.
Yeah.
We got tired a little bit.
Let's
refresh. And then we continue with our analysis in a few minutes.
Okay.
See you soon.
Yeah.
Hi again. We are back on our analysis. Mihail, we were checking the games live on the playing hall area. It's really interesting to see them playing, you know.
And prove us wrong.
No, because we were analyzing, we couldn't have time to watch all the games in the playing area.
Yeah, interesting.
We were from time to time seeing from the screen, you know.
Yeah.
But there to see them, you know, playing, it's really
exciting.
Really exciting.
Yeah, and many things changed since we last seen the positions.
Yes, especially let's start with the Kramnik-Aranya's game.
We left off at move number 28, I think. Queen e6 check, king c7, and queen takes a6. And Aronyan continued with rook d1 check, king h2, and f4. We did not see this idea, but it looks quite logical to destroy that dangerous h pawn to exchange it for the f pawn, which is, well, rather useless at this point, and then start to collect the weaknesses on the queen side. Makes sense. f4, queen b7 was played, king d8, queen a8, king e7. You can see that black is playing for a win now. He avoids repetition, so clearly black is playing for a win now. King e7, queen e4, king d8, and now Kramnik avoids repetition.
Now Kramnik avoids repetition.
He could have given check on a8 again. Maybe it's some kind of psychological battle. I don't know.
Also depending on the other positions, you know, in the match.
Now that I think,
so they are thinking that to force or not to force.
Yeah, but now I'm starting to change my evaluation. You know, how can black avoid black cannot reach the f file, queen f4 check. So king d8, and now white goes queen a8 if he wants to.
Yes, this is actually
seems like a draw. And now white is playing for a win. That is
strange. That's what I saw actually as we were playing. You know, while I was the area, he played bishop h3. You know, he wants to win. He's playing for a win.
Maybe we were wrong evaluating this position as riskless for black.
Or maybe black made at some point.
Maybe f4 was an
f4,
inaccuracy.
maybe, yes.
Maybe he thought he's forcing a draw, but it turns out it was not. But I don't know, it seems
maybe
so safe
f4
for
it
black.
was too ambitious, I don't know. It's difficult to assess this position.
Maybe the position was 0.00 all the time, you know, like.
But still, you know, this with the king like this, it's really, I mean,
yeah, but if you control dark squares, you might get away with it. But
not
this
so
h pawn is
very dangerous.
And from the distance, it would appear that rook d2 is a big threat in this position, right?
Yeah.
But after queen b7, king moves. Okay, you take on f2, I go to h2. I'm fairly safe
as
there.
we analyzed.
And h pawn goes. So maybe white was fine all the way in the game.
Yeah, maybe that was the Kramnik's idea.
Yeah.
While he pushed h5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e4, king d8, and now Kramnik plays for a win with queen takes f4, queen takes h5, bishop h3. Queen goes back to c5, and now a5. What a strange move.
Yes, strange move. That's what actually I was thinking of.
What is it? Oh, he's afraid of black playing a5 himself.
So that the b4 pawn will be always weak.
Yeah. But now black has 2 pawns to control. But now if black plays a5, he would have only one.
Yeah.
And that would be much easier.
But he cannot take on a5?
I'm afraid the rook would be lost.
Maybe, yeah.
You mean in terms of playing for a draw, right?
Maybe on h4 check, then h5 check is coming. Queen h4 check.
King c7.
Where to go? King c7. Maybe king.
Why not queen takes a5?
Queen takes a5.
There's definitely a reason.
Yes, should be a reason. Queen cf8 check.
Queen f8. King c7, the only move.
And
now queen c8.
Queen c8. Then it's, I think.
And now queen b8.
Maybe queen b8.
King c5. All right, I don't see at least for now. 1 second, let me think. For sure, there is winning a rook, but how exactly? Maybe.
I don't see right away. Maybe there is a plan with the
actually, if I were black here and I didn't see a way to lose the rook, I wouldn't go for it anyway.
Because there must be a way.
It's so discoordinating pieces and everything. That's why Aronian played rook d5.
Yeah, rook
trying
d5 must
to consolidate.
Yeah.
Queen f6 check, king e8, queen e6, king f8.
Now what?
Why not? Why
check again? Queen f6.
Why didn't he go back to d8? Why? What was the problem?
I don't see.
Because for me it seems a little bit unsafe to keep the king in front of the pawns. Because, for example, if we imagine the g pawn coming,
yes,
Why not king d8 here?
King d8. I don't know. Maybe he wants to go to f7, but I don't know why he wants to go to f7, g7.
I don't know, maybe from general reasons he wants to keep the king in case of, I don't know, of exchanging
But I think
queens.
white can repeat here, no?
White always can repeat now. Now only
queen
white is
f6
playing
check,
for a
yes,
win.
queen f6 check, and then
Now
what?
only white is playing for a win, for
But
sure.
he didn't repeat. He played bishop g4.
Yeah. He repeated the position a little bit.
And then he
Just
played
to
king-
get closer to the time control.
He played
He
bishop
played
g4.
bishop g4. Oh, they already passed the move number 40.
Yeah, now
All right, so
probably.
maybe time troubles have ended.
So what is this?
Queen
after
d4 was
Queen
played.
d4. Looks like queen e6 or queen g6 or queen c6. There are three moves. Well, actually, queen c6.
Well, first of all, exchanging queens is never an option in this endgame, right? Especially after playing a5.
But I don't know
By
why
the way-
white is playing for a win here.
By the way, if the pawn was still on a4, there theoretically might be an option to exchange queens, play
Yeah.
b3, and keep the bishop on that diagonal and try to push the two
This
pawns.
can be the idea of Kramnik's. Maybe now give check, for example, on c6 or e6, whatever,
Mhm.
and then play f4. If queen f2 check,
And
king h3, king h4, and then bishop h6, h3, and then go forward with the f pawn.
With the king in front of the
Yeah,
pawn, that's
h4.
good.
Yeah.
That
What
is
else
good.
can it be? Because in this position, if you don't,
No, he needs
if
to
you don't,
push the pawns, definitely.
yes.
definitely.
Otherwise, you have
But
no
he needs
chance
to
to
be
win
very
this
careful.
position. Yeah, but of course, it's very dangerous. Also,
So, for example, queen e6, king, I guess f8,
yes,
and you propose f4.
yes,
But there
What
is a
else?
queen h8 check.
yes.
Queen h8.
Oh, queen h8.
And
This
suddenly,
is also maybe suddenly
rook comes to d2,
rook
suddenly.
d2. Still maybe bishop h3, rook b2, king h1.
No, but this is playing for losing, lost knight.
Yes, but
queen
now
takes
now
d2.
I am trying not to lose. Yes.
Yes, so
This is not
this is
actually
not gonna
f4.
happen.
Actually, after queen h8, it doesn't look like the move.
So
What
else?
about queen g6 check and then
Queen g6 check.
but what
Right,
is
I
the,
go
what
back
is the
anyway.
difference on f4? It doesn't matter anyway. I cannot play bishop h5.
And the problem is now the b2 pawn is hanging because the rook is not under
I
attack.
don't think this will be more than a draw.
I think Kramnik would push. He's no need to be in a hurry. You know, he can go queen e6 check here,
Yes.
king f8, and go king g2, for example. What do you
No,
do?
he plays like this, and then he
But now rook d6, rook f6 is the maneuver.
rook
Rook
d6.
d6.
Yes, he can coordinate now the rooks, and the rook
Maybe
will
white
be-
at some point would play b3. You know, maybe, okay, this is the position now, right? This is the
Mhm.
position on the board. Because if white plays king g2, plays b3, and God forbid, transfers the bishop to c4, white would be much better,
Yeah,
right?
but
No
difficult
weaknesses.
to make it happen.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Somehow.
I think he would try. He likes this sort of
Yes,
positions with a
but-
draw in his
yes,
pocket,
but
I think.
depending on the position of the match, you know, if in the
Yeah.
situation,
So why don't we take a look at that?
if the other boards are winning, you know, if one board is winning, I don't think he will take any risk.
All right, so let's take
Let's
a look.
see this.
Movsisyan Karyakin.
Yes, Movsisyan Karyakin game.
1 second.
Movsisyan Karyakin game. It was difficult for Karyakin. We were thinking that Karyakin should play c4, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, he just repeated the position with rook b5.
h6 he
Right.
played, and
Rook
then knight
b5.
e5.
No, rook b5, very good move. He wants to, well, rook on a5 is too good.
Yeah.
So rook b5, white avoids exchanging, keeping the position. Tense, h6, knight e5, queen e7, h3. Still, I think white is better with a draw in his pocket,
Yeah.
right? Rook b6, there's not much black can do. King h2, bishop c8, king g4, knight g4.
Yeah.
Knight
G4
takes,
is interesting.
rook takes. He wants to create a third weakness, the pawn on d5. No, needs better protection. Rook g4, queen f6, rook f4, queen takes a1, rook takes a1. All right. I think with queens off, black's chances, I don't know. What do you think?
A little better.
Maybe a little better.
I mean, not better. I mean, than the
Well,
other position.
for a draw,
of course,
of
it's worse
course.
than the white,
Rook
but
d6,
a little better than the other
rook a5,
position.
a6, rook f to a4, king f8, h4. Slight but lasting advantage. Still nothing's changed. Maybe the amount of that advantage has decreased a little bit. Because
yes,
black can
for
bring,
sure.
with queens of the king can come to the center, for example, to d6
Yes.
and control
Before
everything
it was
personally.
not possible.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely
I
exchanging queens in
think
black's favor.
it was in black's favor. Yes.
Okay, king g1, g5, king f1, bishop d7, rook a1. There is no rook anymore. And g to h.
This I don't understand why he allows his pawn formation to be.
Maybe he wants some
corrupted.
counterplay with rook f6, rook f4. G takes h4 is necessary. I don't know why.
But
What's
this,
this unnecessary?
why he's
Sorry.
playing like
Sorry,
this?
there is a pawn on a6 hanging. But
That's why he's playing like
that's
this.
why he's thinking.
To take on a6, huh?
Yeah, but then one weakness down, isn't it?
I don't
And
think
less
I
pawns
don't
on
think
the
it will be a good
Well, I would. Okay, so let's consider what's going on here.
But now it's still attacking on a6,
Yeah.
bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
What to do now? The problem is the rook c7. Is a
Yeah.
very passive piece, and he
Still
only
nothing's changed. White is better with a
white
lasting
still
advantage,
better. Yes.
and only white
This
can win.
actually,
This is
the
actually the
d5
position of the
pawn. Maybe you should play d4. You don't like. I don't like this d5 pawn also on d5. He
Wanna
cannot
play
play d4.
Well, you can.
Why
but then
why he avoids playing d4? He is afraid of rook e1, rook e5, or something.
he's afraid of rook coming to c4,
rook coming to c4, but now
and then maybe b4. and so on.
rook a4, rook c4.
Rook a4, rook c4. And
Yeah.
actually, when you are defending this sort of unpleasant position, usually you avoid moving pawns too much. Just creates.
But this
more
time,
weakness.
you have always pressure on d5 with the bishop on g2.
Yeah.
It's such a
No,
annoying,
lasting
such an annoying
advantage.
position.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
I
like
reckon it's definitely
torturing.
torturing,
Yes.
Indeed. And you cannot do anything about it because if you push c4, you create more weaknesses. White can take and play
Karyakin
d4. White
still
can,
suffering.
yeah. So
Let's check the other game.
Grishchuk Akopyan.
Grishchuk, Akopyan, what happened?
I wonder what he did in that position.
Yeah, me too. I'm wondering how did they play. I just saw
Rook f8. We
rook
stopped at
ending.
move 26. Rook f8. Indeed, he took on d6. How did he win that pawn on d6? C takes this and knight d8. We were talking about.
yes, this. Should
And
be
you evaluated this slightly better for black, but I
Yeah.
thought white should be able to
hold.
Yeah, but white's rooks are more active. Yes,
White
maybe
rooks
white is
active,
still,
but
white
the
is
pawns
still,
are so weak.
so should be equal.
Yeah, should be equal.
Suppose.
It will
Rook
compensate.
b e3, rook c8, and rook e6. And Akopyan sacrificed a pawn for activity, which is a very common idea.
Yeah.
When it's
Yes,
better
it's
to
a
have an
good
active
idea,
rook
yes.
rather and be one pawn down rather than another
Exactly.
way around. Yeah. And this is, I guess, this is no exception. Rook g6, rook g4 check, king f1, rook f7, king e1, king d7, c3, rook g to f4. Take a look. Black's rooks are excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, on f7, defending and also attacking. So this should be
The
a draw.
G6 rook also doing
Rook
nothing.
d2, king c7,
I think it will be draw,
and rook e6. Okay, white would still try a little bit.
but I don't think much.
Too many weaknesses.
Yeah.
I see. But
How to protect
oh no,
on-
if the king would be on the king side now for black, I won't be worrying about black position.
But now G6 also is
Yeah,
a threat.
G6 getting
Now
rid
I'm
of
just looking at G6 move, which is annoying. What to play against G6?
G6 rook d7.
Yeah, rook D7, but now after rook D7, I can
Oh,
I cannot double.
we actually have
We have Mr. Nepomniachtchi coming. What was the result? I don't know.
it's a draw.
Draw. Welcome, Mr. Nepomniachtchi.
Thank you.
Hi,
Please
sit, please.
Please sit here.
Hi.
You can show us your game from there. We have the board here.
Have-
Yes, sure.
Of course. Yeah, please.
This microphone, I have to bring it here so that we can speak.
So what? Please don't move this window. It's only this one is
Yeah.
broadcasting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. So it was a really strange game because, I mean, from the very opening, my opponent wasn't. I mean, he didn't play too well because, okay, normally this is almost an equal line. And okay, after dc4, he decided to sacrifice his pawn, not to take back on c4, to get some pawn center. And,
Sorry.
yeah, and so, okay, normally white take on c4 here, but I think it's more or less equal position. Yeah, but he decided to play for some initiative, I think so, and here I just get the pawn and probably got much better position already here. So if he forced to play e3, surely he did something wrong. Well, so okay, I was choosing between bishop f5 and maybe bishop g4 and castle immediately, but okay, I think castle is interesting idea. Yeah, and after h3, okay, I decided to go on to forced line here, which, I mean, after this line I give back the pawn, but get a better structure. So I thought I was very clever, but maybe not. So maybe I could play some more obvious moves. But okay, for example, bishop d7, knight c3. Okay, here is more or less first. Yeah, so okay, maybe it doesn't seem too logical, but okay, I wanted to play for something more than equal position. E6, so I'm first keen
So
to
how
play
did you
d6.
evaluate
Yeah,
this position?
I was very happy with this position. Maybe I was right. Yeah, a5 I think is right because queen d7 is the threat and bishop a4. So here I think b5 is right move, and queen e2 really seems strange to me because I was only expecting queen c2, and I wasn't too. I mean, I was very optimistic with my position, and I didn't see any counterplay for him. So maybe this moment I should have played e5 myself. So because after e5, suddenly he can hold everything. Because if I play a6, e5, and so on, then I will just win d6 pawn at some moment. So I just will play like rook d8, knight f8, knight e6. Okay, just positions. Like, I mean, it's just simply very good for black. But after e6, e5, I was really, I wasn't so happy because, okay, now I should calculate some lines finally, first time in this game. It was pretty unexpected. Okay, maybe I could try bishop takes f3. Here, yeah, with the idea, okay, if he takes with queen, then I just play rook e7 and win pawn on e5. And if he takes with bishop, maybe I can try to take on e5 like this, sacrifice an exchange. But here, okay, I mean, if he takes on 8, takes knight f3, knight d4 is the good idea. So he should play rook a3, and I think here black maybe is not better, but somewhat like this, because okay, I can play knight e6, knight d4, and if I will be in time, I will just win d6 pawn quickly, and it will be just 2 pawns for an exchange with some good position, especially if I put my bishop on d4. But I wasn't too sure. I mean, I'm better here. And also, I think he had trick like d7. So I'm forced to take. Queen goes, maybe queen c7. Yeah, and here if bishop g5, then I play bishop d4. But maybe bishop f4 and okay, e5, bishop g5. So, yeah, I mean, d7 pawn gives white some really good chances. Maybe not only for a draw, I mean. But maybe it's just everything this is crap because f6 now I see that. I mean, I just play rook e7 and rook d8. Yeah, so bishop e3, okay, so it wasn't too clear for me if I'm better or worse. Okay, so I decided to play in more calm way. Okay, maybe it's not a mistake. Yeah, here I could also start my play with h6, so to provoke h4, but I mean, this was possible probably on every move. But okay, I decided to play some simple moves, being very simple guy. But here, okay. Okay, basically black has two plans here. First is to place directly f6, and second then to keep e5 weakness on the board and just to play rook c8, c4 slowly, improve on the queen side. Generally, I think the second plan, without playing f6 too early, is better, but okay, I thought it.
So you mean rook c8, c4, and play on the queen side, eh?
Yeah, because white, I don't
Aren't
think
you afraid
white
of
can
something
improve.
like h4 or h5?
Okay, h5, after h5, I mean, every time I can play f6 and then take with knight on f6. Okay, of course h4, h5, but after h5 I can play h6 for a moment, so it's not so easy to get some play for white. Yeah, but surely, maybe the thing I have done wasn't too stupid. Yeah, exchange, and here of course I should have started with h6. I mean, that was important to provoke h4. And here maybe I can already play f6 and take with rook. Because I have just badly miscalculated in this position. Okay, I'm not pretending this is much better for black, but okay, I have my own plan, e5, rook e6, bishop f8, maybe I can try. But maybe h6 is also a weakness, so it's not so clear. But I wanted to get this position without weakening the king side. So, and here this probably first move I blundered. Okay, first after I played f6 I have noticed this, but was a little bit too late. Rook c1. So my simple idea to play bishop d4 doesn't work, even because of rook d4 and rook c7. And here, okay, I was a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit already some upset afterwards. So it's white is surely not worse anymore. Maybe white wasn't worse at any moment, but okay. Here I
Actually, we are not experts in this Grunfeld lines, but we were kind of optimistic for white. So,
yeah, sure. Yeah,
so maybe the truth is in between somewhere.
Here, of course. But okay, in this position, surely white can't fight for anything more than an equal position. I mean, maybe here it would be more clever to play c4 at first, and then improve this somehow. Knight c5, rook c8. Okay, because I don't believe white can seriously improve his position anywhere. And okay, in case of knight e3, I mean, it's not so easy to make a good move for white. And okay, if 6.
What about b3, maybe?
Okay, b3. I mean, I can take.
You just take, yeah.
Yeah, I can take and play knight c5 for example. And of course, it will take.
Out of play, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. And this e5 is weak because when you will take this pawn, I mean, this is not so obvious because okay, you got some c file, but black is first to be at the c file. And of course, in this position, f6 is just ridiculous, completely ridiculous move. Yeah, but okay, f6 was played. Rook c1, and here I thought I'm very clever. So.
What is the idea of b3 move? We were
b3,
just preventing
c4.
c4,
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And okay, so I guess my opponent set me a trap after bishop d4 to play b4. But okay, of course I saw this, and okay, I thought I'm very clever second time to play c4, rook d4, e5, and here I thought I'm just much better. That the key, that after rook e4, then exchange. I completely missed rook e7 because after this black is just absolutely lost.
Oh, and we have no, so you have to enter yourself.
Yeah, sure.
We stopped at this
Yeah,
point.
but rook e7 was just okay, a little bit unexpected, I must say. Yeah, because if not, if he just takes, okay, I take and queen g4, for example, I take and then I play knight e5 and queen d5 and okay, just this pawn will be lost at some moment. And I think black is okay. Not maybe not winning, but just much better. But again, I mean, after rook e7, I can do nothing. So
how did you manage to make draw?
Okay,
We
it wasn't me. It was my
this
opponent.
position, huh?
It wasn't me. It was my opponent. Okay, first of all, I think I can't take on g3 because of rook goes to e1. It is too simple for white. So I decided to start with this move. And probably after queen a6, king h8 and knight f4. Okay, I had no idea what am I going to do. Okay, maybe g5, but I mean this even looks not so great for black. So okay, maybe black can stand for 5 or 6 moves here without losing, but surely it's a matter of time when white is going to win. Okay, knight g2, queen f3, so maybe it's not so lost, but okay, yeah, at least it looks like this. Yeah, so yeah, the problem.
Maybe some rook e1 move here with the idea queen f6.
Yeah, but this is just too brilliant for me. Yeah,
GTX, queen x6, queen
yeah,
e8.
yeah, sure.
And then
Okay,
d-pawn, I think.
but I mean, there is many options for white here, of course. Yeah, but my opponent started with knight e4. Okay, this already gives black few chances to make a draw. So here suddenly I can blockade this pawn, and I'm not losing anything before, so I'm just one pawn down, and I'm not getting mated, so that's why I was happy. Probably the most solid here is rook e1. Okay, as he plays queen e6. So after queen c6, maybe to play queen e6, takes. But I mean, when 2 moves ago, white was surely going to mate me, and now
Yes,
they should play some endgame, you know, king
Yes,
Maybe
right.
3
king
versus 2
f7,
in the end.
rook
Yeah.
e6, g5, knight h2. Okay, I'm pretty sure that white should be winning somewhere, but I mean, it's not so obvious anymore. So
knight d5.
yeah, knight d5. Yeah, and here already white should show some. At least
Knight d4.
maybe should make some strong moves, yeah, because previously they just could play queen e6 and I would surely resign in a few moves. Yeah, but here, okay, my opponent wanted to play with queen, so I was wondering if you're going to play queen e5 or queen e6. Yeah, because after queen e5 I had the same trick, queen e7, and suddenly I think in this line white cannot escape checks. So okay, maybe even queen e3 works, but I'm not so sure because I thought about this position. Queen e3, okay, finally. And here I can just take on e7 if I'm scared of something, so I think this cannot be better for white anymore. Yeah, so, okay,
sorry, when you give check on g3, you cannot play knight g2?
Maybe I start with queen e3 then. Maybe I start with queen e3, yeah.
Queen
okay,
e3.
so queen e3 was more clever, okay, queen g3.
But is it the same?
I mean, would be one more blunder. Okay, and then I take the rook on c1, so I think white is not mating.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I can count.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Even now I blunder.
You're right.
Yeah, but okay, so queen e5 didn't happen, so that's why he played queen e6, king g7, and here came the move I couldn't expect that he will blunder that badly. Okay, I thought he'll play either king g1 or rook e1. And here, well, it looks like black's completely lost, but maybe not. So maybe I can try queen c8, maybe, or something like this. And okay, this c4 pawn gives me very, very little chances, but okay, at least it's not. It's not mate in one, so here I would try to fight back. Also after rook e1, I think I can play queen f3. That's another idea, and after queen g1 to play g5. So okay, here suddenly I have got some time to push my pieces forward, and maybe it might help me somehow. Or not. Yeah, but after queen e5, so how did it came?
Queen e6.
Yeah, moment. Queen e6, king g7, queen e5. Okay, it's just
king if queen e5.
Yeah, it's just a fork. So just attacking both pawns, and here.
Just forced.
Yeah, my opponent just didn't find anything.
It was like
better.
Okay.
Yeah, because if white lose one of these pawns, it's not more obvious. White is winning. So in case he could play rook e1, in this case I take, and here it's not so easy to make a move. But maybe just knight e6 is not so disastrous for black. So after queen f5, it could also be a draw. Maybe black is even better here. So okay, so I was lucky to get this frog chance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
Thank you for coming
thank you.
and analyzing.
Thank you.
thank you.
We have, ladies, gentlemen, we have Kramnik and Aronyan. They just finished their game. Mr. Kramnik, Mr. Aronyan. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Kramnik. How are you, Mr. Erdogan? Please sit down here. You can sit. Hi, how are you? Aronyan. Please, you can sit here. I will sit there.
So tell us about the game. What was going on? Who was better? Who was worse? Who was playing for a win?
Very interesting game indeed.
Yeah.
I don't know who was better, but I was playing for a win. I don't know if I was better or not, but I thought, okay, this variation, I played it a couple of years ago against Morozevich, and then I got slightly better. Actually, I was close to win it, but didn't manage. But then I analyzed it. My problem was that I actually think that this plan is sort of new. What I played with this H4, it's very dangerous. But the problem was that Levon, I guess, at least repeated something before the game, and I couldn't remember anything. I mean, the H4 was knight e4 is a kind of new plan. Queen e7, castle, and H4. Yeah, that was actually the end of my. But of course I have a lot of analysis here, and I thought white was better at the end, but you have to be very, very precise here.
Can you explain at least the idea for us of H4?
Well, actually the idea of H4 is to be able after F5 to play knight G5. This is the main point of the position, because first actually I was not sure if it was H4 or A4. I spent like 10 minutes trying to understand trying to understand if it was A4 first. But then I understood it would somehow after B4 would be too good, so I started to check and I realized probably it's F5, A, B, C, B, Rook A6, Bishop A6, Knight C5. I mean, I saw, but then Queen C5,
Yes.
something like this, because, it would be better if I would have repeated it before the game, because although, Levon never played Botvinnik variation in his life, I think, before, so I didn't expect it at all. And here black should be at least equal, I think. It's still sharp, but it can also be worse for white. So then I realized that probably it means that it's first H4. And C5 and A4, this is the plan, Rook D4, Queen E2, B4, this is kind of tabby, I think, of this line. Would be very helpful if I would have remembered at least something, because I just started to play instead of, actually I analyzed it a lot, this position, but I thought Rook FD1 is a logical move. I don't know if it's what I was intending or not. Maybe Rook AC1 makes sense also, but I thought it's logical, Rook D1. I don't know, Bishop D5. Yeah, because possible Rook D8, but then H-pawn becomes very dangerous in many lines. I don't know
if I remember
Rook
correctly,
AC1 or...
yes, Bishop D5 was my analysis.
Yeah, maybe. I remember that in mine it's also Bishop was on D5 at some point, but yeah, here I was not sure if maybe Knight G5 was my note or Rook C1, I was not sure, but anyway I just played Rook C1, which looked to me very logical, because my idea is just to sacrifice an exchange. I mean, I saw that after, let's say, Knight C7, I can simply take on C4. And takes, and I have very strong initiative. I mean, it's maybe Rook H5, maybe it's not so bad for black, but I thought white has run no risk, because D4 is going, for example.
What about Rook D8?
Yeah, Rook H5 maybe I can take, and after Rook D8, I guess Knight C5 probably.
It does look indeed scary.
Yeah, it looks scary. I don't know if it's maybe computer holds it somehow, but it looks not pleasant. Even I can put my knight on D3 and just play positionally, start to push H-pawn. I mean, in a practical game, it looks nice for white, although maybe black is okay here, I don't know. But Rook D1, well, of course, for me, it's a kind of, I think it's an achievement in a way, because Rook on D4 is quite good, so I don't know, maybe Queen D1 was a better idea, and then to push Queen or H5.
But I thought after Rook D8, you'll still have to control the...
I was not sure, maybe to H5 to go, it makes some sense. Not sure what sense.
I don't know, F5. I think you can't really.
Yeah, like knight G5. Yes, I'm not sure.
No,
I don't know. Yeah, no, I thought it was logical. Rook D1. Now, I think the problem is that, let's say Knight C7. I just play Knight D2. I mean, that's my threat, and I simply, very simply take the pawn, something like this, even or Knight E4. Just slowly take, and then just much better with this H pawn. That's what I thought at least.
Sure.
So I thought rook d8 is logical. Now, now again, I was calculating this knight g5. Actually, it might be interesting, but it's very sharp. Because I thought probably bishop g2.
But actually, I can even remove my queen.
Where?
Maybe to d7.
d7?
Yeah.
Are you not just h pawn will not simply promote somehow?
I'm trying to take the e4 pawn, to have my, I don't know. Maybe it's risky, yes.
It's very risky. No, but I was not sure. Here knight g5, I was calculating bishop g2. I think I better take on g2 immediately
but what
here.
if I, excuse me, if I give away the, no, of course, sure, take.
Yeah, take, and then let's say queen b7 check, and f3 probably is a good move to have knight e4. And I don't know, it's such a mess. For example, I was analyzing this. Take queen d5 and now take h5. I don't know what is this position. c3, take. I was thinking about this actually. h7, c1 queen, and knight f7. I don't know if I'm better here.
Queen c2?
Yeah, because queen f5 is coming, yeah. So maybe then I could try to check first or something.
But I can play king b7, no?
Yeah, that's true. But also after queen d5, no, my idea was maybe that I can do this. But okay, it's very sharp, of course. So I can also win. I don't know, knight c7 probably, yeah?
Yes.
I thought knight c7 and
maybe
then...
king b7 is interesting. No, king b7 makes no sense, sorry.
Yeah, well, let's say knight c7. I thought, well, even knight f7, c3. Yeah, I was just thinking about some strange stuff like knight e5, queen d2, king f1, something. It's very strange, but I can be better, I can be lost, I don't know. Anything is possible in this position. So I was not really in the mood to go for it because also I quite liked rook c1. I think black has kind of only moves. Yeah, I thought. Queen b7. I
wasn't sure about that, but I thought that after queen c6 it's safe for me.
No, because I'm just threatening knight d2 again. So I thought, okay, queen b7 is logical, yeah. And rook c4 is an important resource.
Yeah, it has to happen.
Yes. Yeah, rook c4 and now queen c6. Yeah, because, well, this is losing probably. I don't know if it's completely losing. King b8.
c7?
Yeah, okay, king c7. I thought even queen e5 maybe is finishing.
G2?
No, but the problem is
knight c4
is a big problem, and then it's just terrible.
No, but why would I
attack simply? Yeah. So queen c6 is on the move, and now, okay, rook c1 seems to be a draw. Yeah, that's what I thought. Rook c1, f5,
bishop f1.
Yes, bishop f1.
b4.
I was even thinking about some strange f3 move, but doesn't seem to work. f3, bishop b3. I cannot trap the bishop. Yeah. So bishop f1, bishop e4 takes. It's not totally clear if black is not. If I just have bishop e2, f3.
I thought you would play bishop c4, king
h5. I was not sure. Yeah, bishop c4.
King d6,
I was not sure about rook d2. So king d6. I thought maybe there is some slight danger.
Bishop d5.
This and then just trying to get a fork in f2 and back to c1. Yeah, it should be a draw.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, it should be a draw. But anyway, that was somehow, I don't know, I was also thinking about many other moves than h5, some like king h2, but h5 looks like the most tempting. Because also, bishop c4, queen c4, again, it looks strange, doesn't look too bad for black, but somehow I couldn't really see what to do. It's quite dangerous for black, because it's h-pawn, I have a lot of initiative. I thought, for example, maybe knight c7 to play and trying to go, I can even try h6, but let's say knight c5, knight d5. Yeah, it should be. Should be safe for white. At least I think white has no risk, and then I don't know if I'm better or not. But if I'm really have good winning chance or not. But it's very nice position. I thought. So f5. Yeah, that is the idea. Knight c5. Okay, this is. Now the idea that knight c5, queen c2 is strong. Yeah, I think b3, queen c1 very important, and it seems to me that I'm winning here. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
I was just afraid to miss some bishop f3 at some point, but I don't see where. So bishop c4. It looks quite direct, yeah. Queen e4. How does queen c5? Yeah, this I was not very convinced. Yeah, because I think I need this e6 pawn.
I do believe you need it. Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow I don't know. Yeah, I thought I should take here. I was expecting rook d2 in fact here. I actually thought that I have quite a nice position, but this and I was not sure.
And we were thinking about h6 actually.
h6 as well.
Yeah, I was thinking because now I was writing this strange variation. Let's say rook f2. Well, okay, maybe it doesn't work.
What if I take with the queen and play f4?
Yeah, but that's not completely clear if you save it or not. Yeah, I couldn't really finish
Queen
here.
B4.
Yeah, queen b4. Yeah. Then you get queen e4. I mean, it's not totally sure if you can save it. I mean, king should go there, otherwise
Yes,
probably it
yes,
will be
for
lost.
sure.
So I check,
King f6.
king f6, and now I was thinking maybe even I can, I mean, some these checks put.
Probably
no,
draws
queen
well.
f4. No, this is a draw. But wait a second, I had something in my mind here, some idea. I thought maybe there is a chance after queen f4. Maybe queen b.
So
queen
in that
e8,
position,
something
white
like
is
this.
playing for a win, or black, or
No,
both?
white, no, for sure white.
for
I can
sure,
always
okay.
give
It's
perpetual.
safer for white, yes.
I mean, I can give perpetual if I want always. I mean, it's not that I'm winning, but I think I have no risk. Yeah, but so
These things I didn't really think I should calculate variations. That's why I didn't go for rook d2 or
yeah,
rook
no.
d1,
Another,
queen
of course,
f6.
another issue is that I can check on queen f4. Yeah, this or queen f3. I don't know what is better. Yeah.
This stuff I didn't like actually.
Yeah, but here your king is kind of close. So I
Right,
was not sure whether
it's-
this was a queen f3 maybe
It's under the
first.
checks.
Yeah, I mean, okay. It's
The rook is hanging at the moment, so
It's calculating some lines here. I don't know if it's it, but it's kind of scary for black. I don't know if it's more than this, but I thought it was.
yeah. In the end, I felt that I should just simply give you the f pawn, take the h pawn, and then that should be holdable.
Yes, no, you're right, but maybe I should have done something more daily, like queen e2 here or something. Or maybe this was a chance to try to, I mean, to put your queen, to leave your queen as far as possible there. Let's say fg, fg.
This I felt is very sharp for both, kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking about rook d6 because king gets to
Yes,
a5.
yes,
Yeah,
that's
queen
what I
e7,
was
king
thinking
b6, king
about.
a5. You can all, but yeah, then there is some g4. I don't know. I mean, I thought, okay, my understanding that only white can be better if somebody is better, but I'm not really sure. Let's say this.
Maybe I shouldn't play rook d6. Maybe I should play some other.
Yeah. Yeah, so this might be a chance somehow, some small chance.
Maybe rook c1 is more precise.
Rook c1.
It's risky though.
Yeah, I try to push, I guess.
Can't attack that one. Queen g5. See
Maybe
what a
bishop-
protection it is.
Bishop
Against the
h3. Okay,
checks.
maybe I can mate it somehow.
Okay. b3.
Can black take on this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure what's around
Why
this.
won't b3 be?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
B3,
yeah.
yeah,
also-
yeah.
No, okay, yeah, that's
Not satisfactory.
Yeah, I mean, I was not, no, because of course in general I would like to keep this h pawn, yeah, because it's very close to, but I couldn't really see how. Okay, some checks, whatever. I was thinking about some moves, but still couldn't really find a way. I mean, maybe there is something. I don't know. But I couldn't really find because here. But actually, I thought it was here. There is a chance, but I'm just somehow, I mean, a5. I thought it was a good idea because then I'm just attacking the king. Yeah. Because in general, of course, my plan would be if I put pawn on b3, bishop on c4, something like this. Okay, but it's, I mean, I'm just not in time for it. It's obviously not in time. So a5 I thought could be so useful just to, I mean, to get also because then
Is
black.
it preventing
otherwise,
a5 or king coming?
yeah,
to
both.
A5?
Actually, both. I thought I didn't like when maybe that the king can come here, or even a5, and then I mean after a5 at least I get some attacks on these 2 pawns. Yeah, that's what I thought. But rook
We have a quick after queen takes a5. Is the rook lost or is it just? I would never have played.
Yeah,
it,
I mean
just a
that's.
question.
I didn't see immediately how to
Okay,
take the rook,
that's
but
what I guess
I mean
the
it
blue
looks
line
absolutely awfully dangerous. Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
so I
very
decided,
dangerous.
okay, somehow.
No grandmaster will ever.
Yeah,
take
yeah,
it.
that's
Yeah,
what
right.
I said actually.
Yeah, but okay, here maybe I should have. Maybe my slight mistake was to try. I mean, to move the king. Maybe I should have gone bishop g4. Maybe that was some kind of small chance, just to keep the queen.
Yeah, I was
to
planning
keep
to play king e7.
your
here,
guys
so
there. Yeah.
King e7
Mhm.
and then queen to d4.
Yeah,
Trying to do the
that's-
So
same.
you both ignore that pawn on a5, yeah?
But it's almost impossible to take. I think quite often you just
What
lose
about
material.
taking right now?
I
I'm
mean,
afraid
even
you'll
if
probably
you
lose
take it-
material. I mean, it's very likely, like check, for example, and bishop, something like this, and bishop f3 or something. I mean, it's very, very easy to lose on the spot.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean,
Queen c5
Queen
here.
No,
c5,
queen c5
yeah.
works. Yeah, but then you can push the a pawn at least.
yes, no, maybe not bishop f3, but
yeah, but you know, if
no,
I'm,
but I can always give
when
perpetual.
I'm taking
I mean.
that pawn, it means I'm playing for a win. But I'm not playing for a win. So
No, it's not even it because I can give perpetual always,
Yeah.
but
it
yeah.
makes no sense to take a risk.
Check
when-
king
when-
e8. Yes, I just here somehow I couldn't find.
when you have a plan, you know.
Yeah, because that's a problem. Yeah, because maybe Bishop G4 was a better move. Yeah. That's what I played. Yeah. Oh wait, there was some. King G2. I thought. Yeah, King G2 was an issue.
Yeah, it's basically the same
But
thing.
yeah, I mean, I need maybe my pawn on f4. I need to play f4 at some point. Maybe that is my only chance to play for a win somehow.
And
I
to run
hardly
with the king
believe
in front
you
of the
can-
pawns.
Hmm?
And to run with the king in
Yeah.
front
Yeah,
of the
somehow
pawns.
to, but it's very difficult to manage. I mean, I just have a kind of discoordination. I mean, just quite badly coordinated. It's a problem. I mean, that's why here check bishop g4.
Yeah, I'm
queen
quite
d-
happy with that plan of queen c5, rook d5, queen d4, because I think
Mhm.
it's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah,
Otherwise, if
yeah,
you
because
give
queen
white
d4
time,
yeah, if I get just a couple of tempos can be done. But the problem here is that yeah, I mean now black just wants just give perpetual. So, but the problem is that I don't really see a way to play for a win. Let's say this black gets rook f6 and it's very solid
Yeah.
rook on f6. I mean, I don't know. I think basically nobody can improve the position here,
Sure,
more or less.
sure.
Like b3 or a6, I can play. and
but
then
you're
it's a
not
kind
playing
of-
for a win anymore.
Not really. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can still. I was thinking just to try a bit, just to. I don't know what I want next, but
Yes.
I had a feeling that I always have a perpetual. I mean, even if things go really wrong. But the problem rook f7 and a6, and then then I just stay, you stay, and I don't see what
Back and
really.
forth.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have my pawn on f4, maybe some chance king on h3, maybe I can still. I don't believe, but here it's just kind of blocked position. So I don't know. We have to check what computer said. Maybe there was some way for white to play, but it seems to be more or less correct game. That's what I think at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. It's quite an interesting game actually.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was fun to play an opening I haven't played in my life, and it's a good feeling always.
Yeah, we were all surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little
It was a
bitter
very
because
good
from
game.
one side, I mean, of course,
Exciting game.
I
Finally,
analyze the
he will make
position.
draw. He will make draw in the end. We couldn't find anything else, as you said. If you play f4, then there was some danger.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think I have much danger, but I don't think actually how can I win it already.
Yeah.
It's a bit late. I mean, I should have. Probably my chance was to keep somehow the h pawn, but I didn't see
We checked
how
there
to
is
do
one
it.
game with e5 variation when you played knight e4. But
After h4, e5.
Armenian
Yeah.
played c5.
Yeah, no,
After-
that's much better. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
of course,
it's-
no. It's black is kind of only c5, a4, take
It's
b4. It's kind of
Botvinnik,
only.
you know. In Botvinnik,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
cannot mess around.
Yeah, you just need to make all
This
this.
is a novelty. We didn't see any game. Right?
Yeah, well, basically, knight a4 is sort of new because
Yeah.
there were some not very strong players. Yeah, but yeah, it's very critical, I believe, knight a4. Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you,
and
thank you.
analyzing. Great game.
So, not so many games left for us.
Really, the games are finished.
Yeah, many games have finished. And let's take a look at the one on the monitor right now.
We just saw a very
so
exciting game.
Very exciting game.
Mr. Kramnik.
Nice insights.
Yeah.
Yes.
The games are finished.
Many games are finished.
Really?
Grishchuk, Akopian are still playing that rook hand game.
What about the other one?
They all the draws Russia versus
Only Grichuk and
Armenia.
Akopian are playing.
No. I mean Russia versus Armenia.
Moses also playing, or they may draw.
They made it draw already.
They made a quick draw. How it was? We were thinking that he will
Yeah,
suffer.
he could have pushed maybe. Well, let's maybe it depends on what's going on in Grishchuk Akopian game.
Yes, okay.
So
This was a quick draw actually. This Moses and Karyakin.
So
I
they
don't
just
know why.
agreed.
Yeah, they played a couple of.
Oh, but he pushed c4 at some
Yes,
point.
C4.
forcing
Yes,
things. Maybe
you're
that,
right.
Maybe
Let's
that
see
was the problem.
Grichuk's game.
So we stopped at move number.
Grichuk says some
7.
chances.
So rook e6, and we were thinking about rook d7.
So
Okay, but
I think
we
before we go on to analyzing this game, let's give a break.
Okay.
5 minutes, just 5 minutes break, and then we will come with this very interesting game
Very
between
interesting, okay.
Grichuk and Akopian,
And
the last game in Russia-Armenia match,
Yeah.
and then our Turkish team matches and the others.
Yeah,
We'll
okay.
see. So stay with us. Okay, we start.
Okay, we are back, And we have a guest here, Alexander Ipatov, port number 1 of Turkish national team, who finished his game and came to share his experience.
Welcome, welcome, Alexander.
Good evening.
Why don't you tell us what happened in the game? What was the preparation? Who was better? Who was worse?
Well, I was playing against Rauf Mamedov. I had played him once. It was black to go in the Turkish league. I lost badly with black colors. Today I was white, so I wanted to take a revenge. So I went for the critical line in King's Indian. Well, I played knight f3 bishop. It is the main line of King's Indian. I played it first time in my life. I analyzed it in August. So he was expecting that I would play this. So so his preparation maybe ended after. Just let
yeah, please.
Okay. So this bishop f3 is a move played by Kramnik maybe in 2007 to 2010. So it's a very popular line. Take. Yeah. After the game, he told me that he had analyzed this during training camp like a few weeks ago, but they missed this move queen d2, which is a strong novelty. So yeah.
Can you explain us the idea? Why is it stronger than, I don't know, any other move? What maybe he was considering?
Yeah, the coach for the Persian team, Khalifman, told that white usually puts his queen to d3 to stabilize the position, but they missed this move queen d2 is better. Well, the idea of queen d2 is just to connect rooks to play rook a e1 and push f4. And then if black takes, e takes f4, I can exchange dark square bishops and try to play against his king. So queen e7, rook a1, rook a8, and here f4, and it looks like white is much better because I'm better coordinated, and so it's good for me to open up the position. So Rauf after the game told me that he was really disappointed with the opening outcome. He played king h8.
What about h6? I'm sorry to interrupt. In this or any other position before?
Right here.
Right here, h6, just to prevent knight from coming.
Maybe also knight f2.
Also knight f2.
Yeah, and I just want to take or play knight d3.
Put
and
more
I'm
pressure on e5.
I'm not sure that black can hold on his
okay.
e5 pawn. So he played king h8. And here I think I made a wrong maneuver with my knight. I should have played knight f2 immediately. So my idea is very simple, to come to d3 and just to take his pawn on e5. I don't know. Maybe he should play queen d8. Sorry, queen d8. And here I just take. D takes e5 and knight e3. And comparing to the game, he has his king on h8, so whenever I take on e5, he cannot take with the bishop because I will take with my bishop check. So I'm just winning e1, I think.
For example, knight d4 could be met with exchange on
Take
f8 and knight
knight
d5.
I mean, the game I played bad move knight g5. Well, h6 the only move, otherwise I just play knight f3 and I take this pawn again. So h6. And here I spent maybe 30 minutes calculating where to read with my knight. Maybe knight f3, but I didn't like e4. e4 and c1, and here he should take with a bishop because he cannot take on f3 because rook takes e7, take, check, knight takes g7, and I have rook a1, it's winning, so he cannot take on f3, so he should take on b2. I take queen g7, so I'm forced to exchange queens. He brings his king. Knight e2, e3, and I spent a lot of time calculating this position, but I didn't see how can I win this pawn back. Maybe I can win, but I will let his pieces to activate. So I didn't go for this position. Maybe knight e4 was possible. It's like I provoked his weakness on g6. So maybe now I want to take. I know. Okay, I played knight h3. King h7, knight f2. So comparing to that variation we looked, I lost a few tempos, yeah, maybe one or two. So queen d8, take, knight d3, knight d6. So for example, if I take here, his king is already on h7, so he can take with a bishop. I mean, I take first on f8. Take it. If I take here with a 9, he takes, I take. Knight c4, queen c3. Of course, he doesn't take with a bishop because I can play any random move like bishop f4, and I will have a very good compensation. So here he takes, And after queen a5, he has rook e8, so I'm forced to exchange rooks. Maybe I'm just losing pawn on b5.
Yeah.
And if I take with a rook, I'm not sure he can play bishop takes b5 because of d6. I'm not sure, maybe it works. Maybe queen d6, take queen d1 check, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, he also has a rook take and bishop e8. And black is slightly better. So I played queen c1, so I just keep my pawn on c4 and I want to take on a5 the next move. So he played e4, take. If I would take on e4, I think queen f6 would be quite unpleasant for me because I have knight f2 because of queen takes. And if I go back with bishop, he checks and I don't have again knight f2. Losing a piece, so I didn't take, I played knight f2. Queen f6.
So now actually he was better? Is that correct?
Sure.
Equal maybe, yeah?
I think white is pushing him. Because I'm just winning a pawn, he should find some compensation.
Okay.
Take, and here he told him just blundered that after bishop h3 I'm going up. Where is this? Bishop h3 just bishop h3. Yeah, knight takes d6. He blunders that I can go to h3 because square f5 is covered by my knight from d6. Because if king h1 then it will be a draw.
Yeah.
Queen f3, queen f2. So what did he play? So rook e8 he played. No.
That is what we analyzed here.
Ah, what you analyzed? Okay.
Yeah.
How the game was? I took
e4.
Take, and knight f2.
I think we just stopped at some point. So
you stopped, okay.
What
So
happened?
you want me to rewind? Oh.
Yeah.
I think.
The game is on
the
right
game
side.
you can.
Okay.
1 second. 93, 96. Queen c1, e4.
Queen d4 check you made there.
29.
Yeah.
So you can.
Yeah.
We stopped at this point and
Knight
went to another game.
Yeah, queen f6, so I took. Knight takes. Queen d4 check.
King
King
h1.
h1. Bishop f5.
Yeah, we were
Well,
analyzing rook e8.
Yeah, I heard
said,
someone told that the game rook d1 was giving a big advantage for white. Like
I don't know, we didn't check with the engine.
Yeah, I heard they told us +1 for white.
Oh, really?
And knight d6 is like +0.50. But I played knight d2. Well, the idea is just to avoid exchange of knights because I want to play for a win. And in case of bishop d3, I can go knight f3. Taken here and have a strong move when a1 check. So whenever he goes, I can play knight e5 and at least I have a draw. At least, and maybe I have more. I assume I have more. Maybe I can just take it here. And my first rank is protected and I have a lot of threats like take on this ring with g7 main. So it should be. So what the guy played.
Rook f7.
Yeah, so he understood that he is worse, so he is trying to keep the position. So knight f3, queen f6. Yeah.
c5.
Here I got crazy, I played c5, but I was in time trouble, I didn't know what to do. Ralph told me maybe queen f4 was deserving attention. Maybe, I have no idea. So I played c5. Okay, my idea was if he plays knight e4, I can take, check, king g1, knight d3, b7. If check, I have queen e3. And if he takes b8, knight a2, maybe white is not better, but I just calculated in time trial. Yeah, I thought queen a7, take, and I shouldn't be worse here because I also have a passed pawn. Maybe I can activate my rook. Okay.
Or maybe knight e5.
This is what I calculated. Maybe it's just wrong if we switch on the computers.
As usually.
Yeah, exactly. So he took. So it turned out that what I calculated during 5 minutes just was wrong.
How much time did you have here?
Maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He had 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I take and bishop e4. Well, I'm still a pawn up, but he activated all his pieces. So I understood that I have to play very carefully. Maybe rook f1 I could have played with idea knight d2. And queen f1
No, knight d2 is
I don't possible.
Queen f1.
Huh?
Queen f1, knight d2.
Oh, but knight f1? Yeah, rook f1, yeah. So I just, because I didn't play this move. Because I saw if knight h4 then queen f1, but yeah, it's correct. No, so I played knight g1. I understood I have to exchange as much as possible. So my knight is protecting all the squares next to the king.
But then the activity is enough for black, I think.
rook e2, of course. Take, take. Well, just here we pass the time control, just completely equal.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe I can try for a little because I have more active rook because I can in the same time attack his pawns and protect my pawn on d5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he played knight d4, rook c5, a4. Maybe I could have played g4 here. It has sense. Yeah, but
G4, but what's the idea? Cut off
to
the
prevent knight f5.
Okay.
Maybe king f6, also a draw. Whenever I go to draw.
Yeah.
I didn't like knight h3 because I didn't want to put my knight on the edge of the board because of g5. And if king f, he has knight f3. Wait, if knight f2, knight f3. And here
Knight e3.
knight d3. I mean, yeah. It has sense, yeah.
Maybe G4, rook e7.
No, it's too much. g4 maybe knight rook c4. For rook c4 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just so I played rook a5 and of course I missed the move like knight c2. I just thought that he might play knight f5 from the other place, but here I thought I can play king f2 and bring my king to the center. So, so he played knight c2. I played knight f3, and here he offered draw. So I called my captain, Evgeny Miroshnichenko. So he told, yeah, it's draw.
Okay.
Maybe I could have played king f2 here. I don't know. If he plays knight d4, I can take rook takes e3.
No, but this should just be a draw.
Okay.
So I guess you just cut him on the variation. You got advantage, but after the opening, you didn't find the precise move order, and maybe let go him, and then there's time trouble.
Yeah, I think I was much better out of the opening.
Okay, very interesting game.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think Dragan is waiting for us.
Okay.
Dragan. Merhaba, hoş geldin. How are you? I think it was draw, yes, your game.
Yes.
Please sit. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
We have Dragan with us. He finished his game. It was draw. Can you please show us your game?
Of course.
So it's, I think
please
the
this
third team, I think we have two more games left, or one more game?
The moment finished, there were two draws, and third and fourth they were playing. Mustafa unfortunately had
Bad
pretty
position.
bad position with little hope, but okay, he's still trying. And Barash has some small winning chances. Okay, normally it would be a draw, but he has some winning chances. still.
Okay.
Okay. So why don't you tell us about the opening? We were actually arguing about the evaluation of this.
Okay, I can start from the beginning.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
I can do it. Where do I move the pieces?
Right here. Yeah, and
Okay.
please don't move that window. Yeah.
Okay. So here after d4, I looked maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Moved d takes c4, knight takes c4, and of course queen takes d4. But he played very quickly, and I wasn't expecting this. And now here, what I would have to do is I would have to remember my all my analysis, and maybe he would have some surprise for me, and basically I would have to make all the correct moves to get a draw by force. But I thought it was not a good decision because I didn't repeat this before the game, and there would be of course chance I would go wrong. So I wanted to do something else here, but unfortunately it's not so easy to do something else, because if I play knight d7, he can go bishop f4, and after knight f6 he will jump to d6 and take my other bishop as well. And well, I was worried about this. Okay, this is not good, of course. So here I decided to play knight f6, which I knew was not a great move, of course, but I thought my chances were better in this position than if I just enter his analysis. And okay, white has several options here. One move is to enter this endgame, one option is to enter this endgame, and well, of course white is better, but I thought that my position wouldn't be too bad, because white has to win somehow, and probably he will have to try to push c4 and d5 at some point. I will exchange c pawns and push e5, put my bishop to d6, d7, king e7, something like this. So I thought it wouldn't be so easy for white to make something special here, but of course his position is pleasant. Another idea for him is to exchange and play queen b3, attacking my pawn on b7. Now here I got two options for myself. Safe option was to play queen e7, and now if white would be able to just play c3, protect b4 square, and then play bishop f4, then I would be in trouble because it would be really difficult to develop my pieces. But somehow he cannot do. If he plays c3, I can go queen c7. Now, okay, of course I'm still slightly worse.
What about bishop f4 now?
Bishop f4.
Queen b6 or?
If bishop f4, I can of course consider taking, or I can play queen b6.
Okay.
Again, it's a safe move. I don't know. I was thinking about this a little in the game, something like this. I play some bishop move, queen takes a8, queen c7, and bishop a6. What's going on here? I was not sure. Maybe I go queen b6. Okay, it's in any case it's not necessary to calculate all these things because I have just a safe move, queen b6,
okay.
And okay, still I'm slightly worse, but it's not so bad. And if white plays bishop f4, of course I have to exchange queens and suffer a little, but I think with good play it should be a draw. But okay, white is better, of course. And okay, then there was a move that Eltaj decided to play, bishop d3, and again white is better. We basically reached some position with one extra tempo for white. And okay, I just accepted that I would be slightly worse, and this is my punishment for not knowing this line. So
why do you say one tempo, extra tempo? Where did you lose the tempo? Compared to French defense, you mean?
No, there are such positions, but white has to lose one move to protect the pawn on d4.
Okay.
For example, in some lines with knight f6, and in some moment black takes d4 and white plays queen e3 first to protect the pawn on e4. Okay, I can show maybe. Okay, I'm not sure about this exact position, but for example, black can play here knight f6 first. I think I saw some games like this, and take this, and white plays queen e3, and after e6, now white takes, and okay, now queen is on e4 instead of the bishop, but it's not very significant, and I think it's basically one tempo more for white. How this is, then I'm not sure it's so important, but of course it's nice to have one extra move. So okay, after this I was happy to trade knights and just play knight d7, and okay, it's actually probably a good decision to take with a bishop because queen is optimally placed on f3, and after bishop knight d7.
What about queen d4 here? Where you was it? You think was it still his preparation?
I was pretty sure it was his preparation because okay, probably it's opposing to his main lines after I take the pawn, because he had still 1 hour 28 minutes or something like that here, and I was sure. Okay, I was considering, but I was afraid.
I see, you don't want to get into a trap.
Yes. So he played c3, a nice move, because bishop is well placed on c2. Because when bishop is on d3, I always have some c5 or e5 ideas with my rook or queen on d5. So, okay, I basically what I wanted here to put my bishop to g7, to play g6 and bishop to g7. Another possibility was to play with bishop on e7, but this position is better, and it's not so easy to play for black. The problem is black cannot do anything. Black can just wait. basically. So if I do something like bishop e7, I will just show how white should play this. And something
Yes,
like
please,
this
because I
happen
don't
in
know.
the game. Yes, white should put rook to e1. Okay, I will maybe miss some important moves here, but it's not so important. Black will probably have to push g6 because white will create some threats there. And white should put this rook to e2, then put bishop somewhere. Okay, I will make an unimportant move. Then double rooks like this. Then at some point,
So still bishop goes
bishop
back
can
to big diagonal.
c1.
So, yeah.
This is perfect setup for white. Okay, sometimes he must be careful about queen d5 because if black exchanges queen, then his problems are not so great. So after this, white tries to push h and g pawns. This is so h4 or g4, one of these two. For example, h4, h5, bishop g5. Then at some moment, if knight goes from f6, white should play g4. Sometimes he can go bishop b3. He can combine these two squares c2 and b3, and sometimes there will be some sacrifices. Okay, probably black can hold with very precise play, but it's not pleasant. So I wanted somehow to put this bishop to g7. I don't know. I was not sure what was better, but here immediately I was afraid to push g6 because maybe white would go bishop g5, and after bishop g7 he can maybe castle, and now I cannot entangle my pieces, and
no, queen d5.
Queen d5.
We considered queen d5.
Ah yes, I was thinking about this too. Yes, that's correct. Queen d5 is good, and after such move I can take the queen, and after this I have queen e2. That's
No, but bishop d1, we
bishop
stopped
d1
too
and
early, I
take,
guess.
and I take this pawn. So
Oh, the rook's in, sorry.
Yeah, we stopped
Yeah.
early. We didn't say.
Yeah.
okay, but maybe white, instead of castling here, maybe he should play bishop b3 to prevent queen d5. I don't know. I mean, if it is necessary, he can do it. So
makes sense.
now I cannot live with this bishop on g5. So sooner or later I will have to chase it away like this.
That's
No,
what
that's-
we
And
analyzed.
then
That's
my
weakening,
diagonal
yeah.
is weak. My king cannot castle anywhere, and okay, this position is really problematic. So because of this, I decided first to lose some time again.
Yeah, this is a good move.
Yes, okay,
This
I
is what
don't
we
know,
are
but okay, I will have to lose time. I will have
But
to.
now g6 is
Yes.
good now.
Yes, now just I can play.
Actually,
g6,
Mihail
that's true.
told me to play g6 first in the first place, but because of bishop g5, as I told him,
Yes, yeah.
it was not a
Okay.
good idea. But
Yes.
you played it, I think, in a more precise order.
I don't know. Of course, I didn't want to put my queen to d5 without a reason because.
No, but it's okay. It doesn't.
Yes, okay. I
He
was,
also loses time with the
I was
queen.
checking here some things, but of course nothing works. For example, like bishop d6 and
No,
queen
you are-
g7. This is bad for me. Or knight h5 is probably bad because white can just play queen e3. Maybe
Yeah.
there are other moves. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
the
If I
g6
take
seems to be fine.
bishop e4. Okay, I was also considering maybe h6 with the idea that white doesn't have so many moves now.
But why not to play g6? I don't know why.
Okay, it's possible. It's possible, of course. Here now I can play bishop d6 because now maybe white cannot take this pawn, but the problem is after bishop d6 he can just move queen somewhere. I don't know, maybe d3 or.
And h6
now
might be a
I was
weakness,
not
yeah.
sure about h6 and also not sure about my queen on d5. So okay, g6 it's normal. But the thing is that I knew it was coming here because Altaj is a good player, and of course he knows the good setup here for white. He knows how to play this position because okay, we all played this position many times with white and black pieces, and we know what to do, and we know white is better here. So I was not sure about this bishop b3. I can say I thought it was maybe good for me. I was happy to see this move, but actually everything is okay now for him. There's nothing I can do to stop his plans. Bishop is very strong on g5, and now having nothing else to do, I decided to push. Okay, I can sometimes push h6, but okay, here I think white doesn't have any sacrifice on something like this, and I don't think these things work. Probably I can just cover something like this. Okay, maybe white can have equal position, but nothing more than that. But he can just retreat his bishop, for example, to e3. And well, let's say after this he can play bishop d2. And now I was not sure if I wanted to push this pawn to h6. He will play again rook e2, rook e1, or rook a to d1, then bishop c2, bishop c1, and he has his perfect setup. My king side is a bit weaker. So I decided to push a5. I don't know, I mean, black cannot do anything there. So a3, okay, another possible move is a4. This is what I would play with white in similar situations, but as Elter says, then black does have some idea. He can play b5, knight d5, knight b6, and create some action on the queen side. Try to activate somehow this bishop to make some targets for this bishop on g7. So maybe his move is just better. Because, okay, I was not sure now if to push b5 or not. I decided to do it, but he just...
maybe you can prepare c5 in this position somehow.
Yes, I don't know. Okay, here it was another possibility to play rook e2, but this is probably good. c5 I was not sure.
Oh, of course not right now, but when the bishop goes back to c2.
Yes, maybe, but somehow it looked very difficult, and well, in some...
Yeah, with the bishop on b3 you can do it,
it's very difficult, and anytime I push a4 I didn't do anything, I just created maybe some targets. I was thinking maybe something like this, a knight coming to c4, but this is all nothing. So I can never push b4. White has two possible reactions, but in this situation probably he will play like this, then push d5 at some point. He can also always think about taking with this pawn and playing a4. So he will choose depending on the position. And okay, I just decided to play rook e8. This is always useful move in this position. I overprotect e6 because sooner or later white will double and there will be some motives there. Also there is some space on f8 for my bishop, which later proved to be useful. So now I was expecting him to go h4, and he was also considering this move, as he told me after the game. And now he wants to push h5, because
What if you play h5 here?
Yes, I can play h5, but okay, normally I should start with h6, and now after bishop c1 I can play h5, and I think he should just go back to g5. And now I don't know what I can do here. I mean, it's difficult to play. Maybe again some bishop f8, bishop e7. White can
maybe
play
king h7, bishop h6, stuff like that.
Maybe, yes, maybe it's possible. But bishop c2.
But what do I do? G4 at some point?
Yes, white wants to organize g4. I don't know if he can even think about playing it immediately, or he can play rook e4 and g4 on the next move, or he can try to play g3, king g2, and then g4 to have
so g4 like the only plan, but black always
G4
have
is
to...
only plan in this position, but it's a very dangerous plan. Because, okay, black has just enough resources to protect everything for the moment, but if white starts opening some files and it will become difficult. And okay, I played like this myself in similar positions, and I was expecting this to happen, but Elter played here g4, which is okay, another typical move. He's taking away squares f5 and h5. f5 can sometimes be useful for my knight, and h5 is a very important defensive move sometimes. So this is also normal. Now he wants to play h4, h5, king g2, and okay, checkmate me soon. So I decided to play bishop f8 because I really saw nothing else to do here. Okay, I still don't say that position is very bad for black. It is slightly worse still, but very pleasant for white because he's not risking anything, and my position is solid, but still I must only defend. Now after bishop f8, I actually finally have some idea to get some squares. For example, if white would play something like king g2, I go bishop e7, and let's say bishop e7, queen e7, some position like this, where I stopped him from pushing h4. If he takes on d5, everything's okay. I will take with c pawn anytime this happens, and now maybe my position is even slightly better because I will push b4 later and create some weaknesses. And okay, this is my idea, and at the same time, if he pushes h4, then bishop e7 looks okay. This is actually what happened in the game, because for him it's difficult to play something else. I mean, he didn't want to give me dark squares. So h4, and I play bishop e7. And now I want to exchange bishops, and well, then there will be some dark squares for my knight, and he'll be probably forced to also give his bishop from b3, and then my position can be fine. We were both spending time here to analyze bishop h6, because now I cannot just go back to f8, because he retreats to c1 now, and after bishop e7 now he can
h5
probably push. I don't know if he pushes or okay, he has many options. Maybe even he can go king g2. Yes. So here after bishop h6, sorry, bishop e7. After bishop h6, well, I was thinking at first about taking this pawn, and he plays g5, and now my bishop is threatened.
f6.
After f6, I thought he would take on d5, and what do I do? Take with some pawns.
Yeah.
Maybe queen takes.
Oh, queen
takes,
queen
takes,
f6.
queen
Queen f6.
f6.
Anyway, he's taking on f6 with his queen.
Anyway,
And,
he takes.
now if
Rook
I
f8.
go rook f8, he just takes, and now he
Oh,
has this check,
okay.
and there is no fork on f2. My position is lost. So okay, I mean, maybe it's more complex than it looks. Maybe there is some. Maybe there are some resources for black as well, but I didn't see anything, and I was planning to go queen f8 here. Eltas told me that he didn't play bishop h6 because of bishop h4, but I didn't ask him exactly what he saw in this line that I just showed. So here I was planning to go queen d8. Okay.
Maybe I'm sorry to interrupt. Maybe f5 instead of f6.
So this f5.
Oh, sorry. In
But
my
this
imagination,
is-
the queen was on c7, and I had queen f4. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so probably he saw something here.
Yes, I don't know. I must ask him. So
So what happened next?
let me just. So I was planning after bishop h6 to go queen d8, and now he said after the game that he would go g5. This was also the move that I was considering, because if he pushes h5, I can play bishop g5. Now my position looks very safe. And okay, generally my strategy here is to put all my pawns to light squares and limit the activity of his light square bishops, and somehow exchange or at least control activity of his dark square bishop by my bishop. But he should play g5 here. Now bishop on h6 doesn't have squares, but he will play h5, g2, rook h1, and it's going to be very dangerous. So I was thinking about this, and now I want to take, so he should probably take himself. I take with rook, and now he cannot push h5 because his pawn is hanging on g5, so he has to play rook e5. Okay, this is the position we both were considering, and actually we both were thinking that white might have advantage here, but I was not sure. I was thinking about move h5 here to try to close the king side, because he wants to push h5 himself. And after h5, now if white takes, okay, if he doesn't, then
That's for sure
my
fine.
position
Yeah.
is probably okay. I was still not completely sure, but probably okay. And then I take this pawn, and maybe this is also good for me. So I don't know. Maybe this was not so great.
Yeah, it looks a little bit not natural. Bishop h6 and g5. don't you
Yes,
think?
but
Yeah.
still it was okay. So he played king g2, and I didn't want to take this bishop, because after he takes, then this h7 pawn is serious target.
What about queen d8 here?
Well, I can do it, but he can either play rook e5.
Uh-huh.
Yes, probably.
Yeah,
best
rook e5. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah.
So,
And then rook h1 and.
yes. So I decided to go queen d8 and put some more pressure here. And of course he defends with rook e5. And okay, I was still worried because it's not so easy now to play the next move again. Because I cannot play f6. White just takes, and after I take the bishop, rook c6, and my knight is lost, and position collapses.
Okay.
For some reason I cannot move back. Okay. So if I try to play king g7 with idea to
Prepare f6.
prepare f6, yes, move my king from this diagonal, then I was worried about bishop h6. And if I go back, then white will push g5 and h5. And if I take
Finish.
and g5 is coming, well, I didn't have time to check very carefully, but it looked like I was getting mated here. So king e7, and I played the only other logical move that I could see. This is rook a7. It's very important. Of course, this rook is doing nothing, so I'm protecting 7th rook, and bishop on e7 one more time. And also now, after rook h1, he was worried, and I was hoping he would be worried about f6. When after he takes, I take. He takes here. I can play rook d7. It looks very dangerous, but still, I'm a piece up, and he doesn't have too much time, so he has to think about this. Maybe he said after the game that he probably just takes this pawn. And I to be honest, I don't think I would play like this. It looks that probably I'm lost. What I wanted to do is just play rook d7, fortify my position a bit more, because white's important idea now is to take d5 at some point, and then I will take with the rook and exchange more pieces, which is important. So he took on e7. I was happy. I was feeling some relief. After queen e7, I'm attacking the pawn, and I was not sure what he was going to do. He pushed h5. Now, okay, now I was feeling my position was totally fine, and I already somehow I thought maybe it can even be better, but maybe I was overly optimistic. But he really spent too much time somehow, and he also had not too much left, so I played f6. Now, okay, I shouldn't wait, because if I wait, white is going to develop some initiative on the king's side, and f6 looked like a good move. I'm weakening e6, but okay, it has enough protection, and I'm going to create some problems for white. I was not sure what he was going to do. Maybe I thought he would play like this, but still I
were you planning g5 here?
No, g5 I didn't like so much, because he takes the knight, and now he plays maybe like this. It's difficult to protect somehow all the pawns. He wants sometimes to take d5, e6.
Yeah, but if it works, if you can protect them, that would be okay, right? If queen would be on d6, like king on g7, that would be...
Yeah, even because even let's say I can play this, and okay, keep my king here, still there is maybe something like this, and okay, maybe I can go king g6 with the rook e6 sacrifice. So even if he would give me another move to play this, then queen comes here, and there is double attack. So it's not easy to protect all the big points here. So I didn't really want to push g5. I was really happy after rook e4 to take on h5, and now I thought his king was also in some danger, and okay, I thought he would take, because if he plays rook h1, I can just take g4 and play king h8. I didn't see anything special for white here. It looked that my position was better. Pawn up. If he goes rook e1, again I can take. So
there is a fork on f4 always. Okay.
Yes, so somehow it doesn't work for white. So he has to take.
Yeah. We stopped at this point. We looked at other games.
Okay. So now pushed f5, it looked like a good move, chasing away his rook and opening some squares for my queen. I was not sure where he was going to go. He came to e5, okay, normal. Now I was thinking if to play queen h4 or queen g5, but I understood I wouldn't be able to create some attacks, so I just decided to go queen g5. His queen is protecting the king really well, and I should just try to go for this endgame that is better for me, but okay, he told me he was worried about knight f4 at first. I saw this move, of course, because now rook g7 and queen g1 can be deadly, but I thought white would take on c6. I stopped here. He continued a bit more with queen takes h5, and he was very worried here. And
but the h1 square is taken, so maybe you can just take on e6. I don't know.
Maybe it's possible. I don't know, but he just told me he was planning to go queen g3 here, which is maybe also good. I don't know, but okay, I like my move, and especially if we didn't have too much time, it offers me some advantage and very safe position. So now I want f4.
So this position is not easy for white. If he pushes too hard, he can get in trouble. Like
I thought he was already in serious trouble here.
Yes.
He had to be very precise now not to lose. Okay, he has to take, and I thought he played a good move, rook e1. Now I wanted very much to play king f7, and I spent too much time here, hoping for something like king e2 and queen g4, when
this
I win
is
one
good
move
here.
compared to the game. But I was worried after king f7, white would go queen d3, and I didn't see what to do. There might be something, but I don't know what. For example, if I take this pawn, white takes b5. Okay, he doesn't have any important threats, but I didn't see how to play. And I spent 5 or 6 minutes
here. To make a draw, rook g8 should be enough, right? Ah,
no,
maybe not, maybe not.
Losing.
There's double check and queen e6, yes.
Yes, check, like this,
and queen
c8.
Or queen c8.
Queen d8 would be enough for
No, I said queen d6 also, yeah.
Queen d6, yes, okay.
Yes, sorry,
but, I mean, if I want to make draw, of course, I have other ways, so there is no need to risk like this. So, okay, I wanted very much to play this move, but I couldn't make it work, so I checked on g1. I decided to go this endgame, which I was sure was better for me, but I didn't know how big my advantage really was. Okay, now he probably has some chance to play quickly something like a4. I don't know, even maybe here. And now if I take, then he can go rook a1 and try to activate his rook. If I push b4, well, I don't know, maybe this is also possible because his d4 is weak somehow. So this was one option, but he played rook h1. Okay, now I'm sure this position is after, okay, king f7 is normal, rook h3. Now I thought I had huge advantage.
So he decided to be passive instead of being active.
No, actually he's not playing passively. He wants to put his rook to g3. He has an active idea. He wants to play rook g3 next move, and then okay, if he manages, maybe it will be a draw. I don't know. Still he's worse. And here maybe I did something wrong. Maybe now I could even try to run away with my queen somewhere. I don't know. I'm not sure. I just had little time, and I decided to take, and rook g1. I thought I was winning a pawn, and I was really very happy with my position because I want to play rook b1, and okay, he plays rook g3. Which I was expecting, and I played rook h1, just attacking the pawn that cannot be protected.
Can you take and rook g8 and then rook g5?
Okay.
Try to win that pawn.
Yes, it was maybe possible, but white.
Maybe white will have time to rook e1.
If I take.
Takes rook.
Take.
Rook g8, king
f3, rook g5.
Rook e1 maybe.
White goes rook e1, yes, exactly.
Takes.
And maybe some a4.
But still the rook coming to h2.
Yes, maybe position is winning for
rook
me.
Rook h2 now, right away.
Yes, rook h2.
So maybe you have to do king g2 here instead of 4.
After king g2 I can go back to g5 with tempo.
King goes back.
And now I can return to g8.
Yeah, one pawn.
It's just clear pawn more. Okay, I can also play maybe here and just push b4 somehow. I don't know. It's
So yeah, you could have taken and played
yes,
rook g8,
there were
big
many
advantage
options.
idea.
Okay, I'm not sure my position is my position might be winning, and I really needed to have some time now, but unfortunately, I didn't. And this move, okay, there was another move, rook b1, and after b4, maybe a4, h6, and now I don't know. I start taking pawns. This was another variation that's interesting to analyze, something like this, because white cannot somehow.
Maybe rook a7, rook a6, and h7.
Yes, okay, of course.
Still black is better, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't. I didn't have time to analyze this, so I decided just okay. And this looked really great. I mean, I thought I would just win a pawn and then continue playing with extra pawn. Take, put my rook to h6 and g6, and then just have extra pawn. And still, I have b4 ideas. So I thought my position was probably winning here. And he had just 1 minute on his clock, and he found this move that confused me. I don't know. I think it is a very good move, but okay, maybe there is something for me that I could find. So now the thing is, he wants to push c4, and then he will start taking all my pawns. Somehow my pawns will be very weak, and his rooks will be active, and it looked like it was enough for draw.
What about rook c8? Yeah.
Rook c8 was the only idea.
Okay.
Actually, this was the move I thought I would play after his b3, but he plays rook e3 now.
And rook 6, c4, and d5.
Yes,
no.
and maybe the thing.
Rook c6.
If I play rook c6, he pushes c4.
Take, take, take.
Take, take, take. Okay,
No,
if I
where's
take
pawn?
with rook, he takes c6. If I take with pawn, he pushes d5 also.
He takes d.
I take, and he takes
and
this.
f5.
Now, material.
King g7. But if can he stop that pawn? Just,
Not clear, yes, not clear.
I think he just can. Oh, maybe rook takes c3, rook d1. Yes, he's in time.
This, rook d1.
And you still take on h5 and
Yes.
keep on playing, but
Maybe okay. Okay, this looks.
yeah, good advantage.
I'll double the rooks. Okay, maybe white can play something. Okay, still somehow it looks like this is enough for draw. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I. Okay, I'm sure I should have done something differently, because 5 moves later position was just a total draw. Okay, in time trouble I decided to take this pawn on h5, and after c4 I exchanged and played rook h4, and somehow it looked I would have extra pawn, but okay, I simply didn't have enough time to check, and I saw this position would appear. But even now I understood, even if he takes, this position is drawish. I actually thought that this was what he was going to do, but after time trouble I was calculating a bit. If I play rook d7, check, rook e6, easy draw. So I would have to play something like rook a4, but okay, this is just an easy draw for white.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe I can try a bit more, but he shouldn't have major problems. But luckily for him, he just got extra time here, so he could make sure this pawn endgame was a draw, and he played rook e3, and now I cannot hang on to my extra pawn anymore. I was while I was still in time trouble, I was thinking that this position would maybe be winning for me, and still after I spent 10 minutes I decided to play like this because there was nothing else. But after king e3, I think I pushed this pawn. The position is just a draw. Okay, I played some more moves, something like this, f4. I think like this.
Yeah.
But white king is in time to come to c1, so
Okay.
again finished like this.
Okay, so in the opening you thought you were worse, but
I
then
had
you
worse
were much
positions.
better. You're in
That's
trouble. It's a draw,
I think I
okay.
missed a very good chance in what to do.
Okay.
Now, in European Team Championship,
Yeah.
made some good results.
Yes.
As the, let's say, oldest guy in the team, big brother, what do you expect from now? How is the team spirit now in Turkish national team?
Okay, we are all very good friends. Everything is working very nice. I am the oldest guy, and I mean, young boys from Turkey, as everyone knows, are working hard and they are progressing rapidly. So I think in 2-3 years from now, guys who are now youngest in the team will be by far the oldest, and I will not be surprised if average age will be 16-17 years. But now we still have a good atmosphere. We are preparing, we are working, and we showed that we could beat any team in European Championship. Still, it's not so easy. We can win one match, we can win another match, but when we have 10 difficult matches, we make some mistakes in our games. So we still have a lot work to do, and a lot of mistakes to fix. But we are doing our best, and we are hoping for better results in the future.
What do you expect from World Team Championship?
Well, it would be nice to win maybe 3 matches, something like this. I hope we will surprise again some very strong teams. And well, the start was not great for us. I don't know if the match finished by now.
No, they're still playing.
But I'm not pessimistic or something. Okay, if you look at ratings, of course we are not among favorites, but I'm sure we can any team, and if we have a few good matches, I think we can even fight normally.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dragan.
For coming and analyzing. Have a good luck in this game. I hope you will win.
So,
All
Mihai,
right.
we are together again.
Again, only 2 more games left.
2 more games left.
Just to
Let's
refresh, Roy, your refresh the results.
Yeah.
So
okay.
the Germany won 2.5
Against
against Egypt. So 3 players who were playing black won.
who lost in Germany?
In Germany, on the first board, it was a draw.
There is a shocker. He shocked
Yes,
Naidic.
he shocked Naidic completely.
Yes.
Actually, he's very unexpected player, you know.
Yeah.
He played in World Cup and everything. He's like around 2,500, but he can beat anyone, you know. My guess is he can lose to anyone as well, but he can beat anyone. And
so he has this kind of very risky style.
Yeah. So he beat with black Arkady Naidic. Mayer won with black against Abdel. And Baramidze, as we've seen, won against Amin Basen, who pushed very hard for a win and fell off the edge, unfortunately.
Okay, if you want, let's see the games first. They are continuing.
I wanted to sum up which matches have finished.
Okay,
so Germany minimally won against Egypt.
2.5 against 1.5.
Netherlands versus China. China won minimally. Busanji won with black against
Tivyakov.
The rest games finished in a draw, so China is one of the leaders now. And
China also won, yes.
And Ukraine won against USA.
Your country.
Yes. I'm supposed to be impartial, but
Anton Korovov has beaten Kamsky.
With black.
Actually, with this system, Kamsky Bishop F4 system.
Yeah. Played it quite convincingly, at least in the opening.
He was thinking a lot as we were analyzing.
So Ukraine is also won minimally.
Yes.
And so 2 more matches left.
2 more matches. And let's see the Russian Grichuk against
is
the other 3 games are draw, yes?
Yes, so Grichuk is trying to win against Akopian to bring
let's this game if you want to.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting game.
And another game, Yilmaz is trying to make a draw against Mamedov also to save the match. So similar situation, Akopan and Yilmaz.
But as far as I see, Yilmaz's position is a little bit
so we
worse.
will take a look at Grichuk's position right now.
Even much worse, this Yilmaz's position, because it's...
So we start at move number 37. We have a lot of moves made already. 37, rook 4 to f5, g6, rook d7, rook d8, rook d6, rook e7, rook d7, rook 2 to e4, rook f6, rook e6, okay, rook 7 to e6, takes. So quite an unpleasant rook endgame to hold for black. King d8, king e2, rook c7, king d3, king d7, rook e4, rook c6, rook a4, rook g6. One pair of pawns is gone, which is always in the favor of the defending side. So
yes.
the fewer pawns, the bigger chances to make a draw. Rook a4, rook g1, rook b4, king c5, a4, rook d1, king e2, rook c1. My guess is this should be a draw with the correct play, but you know, under pressure, after long game, anything could happen. King e3, rook c1, king d2, rook a1, rook b4. So many moves, 57. Rook a2, king e3, rook c2. I think black's rook is way too active for black to lose here. Rook c7, g5, f3, king d6, rook c8, king d5, king d3, rook f2, rook f8, rook a2, rook f5, king c6. Another pair of pawns is gone, but at least white has a passed pawn now.
Yeah, this now can be easier for white if he can push the pawn. Of
yeah,
course.
but that rook will be always active. So rook g4, rook a1, rook e4, b5, rook e3, king d5, f4, rook f1, rook e5, king d6, king e4. I guess black should just attack pawn at a time and should be fine. So 73, king e7, rook c5,
but
rook b1,
no,
king d3. So this is the position we have on the board right now. This is the position. White.
What can it be? The plan.
The problem is white needs to push the passed pawn,
yeah,
right?
But how?
White needs the king for that. But then the rook starts attacking the c or just b4.
White cannot put the rook on e3 and then king e4, king f5.
For example, rook
e3, let's see.
I think
maybe
b4.
Right yes.
And the thing is, well,
this is not
white
winning.
is not. If the king was on f3,
yes.
white would be winning. Actually.
Yeah, but now the king is.
But the
cut.
king is
and
cut
the pawn
off.
is attacked. Yes.
So
the b4 is the threat.
b4 is the threat. So actually, rook e2 was played, and rook went
e2
back.
to prevent b4.
Yeah.
But what to do? He's always threatening b4.
Well, b4, c4 for now. Black would have to face that too. But
b4, c4, is it possible?
It's well, first of all, it's white to move here. I guess white would try stuff like that.
What about b4?
No, this is now losing. Now king
is
in
it
front
losing?
of, yes, it is.
Okay.
It is a draw only if black has rook f8 check at this precise moment.
Yes.
Otherwise,
now we have the Lucena. Yes,
yeah, we will have it. So unless black is giving check right away, or maybe on next move, on next move is too late. It's gonna go rook 9.
Yeah.
So this is losing position. Have to be very careful. If the king is cut off, and this is a draw only, for example, if white loses a tempo like this, then it's a draw because black keeps on giving checks.
And where to go?
And white has the pawn is way too far. Why?
Yeah.
And another important reason is white has rook e4, and it's important for king to be around.
Yeah.
If white gets another tempo, white would win with king g7.
Exactly.
So it's not as easy as it may seem. So, but Akopan knows it all very well.
So what
rook
did he play?
f2.
Rook f2 he played.
Yeah, but now the king comes in front of the pawn.
Why not king e4? He didn't play king e4.
Why didn't he play
because
king e6? Just king
e6.
And white needs the rook, and then checks would follow. That's just a draw. So he tries rook f2, king e6. That is actually what has been played. This is just a draw. This is actually even if white manages somehow.
But now the pawn is hanging.
But now.
Now check.
Now
You
I
gave
have
check.
this, yeah. Yeah, I just give check. Yeah. So this is a draw. So this would be a draw. This is the position on the board right now.
Okay, let's
This
go
is
to
a draw. To
Mustafa
oh,
game.
Mustafa lost.
What, he lost?
He lost. He lost already. He had a bad position. He was out of after the opening already 2 pieces. Well, he had rook and the pawn for 2 pieces. I don't know how that happened. Was it a miscalculation or intentionally? I don't know, but for some reason he's in the opening
What
gave
is
away.
sacrificing is
That's
2
strange.
pieces? Strange, yes.
He just gave away 2 pieces for rook and the pawn. Maybe he had hopes on his d file and weak e5 pawn, but normally don't give away 2 pieces for rook and the pawn.
Right.
They teach you like when
Actually,
you're little.
This, I never seen any sacrifice like this, but it's
Very unexpected.
but this is probably.
And he just
thought
suffered after that.
He might be okay, but he's not.
That's very strange.
it
You know,
didn't
they
seem
teach you when you're little, don't play knight g5, bishop c4, knight takes f7,
Yes.
because just rook takes
That's
f7.
what he
2
actually
pieces are stronger than
did.
rook and the pawn. But of course he knew that. He had hopes on the d file and miscoordinated pieces, but it didn't work out.
Still strange enough.
Very
He
strange.
played it, you know. It's well, I was thinking with this variation, you take on. Probably you just make draw. You take exchange on f6.
Yes, white could be safe if he wants to, but he
but he didn't want
very
to.
strange,
so
very
we
strange
lost
exchange.
the match. This.
So yeah, so Turkey lost.
So Turkey lost 2.5 against 1.5.
Minimal.
No, it's
advantage.
finished all the other games.
All the other games. So we
Yes.
have only Grishchuk versus Akopov, and my prediction is it would also end
Yeah,
soon.
what about
F5 was played, King F6, King B3, Rook H4, Rook F1. That is just a draw. No.
Yeah, so we are predicting that this will draw in the
So
end.
for example, the following could happen. G4, I guess this is like the only chance to play for a win, Rook A1, and even King F5 works. And just the king is on time to
On
go
time,
back. It's
yes.
not cut off
It's not cut
vertically
off,
or
yeah.
anything. That's an easy draw.
So
that is
will manage
will
to draw
manage
this.
to draw.
The match
definitely.
between Russia and Armenia will end
In a draw.
and
All
in
the
the
games.
end end up in a draw.
So we would have 3 leaders. Ukraine won against USA.
Yes,
Germany won against Egypt. And
China won against
China won.
Egypt.
So
No,
only
China
one draw
won
today.
against
Netherlands. And Azerbaijan.
Only
won.
one draw. Huh?
Azerbaijan won.
4
So
teams
the
won, 1 team
leaders
drew.
are behind actually.
Yeah, 4
Not
teams
like-
won. So it's the first round.
Yeah.
We have 9.
It's quite hard in
8
close-
more rounds to go.
Yeah,
so
in close tournament there are no leaders
Yeah,
because
of
you
course.
know there
they will
depends
all
who
play
are
each
you
other.
playing.
Yes, it's a beginning of the tournament, so we will have more fights going on, and then we'll have the champion in the end.
Yeah, so this is
Um,
what we have still. This is just a draw. Black needs to, important to give a check on a4 just in case, not to lose any rook b2 or rook b1, but this is an easy draw. We are expecting the last game to finish soon.
Yeah. Actually, can we see the game of Kamsky, Mikhail?
Kamsky,
I was wondering how did he lose Kamsky?
Kamsky Korobov,
Yeah.
1 second.
What happened in that game? We were analyzing after Queen B1. We were thinking what to play, King Queen B1 or Bishop F4. Yes,
Okay.
let's see the game.
Oh, sorry. That is not what happened. B6 happened. Oh, we just dropped at 97 in the opening.
Yes.
Let's take a look.
At that moment,
Queen
we were
B1.
thinking
Good for you.
Queen B1
Yeah,
he played,
you
but good
guessed.
for me. But the end, not very good for him.
Rook C7. Actually, as we
Rook
as we
C7. That's what
predicted.
we predicted.
Yes.
Also, you said it. Rook C7.
Bishop
which is
H4, Knight G6, everything. how we
everything
predict.
what we
Oh,
did.
but Bishop G5, we did not see that one
Bishop
coming.
G5 doesn't look like a strange move. I don't understand this. Bishop G5.
He wants to keep that.
Yes.
H6
He
is not
provoking
possible.
H6,
but
but not
just
possible.
winning the
Yes,
pawn,
not
yeah.
winning a pawn.
But Korobov was not afraid of this.
What did he play? Oh,
Bishop H6 takes.
he decided to. Okay.
Because if white
It's
now
logical.
takes no more squares for the knights, black can even do this if he
So
wants
it's
to.
logical.
Yeah, so queen a8 was played, and now f5. We
Oh.
guessed a lot of ideas
Yes,
for white
F5.
and black. F5, knight e5,
But
d
this is
takes
also
e5. That is
interesting.
quite strange.
Yes.
He just gave away a pawn and played simply queen e1.
What is this? Did you understand this?
Looks very no,
he has
not at all.
probably some attacking chances, of course, with queen h4, but still.
Wasn't I don't believe his position was that bad already. Of course, he is afraid of knight e4 coming and then maybe
Yes.
f6 or something.
Other-
But
and then
is it a way to deal with it?
Yeah.
Maybe he thought this attack would be quite dangerous. You know, take a look. Queen coming to h4. All the pieces are there. Knight coming to f3 with the tempo. It's actually maybe not that easy. Take a look. All the pieces and queen is on the edge of the board.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe he was hoping for
For
initiative.
some kind of attack on the king side, yes.
Yeah.
So
h6.
h6.
Bishop takes. Bishop takes, and that's it. No attack.
What is this?
Just no attack. What did he miss? I wonder. Yeah, FH. If you moved back here, no attack anymore. Queen's not coming.
But wait a minute. After bishop takes, f takes, e6, f takes, e6, queen g3,
That is what happened. Queen
And
g3, e5,
queen. Yes, queen g6,
Five.
e4.
e4. Yeah, and now he played bishop f5, and now just queen e8. Just one pawn up
Yes.
for black.
Now he doesn't have time to play queen g6.
I wonder what he missed. There's definitely a reason. Maybe he
So it's a
calculated something on
blunder.
h6.
So it's a blunder. He lost a pawn, and in the and he also lost. the
Or
game.
maybe he was so disappointed with his position that he decided to just turn the position upside down to attack. Just
Yeah. Well, probably Anton. Probably he really found a good actually way
yeah, rook c8, queen a7.
to play with this position, which gives him a better game.
Yeah.
Uh,
Actually, I think white still had some chances in this position to make a draw. Just using
Yes.
white squares.
He like this.
Yeah, this is what happened. Rook c6, rook a e1. But he was in time trouble when we went to
In time
c
to
e6,
and
rook f3,
the bishop is not very good.
bishop e7, takes, takes.
Uh-huh.
So black is exchanging all the pieces. That's what you're supposed to do when you're
Yeah,
material up,
yes,
right?
of course.
Exchange all the pieces. He takes d, c takes d, knight f2, bishop. Still decent throwing chances with the blockade on
Yes,
white
you're
squares,
right.
isn't it? Queen f3. How did Anton manage to break it? Knight d3. Yeah, this looks very good.
Yes,
isn't it? What
he
happened?
blocked.
Queen f5. Remove the
yeah.
blocker. Queen f5. Exchanging another pair of pieces. Rook f5.
But g4? What? No,
Rook f3,
g4,
no.
rook f3.
Oh, the point is
maybe
white-
This,
White,
final-
the problem white cannot do anything and black can improve, just brings the king closer. That's
Yes.
why he played rook f1.
Mhm.
Rook f1. Oh, the thing is, if takes, e4, knight
E4,
f2 and blocking
E3,
those pawns.
But this happened in the game, I saw. But
No, rook f6 was played.
Oh, he
Rook
didn't
f6.
play? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he wants extra pawns in the
Yeah.
center. Rook e1, rook e6, rook e4, king g8. Still feels like good chances to make a draw. King e2, rook e8. The king is coming, all right. King e6, rook e2, king f5. Okay. Knight f2. He doesn't want to play g4 because then the king comes to h4, I guess.
Oh, king g5, h4. You
Yeah,
are,
forcing
yeah.
king g2, then I push
Yeah.
h5, open the
Uh-huh.
g file,
Oh,
stuff like
and
that.
then- Yeah, you're right.
maybe. So that's
no, it
that.
looks very logical.
Knight
what you are
f2,
saying.
rook f8, g3, h5, knight e4, bishop b4, rook f2, rook d8, rook f1. But now knight is not where it belongs. It belongs on d3, doesn't it?
Also, only the king can protect this
Yeah.
really dangerous position.
a5. Oh, and now second weakness could be created. You know, a4
With
coming,
A4.
then the a file.
He has
So
to play
has
A4.
to play a4. No counter chances anymore. d3. But now all pawn end games are lost.
D2.
No, d2 was not played. It's a check. King
uh-huh.
e6, knight g5, king e7,
What is this?
knight g5. Sorry, where is it? Knight G5, king is7, knight f3, d2. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the pawn on d2, that is winning. That should
E4,
be winning.
and then
Knight
E3.
g5, e3, oh my god. Okay, no, this is, okay, not interesting anymore. On this team match, you're always supposed to play till the end, but this is completely losing. So that is how Ukraine won.
So what
And
about
we have a draw.
Grishchuk also ended up with
they
a
just
draw.
went back and forth.
So it's
So one draw,
one
Russia
draw.
versus Armenia.
All the
And,
matches
all
are finished.
finished.
So today the first round, we also will finish our probably
Yes.
transmission, live transmission.
You can see us tomorrow,
See you,
same time.
Tomorrow, yes, at 3 o'clock at the same time, with more exciting games.
Of course.
I hope, and we'll have also guests for the analysis
sure.
together after the games. And I hope you enjoyed the first round. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.